It's been one of the most exciting and competitive FIDE candidate tournaments in history, and it all comes down to these final 2 rounds. Headed into the weekend, 4 different players could still win the tournament. First place is a 3-way tie between the 17-year-old Indian prodigy Gukesh, the world's biggest chess streamer Hikaru Nakamura, and back-to-back candidates winner Jan Nepomniachtchi. All 3 of the players sit at 7.5 points, but right on their heels, at 7 points, sits the only American to compete for the Bobby Fischer, Fabiano Caruana. For Jan, Hikaru, and Fabi, many expected them to be there in the end. But for Gukesh Damaraju, the world has been shocked, as nobody saw this coming. Jan's play has been solid, as he remains the only undefeated player in the tournament, with 3 wins and 9 draws. Hikaru, on the other hand, has had a bit more of a rocky road to get here, winning 5 games, the most in the candidates, but also suffering 2 losses, both to Vidit Gujrathi. Meanwhile, Gukesh has scored an impressive 4 wins, but his sole loss came at the hands of a player sitting near the bottom of the standings in Alireza Firouzja. And while Fabiano Caruana's form has clearly been up and down, he hasn't given up yet and still remains in fighting position. Unlike the previous candidates, this year, it's been anyone's game. It all comes down to the final weekend from Toronto. It's the 2024 FIDE Candidates Tournament, and it starts right now.
And we return to Toronto, Canada, home of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. This Candidates is played in the Great Hall, and we have been delighted to see some great chess. We started with 8 competitors vying for a chance to play for the World Championship. We are down to 4 players who have a mathematical chance to make their way to face off against World Champion Ding Liren. Here's where the action takes place each and every day. We have just come off a rest day. The players better bring their A game because it's either now or never. And for 4 players, they still have that shot at playing against Ding Liren for the title. And you see the playing hall, it's filling up. The players are getting set. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, as well as top elite player, Grandmaster Anish Giri. Anish, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. 2 rounds to go. What are you expecting to see today?
Thank you, guys. My pleasure to join. And very, very excited finale. We've got 4 people still in the running, with 2 rounds to go. And really anything can happen today and tomorrow. Everything will be decided. We are witnessing history here. I'm happy to be part of it.
Yeah, it's great to see these players combat the way they have been. And as we look at the standings, we do have 3 players in shared first place. Trailing them is Fabiano Caruana in 4th. He won an extremely important game before the rest day. Danya, those results in round 12, I think Jan Nepomniachtchi is not happy. He drew his game, and all of his nearest competitors won.
I'm still processing what's happened in the last couple of rounds. I'm kind of staring at this logjam at the top 3 players with 7.5. Fabiano Caruana breathing down their neck with 7. And I echo Robert Anish Giri's sentiment. It's an honor to be here. We're about to witness chess history being made. This weekend of chess will likely be discussed for years to come. This is going to be an unmissable showdown.
And it's going to be a Saturday spectacle because 4 players are in the running. And as we look at what's at stake just today, some players may be eliminated from contention. We could whittle this down from 4 to 2 by day's end. And Anish, we know that for Fabiano Caruana, a half point behind, the chances he gets eliminated today are much greater than the others. But as you see, for example, for Hikaru Nakamura, if he loses and Fabiano wins, well, he's out of the running. He can no longer be the challenger for the World Championship title. So there's so much at stake here, Anish. Do you expect certain players to take huge risks?
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult call for everybody, even for Fabiano. You would think that he has to win today, but at the same time, losing is the end of the road. But draw could still be all right. And he plays black against Pragg Nananda, who's a very, very solid player. And it's a tough call. How much risk should Fabi take? I don't want to be his advisor right now. Just very, very difficult. Likewise for Gukesh, he's got white pieces, but he shouldn't burn all the bridges. Just a lot of difficult decisions right now. Are you okay with the tiebreak is another question. Just a very, very tense finish. And, at the end, nerves will come into play. It's just going to be very exciting.
Yeah, the good news is some players, they control their own destiny. Danya, I was about to ask you, when you see these players here, who do you expect to take the most risk?
Oh my goodness. I also do not envy their seconds, their teams, anybody who is in the vicinity of their hotel room. Those were some tense discussions that took place during the quote unquote rest day. It certainly wasn't a rest day from a psychological standpoint. Very, very hard to say, but obviously the players of the white pieces, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think might try to go the extra mile. But ultimately, Robert, I think it's really important to emphasize for chess fans that the players are going to try to make the best move. If the position calls for a more conservative approach, that's what they're going to do. You can only strategize so much. Ultimately, the player's allegiance lies with what's happening on the board, and whatever the position demands is what we're going to see. And man, these players, seconds and teams, I don't know if they'll be able to watch these games. I certainly wouldn't.
It's difficult because when you're rooting for somebody, you get nervous. But these players, they have to be stoic. They have to play each and every move as if it's a fresh position and as if they just started the tournament. But we know there's a lot on the line. And Mike Klein was in the playing hall earlier today, just moments ago, catching up with all that's going down.
Thanks, guys. We are inside the playing hall moments before round 13 begins, and it promises to be lucky, at least for the fans. Most of the eyes will be here on board one, where Jan Nepomniachtchi takes white for the final time against Hikaru Nakamura. Jan has not been going for too much as white recently, but you've got to think with a date against Caruana as black tomorrow, he's going to try for a little more than usual. Hikaru Nakamura, he always makes things interesting. Don't be surprised if Nakamura goes for a even as black today. Gukesh against Firouzja will show up. He has won a game in less than 2 hours. He's also lost more than his usual share of games. We don't know who is going to show up. Pragg is the other critical matchup. He's going to play against Caruana. Pragg is out of the tournament, so what will he do as white against Caruana? Does he have incentive to keep pushing for a win? Caruana probably needs at least 1.5. He might need to run the tables in order to overtake the leaders because he starts the day a half point back. Over in the ladies section, things are much more clear. Only the two Chinese women can win. Tan Zhongyi enjoys a half-point lead against Lei Tingji. Tan Zhongyi gets her final white today against Alexandra Garyachkina. She has a much bigger test. She's black against Vaishali. Vaishali has won 3 in a row. Tingji needs to find a way to make up the half point in the final 2 rounds. That's the action from round 13. Now back to you guys.
And here are our pairings for the penultimate round. We start at the top, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has been in the lead every single round of every candidate he's played in. But in each today, he plays against Hikaru. We see their lifetime record, 2 wins each. What do you think is going to happen today?
Yeah, he really would much rather coast to the victory, like in the previous candidates where he had a lead at this point. But today, he really should play for a win, at least a little bit. Burning bridges is crazy, but not going for it with the white pieces after a rest day, that would also be a waste. If he makes an easy draw today, give Hikaru an easy day, tomorrow is going to be a lot harder. He's facing black against Caruana, and Fabi is going to go out for blood no matter what happens today. You don't want to face Fabi with black in such a high-pressure situation. So I think Jan should give it a go today.
Nobody wants to face Fabi when he's mad. You heard it from Anish Giri. And, well, Danya, we see Pragg. He faces a furious Fabiano. Pragg is the white pieces, but Fabiano might have to go for gold right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Fabiano is half a point behind 3 different people. He has a lot to lose, but at the same time, he's got the least to lose out of these 4 players because, okay, if you go all in, you lose. Well, you were half a point behind in the first place. So absolutely, if the occasion calls for it, if Fabi sees an opportunity to unbalance the game in a strategic way, he's absolutely going for it. And the other player, Robert, that I'm looking at, you asked me who I think is going to take bigger risks. I'm looking at Gukesh. He lost that incredibly painful time scramble to Firouzja. I'm literally looking at Gukesh, but I'm also looking at his game as a potential battlefield where Gukesh not only wants to win in order to solidify his chances to win the candidates, but also just avenge his most painful game of the tournament.
And you can't really afford a vengeance on your mind when you're facing someone like Alireza Firouzja, who's ever so dangerous each and every time he sits at the board. But Anish, before the tournament started, you say you're playing Alireza. That's a difficult opponent. Right now, Alireza's reeling. Do you think that he just wants to get out of there and now might be the time for Gukesh to strike?
Yes, I think Alireza is more vulnerable now than ever. At the same time, it's Alireza. So one issue for Gukesh, for example, is that he is not safe today. Even if he wants to play for 2 results, nurse a small advantage, there's something you cannot do against Alireza. Alireza, he can put you all in at any time. He's a very fighting player. So it's going to be a dangerous game for Gukesh as well. He'll try to win it, but he can also lose. Alireza, at the end of the day, one of the best players in the world, one of the most dangerous players in the world, one of the most biggest talents of our, of the young generation. He's only... How old is he? Is he 21?
20.
20. He's even 20. He's very, very young, already so experienced. He hit 2,800 a couple of years ago already. Is an incredible player. It's not going to be easy for Gukesh.
No, it certainly will not be. I also want to give a shout out to Sagar Shah. I just saw him there taking some videos and photos of the playing hall. And there is Hikaru Nakamura, a man who needs no introduction. All eyes, all cameras, always on him, including his own, the biggest chess streamer on the planet. But right now, it's not about his streaming. It's not about the content. Danya, he's in this competition. He's tied for first place. He's going to have to fight off a Jan Nepomniachtchi who's always been in the lead in every candidates he's played in.
Indeed, but arguably Hikaru's got the most momentum. Tell me, after round 4, when Hikaru had 1.5 points out of 4 games, no wins, that he would be tied for first going into the finals weekend. Tell me, after that painful loss, that second loss to Vidit, that Hikaru would be in the lead going into the final weekend. He's won 3 games in a row. He just defeated Alireza Firouzja in an incredible topsy-turvy battle. He's feeling confident. I think that he might go for something slightly spicy in the opening. Jan Nepomniachtchi is armed to the teeth, but Pragg has managed to surprise Jan, yes, with different colors, but maybe the tiny, tiny Achilles heel for Jan has been his ability to deal with opening surprises. I'm so excited for this matchup. I don't even know what to say. There's so many thoughts running through my head right now. I can't even imagine how the players must feel.
Well, we see a special guest right next to the players. That is NFL player Mac Hollins, who is making the ceremonial first move in this game. And I don't know if either Jan or Hikaru are American football fans, but Mac Hollins, a chess fan, in addition to being a professional athlete. So it's great to see chess is such a universal game. And all eyes will be on this matchup between co-leaders, as well as Gukesh against Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana, who is facing off against Pragg with the black pieces. And while we have a moment, I do want to remind everybody to vote, because you can get involved and you can make your predictions on these clashes, including the one between Vidit Gujrati and Nijat Abbasov. So use the command vote in chat right now. Make your picks because you could win a $250 Chessable course voucher. So we see the playing hall. All players are set. It seems like they are getting ready for that opening move to be played, and then all bets are off. And Danya, as you look at this scene here, I just don't see Fabiano yet. Otherwise, the players are in their chairs.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to Magnus Carlsen being fashionably late. Fabiano is usually right there at the board getting ready. Is there cause for concern? I'm sure there isn't, and I'm sure we will see the arrival of the American star momentarily. And just as I say that, I think that might be Fabiano's hand and Fabiano's water bottle as it leaves the board. Thank God, we've got all the players. Now the festivities can begin.
Well, they can only begin after a ceremonial first move. We heard the arbiter introducing Super Bowl champion Mac Hollins, I want to add, when he was on the Eagles. So this is an athlete who has been at the highest level in his sport. And let's see what move he makes for Jan. I can't quite make that out, Donna. Do you see it?
I think it's a center pawn, but I wouldn't go any further than that.
Because you know how the players like to troll each other. Sometimes they make a random first move with the guest of honor, and then they change it at the board. But I do think that was e4. And we hear the arbiter say it. Handshakes. The round has begun, the 13th of 14 rounds here in the candidates. Let's see what openings these players start their games with, because we may be in for some surprises or some mainline theory that has been essayed many times before. Somebody's in front of the Pragg versus Caruana camera. What would a chess tournament be if not for that? And we do have the opening stages here. Photos being taken of the players. If we bring up our bird's eye view, we can see what openings have been played. Anish, I'll throw it to you. Of the 4 boards right now, are you surprised even by the first move from any of the players in contention?
Well, interestingly, we see a lot of e4 in this tournament, and in today's round, all of the games are played with one e4. Still best by test after all. What is interesting so far is that Fabiano, he clearly has 2 weapons for this tournament. He's got e4, e5 that he's played on occasions where he tried to be more solid, and he's got this Rossolimo with knight f6 that he already defended twice, and that is a much more double-edged, much more funky approach, and he's going for it today against Pragg. Makes a lot of sense. Today, he should take some risks, not burn all the bridges, but playing for 3 results is probably the right approach mathematically, and he's going for it with the Rossolimo. That's something I noticed. And Hikaru, by the way, surprising Jan with a sideline in the Spanish, but one that Pragg has played a lot. So Jan probably knows a little bit about it. We see the Petrov defense, of course, in the game between Vidit and Abbasov. That game is not too relevant for the first place, but no surprises there. Abbasov played the Petrov. And in the game between Gukesh and Alireza, the Berlin defense. Alireza thought, enough of all the Sicilians, of all the Frenches. It's time to be solid and go back to the opening he started the tournament with, the Berlin defense, something he played in the second round at the start of the tournament.
Okay, good illustration of what we're seeing thus far, still in standard opening fare for most of these boards. I'm looking at, actually, it looks like Hikaru just brought his knight to e7 in the top left against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So why don't we start there? That is our matchup of co-leaders, because this move, knight to e7, Anish, I'll start with you. Does that move catch you by surprise? Because typically in these Spanish structures, the knight, it goes out to f6.
This is the idea of this particular bishop c5 variation. Black starts with bishop c5 move before knight f6, exactly to do just what he did right now. And this bishop c5 knight e7 setup, the first time I saw it was in the game of Jordan van Forest against Ariantari in Vaikanze tournament. And then it was picked up by Pragg, who played this a lot. Already the move castle by white is not a given. Starting with c3 is at the very least just as popular. But after castle knight e7, the game gets very, very complex. The center remains closed. Black reroutes this knight from e7 often to g6. The f-pawn is still open, which means that you go for the f5 push very often, which signals a very fighting approach. And this game is going to be a lot of fun, because I think from the theory that I recollect in this line, this is not a simple position. This is a very complex stuff, and we're going to get a fight here.
We certainly will. And Danya, you've played Hikaru more times than most people on the planet. All those blitz games, bullet games, you name it, you faced him in many different openings. So as you see him bring out this knight to e7, playing something that perhaps Jan didn't expect, especially given that he's spending time right now, do you like this opening choice from Hikaru?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that I'm transported back to the time that I was a little kid, back when birthdays were exciting, and in the evening, all the presents would pile up with all the cool, flashy wrapping paper, and I feel like we've just begun opening the presents. You know, that feeling, what are we going to get? You start opening the presents, and they're actually kind of cool. Hikaru has been Mr. Unpredictable. His opening strategy has been largely predicated on that. I mean, the surprises started as early as round 1 against Fabi, that weird Sicilian. He beat Pragg with a very offbeat Queen's Gambit. C4 was met with C5. And here, once again, playing a line that I have never seen from him over the board or online, this Bishop C5 knight E7 line. Now, obviously, this is on Jan's radar, but I think Hikaru is doing exactly what's brought him success thus far this tournament. And the last point I want to make, in terms of a little history, this line is not new. It was first played in 1949 in the German Women's Championship. And it had a smattering of high-level games, but perhaps Anish can correct me on this. I think it really came into fashion in the last couple of years, and now it's kind of a known entity in the Ruy Lopez sphere. I really struggle against this line in Blitz and Bullet because I always play c3, d4, and Black always finds a way to meet that with d5. So maybe we can try to show kind of on a high level why Black puts the knight on e7 as opposed to f6, and why this line contains quite a bit of venom.
Well,
Yeah,
Anish,
Daniel, just
I would say we need you. Go for it.
Yes, I think the variations with d5 you mentioned, I think they happen after c3 instead of short castle. There, the theory goes c3 first. That's a different move than what Jan played. Knight g7, d4. Then Black has to release the central tension, take on d4, c takes d4, give a check on b4. And then the next move is going to be d5. And you get these positions. Now, after castling first, knight g7, c3, which is, something that Jan is definitely considering. Short castle. There are a few different ways of playing, but I think here you're no longer going to take on d4. You're going to try and keep the pawn on e5. I think the line goes knight g6 actually, d4, bishop a7, if I remember correctly, and you you freed that e7 square for the other knight in case of d5. And what happened in the first game on the high level when this line was placed, that was that game of Aryan against Jordan, is Aryan went for d5, knight e7, d6, which is very tempting. You block that c8 bishop, but what happened in the game is that later Jordan castled short and pushed the f-pawn, and eventually the bishop, I think, developed via b7 after b5, bishop b7, and he got lots of activity without touching that d-pawn from d7. So Black can play around the center here. And this is very double-edged stuff. Jan is thinking, I think, given the trend, and since so many players played so many different Spanishes, it is somewhat of an opening failure from Jan's part that he couldn't predict this particular line to come, and he's in deep thought already, while Hikaru clearly is in book and his prep only begun.
And Jan, he responds with c3 after quite a sizable thing. Daniel, I saw you draw the arrow. I was actually wondering, knight takes e5, playing for this center fork. That also seemed like a reasonable try, but c3 is the main line. So this is one of these situations where you're choosing between two possible options, two good options, but this is a principal way to play. It's just trying to strike in the center.
Yeah, this is old reliable. That 1949 game did proceed with knight takes e5. I briefly checked that line, and Black has no problems equalizing there. Hikaru confidently completing the knight maneuver that Anish indicated. So I think we will likely see the position after d4, bishop a7 appear on the board. And one important clarification, why does the bishop drop back to a7 in these types of positions? It's precisely in order to keep the option of playing b7, b5 open, which becomes very important in many lines, such as the one that Anish illustrated. It gives the bishop a much-needed developing square on b7. I'm really excited to see how this game is going to unfold. Will Jan trust his preparation, whatever he prepared in this line, or will he say, wait a second, Hikaru probably spent the entire rest day looking at this line. Maybe I need to take this out of theory.
This is not an easy call. And I've known that this opening has been around for a while, but it's not played that frequently at the highest level. There's some nice wins by players like Lenier Dominguez, who's one of the best prepared players on the planet. And so he's had this from the white side in games of his own. So Anish, as we look, bishop a7 on the board, Hikaru is doing Hikaru things, playing instantly, getting the preparation that he aimed for, and catching his opponent off guard. How do you anticipate Jan continuing from here, not just in terms of the specific moves, though he will appreciate that from you, but also in terms of his mentality, because he probably doesn't want to take too much risk and perhaps lose this game with the white pieces, in which case he's going to be out of the tournament.
Yes, it's hard to get into Jan's head. I don't know what exactly he knows, what he remembers. He has looked at this line for sure. It's not a common guess, but Pragg played it a lot. I faced it against Pragg myself in some game we had online in one of the tour events. So this line has been around, played by players who participate in the tournament. So Jan is ready for it. Now, one thing I want to mention is Hikaru's tournament strategy is very interesting. What you see a lot, there are different ways of approaching these kind of events. So sometimes players stick to one opening. They chosen, okay, I'll play the Berlin defense or something solid, and I'll just stick with it. Or I'll play the Neither, but I'll stick with it. Sometimes, and that is the most common strategy, is players have one main opening, but they have a surprise on the side. That's what Abbasov did. Abbasov, he's playing only the Petrov, but the first game he played the Rosolimo. Now, it's a very common strategy, very clever as well. You pretend that you're going to surprise, but actually you have one main thing. Now, what Hikaru did as the third strategy, that's when you keep surprising players in every game. And that's the most demanding strategy because you have 7 black games and you have to have like 7, potentially 7 surprises ready. And he seems to be doing just that. Every new game, Hikaru is surprising players. First, he played c5, and this e5 kind of Najdorf thing. Then he played c5 g6, different Sicilian. Then he played this e4 e5 business. He surely had some other ideas as well. And yeah, this is a very, very interesting strategy of just keep playing these dubious systems, keep surprising every new game, every new surprise. And Jan has already replied with bishop g5. It's the main move. You provoke this move f6, but black will maybe in the long run anyway push f5. So this weakening is not so crucial in this particular position.
Yep, f6 is forced. I mean, no other reasonable ways to cover the attack. And this is the main line. I wanted to quickly point out, white is likely to drop the bishop back to e3. Having provoked this weakness, Hikaru immediately castles. And just to give people a quick roadmap, what we're likely going to see is d6. And Hikaru's king, one way or the other, is going to slide over to h8, either on its own volition or triggered by a check on b3. And black has this almost King's Indian style approach of preparing f5. I really like this opening choice by Hikaru, not just because I'm partial to unbalanced lines, but because I think he finds the right balance between, yes, taking some risk. This is potentially a dubious line if white plays perfectly, but at the same time, taking the game into territory that might make Jan uncomfortable. Robert, I'm kind of rubbing my hands together. We're in for something real good here. Not just on this board, of course.
Yeah, it was a stylistic choice for Hikaru, not just the opening surprise, but to take some of that dynamics out of the air. So Jan Nepomniachtchi will have his work cut out for him if he is indeed trying to play for more than just a split point. So as we look across in our boards, the openings have just got underway, and we have excitement no matter where we turn. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will dive into the other games that we have not touched on, including co-leader Gukesh. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anjushkiri and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. f5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Back in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada. You can tell it's the weekend. More spectators are up on that balcony, and this is the set of final 2 rounds in both the candidates and the women's candidates. For the first time in history, both events are happening at the same time. If you do want to watch the women's candidates, go over to twitch.tv/chess or the Chess YouTube channel, but we will focus on the candidates here and now. That is Gukesh, who has the white pieces against Ali Reza Firouzja. He shares the lead with both Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, and you see him here on camera. He is focused, he is locked in, and it may seem like he's looking at his opponent's king and queen, but really he's just trying to get an opening advantage. So as we return to our bird's eye view where we can take a peek at all of our 4 games, you look in the bottom right, and Anish, at first glance, I'm not seeing exactly what Gukesh is aiming for, and maybe that's his plan, is to keep it ambiguous, keep more pieces on the board, and then try to maneuver. What's your first take of this game between Gukesh and Firouzja?
Well, I have a strong sense of deja vu because I've definitely seen this before, and that is a very remarkable game between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. And why it is remarkable is because Magnus Carlsen lost with the white pieces. The European Team Championship was many years ago. I played there. I don't recall exactly, something like, I don't know, like 6 years or whatever. But the idea was new back then, this a5 move. And what usually happened is that the white was going for knight c4 sooner or later, and the bishop would go back to c7. But what Levon did is he played a5, knight c4, brought the bishop back to a7. If we can dive into that game and see the consequences of that. So knight came out to c4, bishop went back to a7. Then Magnus proceeded with bishop to g5, pinning the knight. Levon simply went h6, sacrificed this a5 pawn, and after h6, bishop f6, queen f6, knight a5, we had something very similar to this, or this exactly, I do not recall anymore. While black just castled, played rook d8, d5 in the center, the powerful bishop on a7 was active, and Magnus just got crushed in that game. If my memory serves me right, black just won, and it was one of the best games of Levon ever. He beat Magnus Carlsen in style with the black pieces for his team. It was a team tournament, so he played for Armenia. Magnus played for Norway, of course. And this game is very memorable to me, and Alireza probably is well aware of it. But Gukesh seems to be taken by surprise here, and he's taking his time, trying to recollect his prep. Indeed, not sure what exactly he cooked up, but taking that pawn, I think that was not a good idea, and I guess he should do something else.
That's a great memory and a great call out, because you need to remember your great predecessors. Magnus Carlsen, #1 player in the world for over a decade, former world champion. Still a bit strange to say, but either way, that was one of Levon Aronian's best games, and he won with the black piece in a position just like this. But we've had no pawn trades, only a minor piece gone for each side. So I think Gukesh, he is going for a long game. And Danya, I feel like I know what direction you want to take this, because while this position remains quiet, do you want to head back to our game of co-leaders? Because it does look like there's some interesting developments from Hikaru.
Well, the smile on my face is because this position has occurred only once in a blitz game where Peter Leko had the white pieces. But I'm also smiling at the developments in our marquee matchup between Nepo and Nakamura. So a5, an interesting move, but Gukesh versus Firouzja, that's going to be a slow burn, right? That's going to be a classic Ruy Lopez middle game that builds up. Here, the buildup has already happened, and we already have major action in the center of the board. I have to rewind and show people what has just occurred, what is occurring. Hikaru is a piece ahead. No, breaking news. Jan will recapture it on the next move, so you can tamp down your expectations of a quick knockout. But here's the surprise. Bishop e3 happened. We remind you that Jan played the main move, inducing this weakening move f6. Hikaru castled, dropped the king over to h8. Okay. Now the standard move here is d6, which is almost always played. I mentioned this before we went on break. But Hikaru plays a move that's only been featured 3 times in the database. He takes on d4, temporarily yielding white full control of the center. Jan recaptures with the knight. And I believe that after c takes d4, Hikaru's idea would be one and the same. Knight takes d4 is on the board. And I think Hikaru's idea is not to play the timid d6, but instead to ambitiously strike in the center with d7, d5. And this position has only occurred twice. I'm pretty sure that Jan is now kind of officially out of prep. It's not quite a novelty, but Hikaru once again has done his due diligence. He's not at the board, and all early indications is that he's exactly where he wants to be.
And Anish, I mean, Danya just gave us the ins and outs of this position, saying that this is new territory for Jan Nepomniachtchi. That may be the case in your experience at this highest level, even when you're in someone else's preparation in a new position. How do you actually feel from Jan's side? He has not recaptured on d4 yet. Do you think he's going to take with the pawn or the bishop here? And just give us your overall thoughts about this position. Teach us something.
Well, clearly the idea that Danya mentioned, this d5 push, is definitely on the cards. Hikaru started with the move king h8, not rushing with d6. That was a clear indicator that he wants to go d7, d5 in one go. And that could potentially lead to a pawn structure that is better for black in the long term, as white is going to get that isolated weak pawn on d4. But of course, in the short term, white's pieces are much more active. Black also has some weaknesses on the king side. The pawn on f6 now doesn't look all too pretty. So that's the downside. And Jan is contemplating now the capture on d4 with the bishop, and that makes a lot of sense to me. After cd d5, the bishop on e3 looks very passive as a defensive piece. I like bishop d4 optically. I want to get rid of these bishops. I don't want to have that bishop being so passive. I think that's a move that is very much in Jan's style. He likes to keep things simple when surprised, and that's actually a move I expect. The Hikaru doesn't have to take on d4 after that, but I guess that's the idea, and then probably the d5 push. Again, long-term, black has a good pawn structure, but white has very active pieces, better development. I guess Hikaru is still in book, so probably he has found a way with the strong computers how to equalize it, but not more than that. I don't think that black is playing for anything more than equality just yet.
Yeah, and this is a big decision for Jan. I did a little bit of during the break, and actually there's an important clarification if in fact Hikaru wants to follow the path that's already been blazed by these two available games. If Jan recaptures with a pawn, then d7, d5 will ensue. And after e takes d5, an important idea for black is actually not to take back with the queen. There's this common wisdom that the queen is the worst blockader because it's the easiest piece to chase away. And indeed, queen takes d5 runs right into the nasty bishop b3. Instead, black can slide the knight back to e7 and try to recapture with the best blockader. Once that knight comes to d5, black's position is going to look excellent. And this bishop on e3, keep this bishop in mind, because if the bishop is gone, the landscape of the position changes completely and the e-file opens up. From that perspective, as Anish is signaling bishop takes d4 makes sense, this follows a correspondence game from 2022. And in this position, the 2300 with black actually played d6, followed by f6, f5. Which of plans, because if you play d5 in this position, it's a really subtle point, Robert. And, maybe I'm losing the chat, but I really think it's important to get into Jan's head, because this is exactly what he's trying to compare, these two positions with the dark squared bishops or without them. If you play knight e7 here, the e-file is open. White's pieces are going to get super, super active. It's going to be hard to develop this light squared bishop. And yeah, you get the knight to d5. Congratulations. But White's pieces are just way, way too active. So Hikaru actually might push the pawn one square. He might push it two squares. And that uncertainty is really annoying to face if you're Jan. This is a big early decision, and this could really dictate the course of the game.
Anish, if we do get that position where white has the isolated pawn, it kind of reminds me of the game that Hikaru won against Fabiano. But in this particular position, it's even worse from the black side. Not that it's terrible, but because the pawn is on f6 rather than on f7. So when you reflect on these player styles, Anish, and we think about what games we've already seen in the candidates, Hikaru has shown that he's willing to accept the isolated pawn, but here he is trying to play against it if he's able to strike with d5.
Yes, absolutely. And like Danya mentioned, there's also that d6 f5 idea. So black is very flexible, and that is a typical modern kind of approach. You decide on a pawn break depending on the opponent's reply. Against the cd capture, d5 is much more logical. Against bishop takes d4, maybe you go for this d6 f5 idea. And white is more active, but you have to realize these advantages like piece activity, more active position, the time factor. These advantages are very hard for human players to convert. You much rather have a better pawn structure, something long-term, something tangible. Because when you're facing computer preparation, your more active pieces are much harder to exploit. The time factor you have, I mean, when you're facing a computer, and Jan is essentially facing a computer for the upcoming few moves, you're not going to get very far with your time factor. You just want a something more stable. So Jan is not thrilled, and he has a difficult choice right now. He's trying to remember the theory here, but I'm not sure he's aware of this at all. And yeah, he's not thrilled. Probably he is trying to understand the intricacies of this position. A difficult moment. My intuitive feel is that he'll take with the bishop. I mean, optically, I find that move much more pleasing, and I think he will doubt a little, but we'll take with the bishop. We'll be surprised by the move d6. I guess he'll be expecting d5, and we'll take it from there. A very exciting position. Black has potential to take over there for sure as well, because with the knight on g6, f5 push, the rook will get active too. The queen will jump potentially to g5. All the pieces are already facing the king side. There is some sort of a attacking potential for black. Potential, not to get ahead of ourselves, but we could see a 3-result game incoming here.
I agree. I think that Jan is trying not just to do damage control, because he does have an objectively solid position, but he is looking at this: where do I want to steer this game? Do I want to minimize risk, or am I willing to take a few in order to gain winning chances? So while Jan ponders his recapture here, let's zoom out for a second. And actually, Jan did in fact take with the bishop on d4. Good call, Anish. He wants more open lines for his rook. That bishop would have been sitting passively behind his pawn had he taken with the other piece. But let's leave this game for now, because one player, Fabiano Caruana, is looking at that game hoping that there isn't a winner there, because Fabi wants to catch up. And if we look in the top right, Fabi's the black pieces, but my first take, Anish, is that Fabi likes playing these positions from the white side.
Yes, that game Magnus said with Fabi comes to mind in the final of the tour, the live tour final last year, when they had the structure and Fabi won an important must-win game against Magnus. It's a very, very solid kind of position for black. It's very closed. Now, what happened in the opening was quite interesting. Fabi played knight f6 once again, but he tried to surprise Pragg. Just a move after that. So knight f6, bishop c6, dc d3, the most critical approach, keeping the structure closed. And in the first game that Fabiano had in this tournament against Vidit in this line, he played bishop g4, which was very, very ambitious and aggressive, inviting h3, g4, shutting off your own bishop on g6 potentially, but provoking some weaknesses. The computer was quite skeptical of this approach, and clearly Fabiano thought it's too risky to repeat, and for this game he prepared something much more solid. Queen c7 and e5, a lot more grounded, doesn't provoke anything, just tries to get a strong hold in the center with e5. And what you have a lot in these positions is very often they simplify, in fact, because what happens often is white knight comes to c4, and at some point black captures that knight with the light squared bishop, doubling white pawns as well. Both sides have doubled pawns. So, for example, knight c4 here, I can play with white in theory. And if you play knight d7, I can go knight to g5, force that capture. And you have to give up the bishop pair. You do just that, and after bishop takes c4, for example, probably that's the bishop you give, although you could give the other one. But if you take, I can even take dc if I want, and that would really make position a lot more balanced and a lot more boring again, because that whole disbalance is gone, the bishop pair is gone, and the doubled pawns are also now cancelled out, since both sides will have doubled pawns, particularly after dc. After d takes c4, the position will just be very, very dry. So this is a much less ambitious approach from Fabiano, even though it was a Sicilian opening. If Pragg plays it safe, I don't expect Fabi to get winning chances. At the same time, Pragg could himself play it ambitiously, and then, of course, if Pragg lets Fabi to keep those bishops, keep that imbalance on the board, things can get very interesting, and Fabi can get his chances.
An interesting breakdown, Anish, and what a kind of strategically rich position. When we hear the word Sicilian, I think a lot of people just their mental reference is opposite side castling and crazy attacks on both flanks, but that's not always the case. The Rosolimo is one of the more positional variations, but that doesn't mean your eyes should glaze over and you should just assume that this is going to be a maneuvering snooze fest. Even in the line that you showed, things do get very concrete. There might be some early trades, and I find it really interesting that Pragg is delaying the move knight c4. His seventh move was a novelty. I mean, this position is not sort of a theoretical hot button issue in chess. It's already something like 15 games in the database, but Pragg delaying the move knight c4 may be indicating that he wants to maintain maximum flexibility, following Nimzovich's famous axiom that the threat is stronger than the execution. He wants to keep this move in his pocket, maybe even get the knight around Ruy Lopez style to the king side. The next couple of moves will give us a lot of data on how the players arrange their minor pieces. It's going to be a really interesting middle game as we see Fabiano bring his bishop to e7. It is white to play. And in the meantime, Robert, more big developments in Nepo versus Nakamura. Our eyes are just darting across these boards.
Yeah, we are spoiled for choice here. And one quick note I want to make is that this could have been an accidental novelty from Pragg, because usually when you're the one who creates a novelty, your opponent is the one thinking. But Pragg is down on time right now. So I'm not sure if this was intentional, if he mixed up his move order. His position is completely fine. It's closed, but we'll see how this one develops. Let's return to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because Hikaru made a decision, one that we were talking about, but it's possible that he mixed up his variations. So why don't we just dive right back into it, Danya, if we can, because that game, we were talking about d6 in this particular position without the bishops on the board, but instead Hikaru went d5. So I guess, Anish, I'll throw to you here first. When you see the move d5 played, do you like this decision with the rook on e1 happily sitting on what's going to be an open file?
Well, to be honest, by default, I assume d5 is the move. It was only after Danya mentioned the correspondence game with d6 that I even realized that was a possibility at all. d5 is the most obvious approach. Very likely this is still Hikaru's prep, because even though the computer, the bar so-called, is indicating advantage for white, again, the advantage is in the time factor, right? The short-term advantage. And very possibly these piece activity can be neutralized, and black's long-term factors such as pawn structure and rather limited material on the board could mean he is doing all right. I would expect Hikaru to remember his prep well. This is clearly something he's rehearsed the last couple of days. It's one of the most important games in his career. He's definitely doing due diligence, and I would be really surprised if he had mixed this up. He spent very little time on these decisions. I would assume this is still prep, and even if it's not, it's a bluff that is good enough. It looks, to my eye, very decent, his position. I'm not sure Jan is going to be that ambitious here. He's out of book. He is a little bit worried about the pawn structure potentially, because the Soviet chess school, they teach the players about the isolated pawn, be careful, all these Korchnoi-Karpov games and all of that. So I think Jan realizes that it can also get out of hand. So even if Hikaru has mixed something up, this sort of bluff is possibly good enough to get away in this game. I'm not too worried for him at the moment. Position looks decent enough for me. But I guess, maybe some active piece play for white is something that computer fancies.
Well, I think that Daniel Naroditsky also fancies active piece play here, and it feels like white's next few moves are actually quite straightforward. You take on d5, bring a knight to e4, a rook to c1, maybe drop your light-squared bishop back as well, and I feel like black's decisions will be more difficult. So, Danya, you mentioned the move d6 in that correspondence game. Instead, we see d5. This could be a sign of super deep preparation from Hikaru, but even if that's the case, I feel like white's moves are actually relatively straightforward, at least the next few.
That's the thing. I'm trying to wrap my head around not just what appeals to Hikaru about this ensuing position, and we really emphasize the importance of the dark squared bishops being gone and that e-file being open, making it so difficult for black to complete his development. And we'll get to this position in just a moment. But if I may bring up an analysis board very quickly, if we follow that correspondence game, black got a great position. One of those positions where the computer gives a slight edge for white, but there's really nothing objectively. d6 was the move in that game. And after f5, white didn't want to allow the f-file to get opened. So he pushed e5, black blockaded d5, and quickly got this knight around to this beautiful blockading square on e6. This is the kind of position I think Naka would sign up for in a heartbeat. So that's kind of data point one. Data point two is, okay, let's say Jan takes on d5. It's not the only move. Maybe bishop b3 is also on his radar, queen h5. There's a lot of moves to consider. After knight e7, white brings the queen out to f3, very natural move. Knight takes d5, and let's say I play in the most straightforward way possible, knight to e4. What is black's move here?
I was hoping that was rhetorical, but it's not an easy position.
No, it's not.
I mean,
so you are trying to convince us that he mixed up his prep. Is that what you're trying to say?
It's not my place to predict that, but I'm confused. Is all I'm saying.
No, but I tend to agree with you. I have also had a glance at the computer evaluation. I wanted to see the kind of numbers that Hikaru and his coach would have on their screen, and I'm pretty sure from what you say, he did mix it up. In fact, there is one other instructive variation after 14d6, which is likely Hikaru's prep. White can play knight f3, which is super logical. Now, then f5 is not the main move the computer likes, but after knight f3, then computer goes d5 here. and claims that here it is a lot better because after ed knight f4, the knight on f3 is much less well placed than it was on e4 because it's dominated by the f6 pawn. The f6 pawn controls both the active squares, and the queen doesn't have that square on f3, like you point out. So very likely indeed that Hikaru mixed up the d5 with d6 d5 thing, because nowadays that's the thing. Even if you are the one surprising, the kind of giant files you get from your coach, your seconds, they're so large, and there are so many deviations and variations, and you cannot go through everything. And I mean, you can go through everything, but some of it stays in your head, some of it comes out, some of it gets mixed and tangled up. Besides this very position, there are like 20 other such positions in this system. There is the CD option, there is c3 d4 move earlier, there is bishop g5, there's bishop e3 directly. There are so many different lines, and no wonder that Hikaru could mix something up potentially. And if Jan will realize that it's a mix-up and he will call the bluff, things could get very, very dangerous.
He's taken, Robert.
This really looks unpleasant, and what a tricky move order that was. Can you just do a quick little instant replay of that d6, knight f3, d5? Because, I mean, that is as subtle as it gets. Like, you just one square, then put the knight to a worse location, and only then push your pawn to d5 and create that tension in the center. So it's such an easy thing to mix up. The more you explain it, Anish, the better I understand, because that knight on d2, for the moment, it's not well positioned, but it's even worse on f3, and it's best on e4, where it can hop around to squares like c5. So this is just a really fascinating set of preparation. Danya, I mean, the preparation does go deep here, and I'm wondering if Hikaru will react, because he hasn't responded to the capture yet, even though that was White's most natural move. And I'm starting to wonder if he will show any signs of mixing up preparation, or if he'll continue playing ever so quickly.
Yeah, this is pretty concerning. And queen takes d5, a move that we didn't talk about as much as probably we should, because here it makes more sense than with the bishops, than with the bishop on e3, because it does hit the d4 pawn. But the fact still remains. The knight comes out to e4. The bishop drops back to b3. For people who are about to jump on the bandwagon and start dunking on Hikaru for mixing up his prep, first of all, we don't actually know if he mixed up his prep. We can only judge by the position and by the time that he spends in this position. But it's like trying to spell the word recommend. I've looked it up 8,000 times. I know that there's one C and two M, and every time I spell it with two C's and one M. We just assume that these players can separate and sort out these very similar looking lines in their mind, but they are human. And this is just one of 20 possible lines that Jan could have gone down. And imagine this, right? Your second right before the game says, okay, remember that after c takes d4, you need to play d6. If bishop takes d4, then you need to play d6. And if knight f3, then d5. Otherwise, you should keep the pawn on d6 and play f5. If the knight goes to f1, you should still play d5. Otherwise, do play f5 and e5, then you go d5. Okay, so imagine if that's circling around your head 5 minutes before the round. It's a shock that the players don't mix up their opening preparation more than they do. And so if
No,
this
but
goes
Danya,
down
just
the
that.
path we're expecting, it's going to be bad for Black.
Yes, absolutely. The speech you mentioned. I mean, if it was that simple, Hikaru would obviously remember everything. But besides that one position, the coach mentioned 30 other such positions. That's the problem. It's not this. Of course, Hikaru can understand this, but it's not. It's one of 30 different positions that you could get in this kind of line. Not to forget that Jan could play the Italian opening, not just the Spanish, or he could play 1d4. And for everything, you have to be ready. And 1c4 as well. It's something Jan plays. So it is not like it is just one position that you have to remember. You have to remember hundreds of positions for one day, and no wonder Hikaru is thinking. And I think the fact that he's thinking, basically now we have proved mixed it up, because Queen d5 or Knight d4, if he remembered it, he would have played one of the two instantly. But he clearly thinks. At first, he's wondering, strange. This is not the line. Did Jan make a mistake? And I think slowly it will dawn on him that it's not Jan, but it's him who mixed something up here. Because again, if he had one of the moves prepared, he would have played it faster. This position would be the most critical position of his whole file, because this is where computer gives white almost a full pawn advantage. But it's clearly a minor mix-up that could have major consequences. And this is not Hikaru's fault or anything. It happens to everybody. It is just, don't hate the player, hate the game kind of situation.
And I believe everything that you both just said, except Danya. There's no way you don't know how to spell recommend. You read the dictionary. You pretty much write the dictionary. Your vocabulary is, off the wall. So yeah, nobody believes that part of the story, but it is a point well taken. And you see on Hikaru's face right now. He's sitting there. He just looks puzzled and a bit frustrated. And Jan, despite being down on the clock, is the one who left his chair, is going on for a nice walk. He's going to check out the other games. Because how could you not like the look of this position from the white side? If the black queen is dragged out into the center of the board, well, with that knight e4 move, rook c1, the queen will be kicked about. That doesn't look so fun. Let's not forget to mention the black king is tucked in the corner. That makes it look safe. But in some positions, there could be back rank problems. And we know there will be light square problems because, as Ben Feigl says, never play f6. Here that pawn is on f6. That means that you do not have full control of key light squares like the e6 one if that white knight is to jump around. So, Danya, it was a good call, likely mixed up preparation. And you can see on Hikaru, his body language and also the fact that he has not made his reply. I believe he now knows that something is not quite meeting the file.
Yeah, and this is a scary realization. It's one that is relatable to anybody who's prepared for games. You blitz out a bunch of moves, and like Anish said, first you think, yeah, my opponent must have done something wrong. This wasn't in the file. And then it starts dawning on you, no. It was I who did something wrong. And people looking at this position might say, but wait a second. In the first round, Hikaru went for this dubious Sicilian against Fabi, and he got a worse position. But that seemed to be part of his prep. Why couldn't this be part of his prep? The problem is that there's no roadmap to equality. Some positions are objectively worse, but there are certain features in those positions that guide it toward equality. In the first round, it was opposite colored bishops. And if you understand the sort of plans and ideas better than your opponent, you can be very confident that despite like a 0.4 or 0.5 disadvantage, you're going to make that draw. You're going to ultimately equalize. Here, I'm not seeing that roadmap, that clear path to equality. I'm seeing a big initiative for Jan. Maybe queen takes d5 is the lesser evil here. And after knight e4, maybe you go rook d8 and go after the d4 pawn. But it gets very concrete and very, very scary there.
Oof. It sounds scary, and I hear some crying. It likely is how Hikaru is feeling on the
Hikaru fans in the building are panicking. They are panicking. They're seeing the computer evaluation. They're seeing the bar. Hikaru fans are absolutely terrified, and I hear the screams as well, just like you. This is not looking good for Hikaru. But okay, jokes aside. I mean, you guys are all about dynamic play. I'm an old school kind of guy. I really appreciate the good pawn structure. So I don't feel as categorical. For me, it's the eval bar that mostly sort of scares me. The position itself is not something I would be all that concerned about just yet. I do see potential for black to be okay. I just need to develop my bishop. For example, b6, bishop b7 could become a thing at some point. Controlling that c5 square. If I get my bishop out, bring my rooks to the center, I could also just at some point, gradually equalize this position. So I wouldn't be that worried just yet. Plus, you have to realize that Nepo also doesn't know if Hikaru is out of book or not. And with White not being too confident, you could also not play them in the best possible way. So I wouldn't, panic either. I think the bar is only telling half the story. I think the game is still, full-fledged game is ahead of us.
Yeah, but let's say you go queen takes d5. Let's go into some specifics here. And White does play knight to e4. The problem with isolated pawns is a pawn's best friend is another pawn. That way you don't have to use more valuable pieces to defend it. And Black wants to play rook d8 at some point. You would prefer your a8 rook to get over there, but you haven't developed your light square bishop. But if you play rook f8 to d8, I just want to illustrate this back rank problem. Bishop b3, take my pawn on d4. This is a very Danya-like tactic. Queen takes d4, I think, amongst other things, knight g5, because I'm opening up my rook to... Oh, no, knight g5 first. Maybe queen takes d4 also work. But knight g5 threatens knight f7 check. If you do take my queen on d1, I throw in that intermezzo, knight f7 check. Your king has to slide to g8. And I believe I can just take your rook over there on d8 with check. And the best that Black can do is give up the queen on b3, and White just takes back and is in exchange ahead. So that is a losing position for Black. It goes to show that those back rank issues, why knight g5 worked in the first place, Danya, is that if you take my knight, I back rank checkmate you.
Yes, but now that we are in the specifics, let me also defend Hikaru a little bit, be the devil's advocate, if you will. Queen takes d5, knight e4. I'm going to play b6. I'm not going to, I'm not going to just roll over and resign right away.
So you want to fianchetto your bishop, and I'm assuming, Anish, that rook c1, bishop b7. That maybe works out for Black tactically.
No,
that doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the position.
No, I don't think that works. Rook c7 and bishop b3, right? No, but after my main idea after b6 is actually I want to stop knight c5 move. I want to try and dominate that knight on e4, sorry as it sounds. Try to take away all the active squares. So after b6, rook c1, I think I have to go queen d8 back, to be honest. I think the 7 pawn needs protection.
And if I try to press on it with queen c2, Robert, any ideas from you here?
Well, I just feel like we're doing a team battle, whereas the two of us versus Anish over here. And of course, Anish would prefer White's position, as anyone would. Queen c2 looks completely reasonable, just going right after the pawn on c7. I don't see the downside of that. And there are also arguments to be made, as you point out, bishop c6, just attacking the rook in the corner. So Black just isn't fully developed and not coordinated.
Okay, but make your move.
Yeah, Donnie, make a move.
I just want to watch the bar drop as we make moves.
I mean, bishop. I can't decide. Bishop c6 or queen c2. Robert, you remember the team battle. I am never capable of actually making a decision. No, but queen c2 gives up the d4 pawn. Okay, let's start with bishop c6.
Yeah, I'll go rook b8.
Uh-oh. And Danya, you're gonna like this, Danya. Remember that move we played against Fabi and Christian? Queen a4. Because Anish's one idea is to play some kind of bishop b7 or bishop d7, and I'll take away both of his options with one move.
Okay, my idea is actually go knight e7.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, now we need a tactic. We need some wizardry, Robert.
Good luck.
Maybe d5?
Ooh. I like the look of that. Because he can't take it, and if he takes our bishop on c6, we take with the pawn, and this looks so pleasant for White.
Okay, now it's getting a little bit cramped here for Black. I guess taking on d5 is very risky, as I'm probably going to lose the piece on the pin. Taking on c6, yeah, that worries me quite a bit. The d6 break in the long or actually short run is something I'm concerned with, because if you push the d6 and then get the d6 square for the knight, the whole long-term hope that I was talking about is gone for me. So I would imagine here I have to do something very strong. Maybe I can try and go for like a move like a bishop f5. I'm willing to give up. Yeah, the knight g3 bothered me more than taking the a6 pawn. Yeah, no, it's very hard. The d5 move was important, was key, but it was good. I think we should just wait for a moment here and see which move Hikaru will choose, because it's a very critical moment. And knight f4 or queen d5, the two different moves. Both don't solve the problem, but both lead to very different kind of positions. And Hikaru is about to make a move.
Here we go.
Where did it look like he was going to
queen d5
go? Because but I think you're right, but Anish, in all seriousness, with the analysis we were just doing and just making moves that seem natural, Black's moves are extremely hard to play. So right now, Hikaru is still ahead on time by quite a healthy margin, but over the next bunch of moves, he is going to face tremendous difficulties. Even in that one variation, you gave up a pawn just to finish your development, and that's not something that any player wants to do. And I think Jan couldn't have dreamed up a better start to this game.
Yeah, this is bad news, Anish. I mean, knight f4 is the thematic move, right? It's the move that would be listed in a positional textbook. We haven't explored that move. We just don't have the time to look at everything. We should wait for him to move. But knight f4 and knight e7, I think, will lead to the same position because likely White's response will be queen f3 and then knight e4. That position, I think, is even easier for White to play because there you're not even able to play b6 because bishop c6 looks even scarier. Maybe there's a very narrow path to maintaining a playable position, but boy, is that path narrow, and it's more narrow than it is Ditsky. I'll put it that way.
Jeez.
Sorry. I'm not supposed
these
to
kind of
make puns
puns
on my
these
own
days. Guys, by the way, in that line we are looking, just to go back to specifics, as Hikaru is about to capture the d5 pawn with the queen. I'm pretty sure that's the movement he's going for. Maybe I could put a rook to a7. A rook on a7 would defend both the pawns, a6 and c7. I'm not happy with that move, but can we just take a look at that?
Sure. So takes.
Yeah, there's knight e4, b6, rook c1, queen d8, bishop c6, and now rook a7.
Roberto?
It's even worse, huh?
I mean, it looks very unpleasant. Can I still just play?
Yeah, he took with the queen. No, of course it looks unpleasant. I'm just trying to damage control. I mean, I'm not trying to sell this as a dream for Black, but clearly things gone wrong. I'm trying to damage control. Queen a4, I was hoping I'll go for... I don't even know what I was hoping for, to be honest. Yeah, I wanted knight e7, maybe d5 again. Yeah, when the move like d5 comes, that's when you know basically that White is about to transform this temporary factors of active piece play and time into a long-term positional factor. Now here we have a long-term factor with the c6 pawn being a massive asset and already very clear piece activity, which is much more crystallized. Everything's been developed and already mobilized. So this kind of advantage is much easier for a human to convert than for a human to defend against. So things are looking quite bad for Hikaru, especially if we go down that road with bishop c6 and d5. As soon as d5 comes, then I'm just very, very worried for Hikaru. And yeah, Jan is playing well and confidently. I think Jan realized that Hikaru mixed up, and he's got his confidence back. He's really surprised, and Hikaru tries to bluff this one a little bit, but he already spent too much time to sell this as prep.
Can I ask a question that maybe you two can answer? So in these variations, we're looking at b6, but that does create some additional weaknesses on the queen side. Can we play bishop f5 down in, like your highlight there? I'm wondering, how scary does this get? Because bishop b3 from the white side, that feels natural, and eventual knight c5, things like that. But he brings his queen back to d8 on the spot. So he actually, I guess, wanted to maybe avoid the queen getting kicked, but the d5 move we're talking about, Anish, this looks like it's getting worse for Black by the turn.
Yeah, no, but that's the problem with the... when these opening surprises work out really well, it looks amazing, and you're like, okay, why are all these stupid grandmasters playing the Berlin defense all the time? But when this happens, then you're wondering, okay, why don't you just play the Berlin, Why didn't Hikaru just play something solid? Because indeed, this position is very dangerous. I mean, when this d5, d6 idea comes into play, things can get very, 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 very shaky. I'm not sure in what order to execute it, and it's on Jan now to decide, because you also have a move like rook c1 to wait and see, for example, first. You could start, d5 is the most principled, but then maybe the knight from g6 can head to the e5 square, which you can then acquire. e5 is not the most stable square because f4 is there as well. It's not exactly an outpost for the knight, but it is an active square. Maybe knight e5 somewhere is an idea. But looking very, very grim. And now what makes this position sort of bad for Black? Now, the one thing is, of course, the bishop on c8, which is unable to find a good square. But mostly, of course, the weak e6 square, the fact that white can easily control the open e, d, and c files with the rooks, just much better development. The knight potentially, if white knight ever reaches the d6 square after d5, d6, is going to be dominant there. Knight on g6 is also not really where it should be. It should be on d5. But yeah, just there's too many weaknesses. And whenever the pawn is on f6, also potentially the king side is more vulnerable, right? If we ever attack the h7 pawn, for example, it's going to be a... So yeah, all these factors are there. And Jan has a very critical moment right now. His advantage is clearly there. But there are options. And there's certainly options also to go wrong for him. So it's not going to be so simple. And he's taking his moment.
Yeah, and to play devil's advocate a little bit, maybe it's my turn. First of all, I want to make it very clear, to people watching that we're not suggesting that Hikaru was lost or anywhere close to lost, but to have a position like this from 16 moves against a clearly well-prepared Hikaru, that's a big deal. So, I want to make it clear that we're not trying to overstate the case. Hour and 40 minutes for Hikaru, so plenty of time to really hunker down and make Jan work for it. Also, this very irritating decision, do I play quickly? Do I try to cash in my chips? Or do I play Soviet schoolboy style with rook c1? And I'm not really seeing much of a long-lasting advantage if Hikaru can bring the bishop out to f5, maybe push b5 at the right moment. So my intuition is telling me go d5, maybe try to stick a knight on e6 quickly. But Robert, like d5, bishop f5, it looks great for white, but concretely, maybe Hikaru can just weasel out of it tempo for tempo. It's not the kind of position where Jan's going to lean back and think, yeah, the hard work is done. The hard work hasn't even begun yet.
No, the hard work lies ahead. You are suggesting, and it's what Anish said, that it just feels easier to press with white than it is to defend with black. But you know who's playing with the black pieces? Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best defenders in chess history. The amount of positions that people wrote him off in, myself included, I was just completely lost. And then he not just survives but wins. They are countless. So for Hikaru, it's not a good position. It's one that Jan can press without any risk. And that's a key factor here, is that when you have an annoying advantage, but it's one where maybe you can go a little bit too far and it can backfire. That's one where you may start seeing ghosts. But for Jan, there are no ghosts to see here. This is, if anything, Casper the Friendly Ghost, because everything is just pleasant from his point of view. So why don't we leave Jan to it for now, just because we have been diving deeply into this position. Let's step aside to our bird's eye view, because I'm looking at these games here. Fabiano made a big decision to take that knight on c4 in the top right board. He decided to take that knight with his bishop, so no more bishop's advantage. He's rerouting his knight back to f8. And then in the bottom right, Gukesh didn't go for that a5 that Anish made a comment about in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. So, Danya, I'll let you take the steering wheel. Do you want to go to Fabi and Pragg or Firouzja and Gukesh?
Well, I'm going to pass it right over to Anish, but I will say I'm surprised that the eval bar seems to be slightly in black's favor on the bottom right. To my kind of basic eyes, it looks quite nice, quite imposing for white. The knight coming to f5, the bishop coming to g5, but maybe I've just played too much bullet, and maybe there's a concrete resource such as d5 that changes the nature of the position on the top right. That seems to be the juiciest position for me, because they went down the line that Anish indicated, and knight f8 by Fabi. That's a very, very deep move. I don't know if it's a good move, a bad move. It's definitely a profound one as the knight tries to eventually reroute toward the center. Anish, I think we got a time to look at one more game quickly before the break. What suits your fancy?
Yeah, let's examine the position of Gukesh, because the bar seems to suggest that he's worse with the white pieces, which is very rare. So let's take a look at that. Now, the reason why the bar is not happy, now, I understand, of course, that he has a better version of theoretical position. Now, normally you have this position with the bishop on c7. Now the bishop is on a7, which is, of course, a lot better. I understand that, but I wouldn't think that is enough for black to already be better. Like you say, I think knight f5 is coming, bishop g5 is coming. And I know that even knight f5, even bishop takes f5, that's rarely a real issue for black, because the bishop is very powerful on a7, and this bishop pair is not worth too much, since the dark square bishops, they usually neutralize each other. But yeah, I'm a little confused as to why black is doing already that well, and I'm curious to see what concrete variations computer has in mind. The move a4, by the way, keep that in mind. The move a4 is there, which pushes your bishop away to a passive square on c2. But even then, I still wouldn't think that white has misplayed it enough to really be worse here. That surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, you can also start with d5, Robert. Something
yeah,
to
but
explore.
let's say d5, knight f5, a4, bishop c2, and then why is white exactly worse?
I think importantly, and Don, you can make these moves here for d5, knight f5. Like, it doesn't look to be a position where black is better, and neither player is looking at this. And with an engine, of course, they're sitting there trying to use their brains. But maybe there's a problem here if we take on e4 first and then take on f5. If you take with the queen on f5, there's queen d3 ideas. Is that what black is relying on? Because you get active extremely quickly, and a4 becomes a huge threat, trapping in some positions that bishop on b3 and rookie 1 a4. Is that just where we're going? And just kind of pushing all of white's pieces back.
d5 played, by the way, as we speak.
So how does it proceed? Bishop d1?
I'll just show for the folks at home why this is undesirable. Bishop f2 wins the bishop back. e4 is going to hang. So white tries to keep the bishop pair.
a3 or what?
Woo-hoo.
Or something more. a3, I guess, right? What else?
Boom. This is nasty.
Anish, let me ask you a question, Anish.
Queen f3 or something? Like, white is really worse here? Queen f3 maybe? Okay, AB is a nice intermezzo, by the way, because you have BA queen.
That's true, but I was going to ask you a question, because even if this isn't that bad for white, nobody aims for this position in your preparation. There's no universe where Gukesh wanted to allow black all that activity.
No, I mean, him didn't check the a5 bishop a7 idea, or he forgot about it. Clearly, that this idea of Levon, and you mentioned that it wasn't in the base. I can imagine the white knight was maybe on a3 in that game, so maybe it was slightly different move order. But a5 bishop a7, that idea was for sure played by Levon. This I remember that for sure. So maybe Gukesh missed that in his preparation, and he's playing in the same way as he plays against the bishop c7 idea, where white has a much better version because the bishop is much more passive. So Gukesh clearly wasn't aiming for quite that. But again, it's very important for the tournament standing whether Gukesh is going to lose or draw this game. So it will be quite crucial whether that line we went down, whether that line holds for white, or if black's advantage is really serious. Intuitively, I don't think the players. Okay, Alireza is a very ambitious player, but I don't think he would think that he's already playing for advantage. It shouldn't be the case. You know, you played the Berlin, white played reasonable moves, routed the knight. Shouldn't really be better for you, but who knows? I mean, if Gukesh loses this game, that will be a big one. I mean, that's a blow. That's basically a deadly blow to his chances. And if we imagine that he would lose and Nepo would win, then it's pretty much end of the road for Gukesh. Although there still is a chance that Gukesh wins tomorrow and Nepo loses tomorrow, so it's not completely gone. But of course, this game is critical. I don't expect Gukesh to lose this, of course, but the fact that the bar is dipping below the middle, that is something his fans are not going to be happy to see.
For sure. That was a lovely take. I wanted to spotlight very quickly two details for people watching who might be confused. Counting the attackers, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers on that square and only 3 defenders. Is this a pawn sack? Not really, in my understanding, because of this very important intermediate move, a4. This is the resource we keep coming back to, and bishop takes a4 in this version simply drops a piece. Bishop takes c3. Exposes the attack on the bishop. The other thing is, you might say, well, why didn't black then start with a4? Because that's a cool move to make. But after bishop c2, this really epitomizes the level of subtlety that these players are wrestling with in these positions. If we go down the line that Anish so expertly uncovered after knight f5, trade on e4, trade on f5, put a queen on d. Wait, whoa. What's this bishop on c2 doing? Who sent it there? Why is it there? Why is it not on b3? Well, you sent it there. We played a4. And that is why making these tempting moves that look good, that make you feel cool for a move, that's not what 2750 plus chess is all about. It's about appreciating these subtleties, which taken together really elevate these players' chess to a beautiful level. There's a lot to ponder here, literally and figuratively, Robert, for both players.
A ponder. That was a good pun there, Danya. I heard it, but this move d5, it's perfectly timed for Alireza. Perhaps not perfectly timed for the many Gukesh fans out there, because Gukesh, in a way, had a pretty great pairing. White against a wounded Alireza Firouzja. You would hope, if you're his fan, that he could strike and keep Alireza down and lift himself up. But if Gukesh does get in trouble in this game, that's the worst possible news, especially with Jan having a nice position. So Jan, speaking of him, it looks like he has made his move, and it wasn't one of the suggestions that we made, but his position is so pleasant that perhaps if we bring up our bird's eye view or dive right into the game immediately, we can see that Jan's move leaves him with the better position in the top left. He retreated his bishop from a4, where it was offside, maybe wasn't doing as much as he would have preferred, but now he's aiming towards the black king side. Can't really fault him for the move that he made, but Anish, when you see that position,
I would
you fault him.
That move. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a very soft move, I think. Bishop c2. There were a lot more aggressive options, d5 and knight c5. A lot more urgent kind of ideas. Bishop c2 is improving the position of the bishop, but black gets time now. I have this b6 obsession. I really like the move b6 here more so than anywhere else, because you don't have bishop c6 move. And I think, Hikaru, of course, his position is still not very pleasant. All these things like the weak e6 square and d5, d6 is still coming, by the way, after b6 too. But as he gets to develop that bishop, perhaps he can finish the development. Well, not easy, by the way. After b6, d5, what is exactly maybe bishop f5? Maybe that's the way to develop.
Even starting with f5.
Oh, yeah, f5. That's I'm going to push the f5. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. b6, d5, and then f5.
Bishop c2 is just bad. I mean, it's just a bad move, and it feels like Jan maybe didn't sense the extent to which he had Hikaru on the ropes, Robert.
Yeah, it's easier when you have the evaluation board off to the side. You look at this position and you say, white is still slightly better no matter what variation you go down, but you don't necessarily think white is much better, and in a position where black could go wrong to the point where you're losing in a few turns. So for Jan, bishop c2 was a soft move, as Anish put it, but it's one that you can understand why he made it, and Hikaru still has his work cut out for him, because a move like f5, that's a huge decision. You're leaving behind so many weak squares, but gaining some activity for your own pieces. b6, makes a lot of sense, as Anish pointed out. So, Anish, I do want to ask you just sort of your final thoughts about the opening stages of this game and also the others that you've seen to this point.
Well, it's kind of hard to argue with the bar there. My expert opinion is that that Jan has a 0.3 advantage. But jokes aside, clearly things have gone wrong for Hikaru, but not as wrong as they could have gone. Bishop c2, again, not to repeat myself, was a little bit soft, so maybe Hikaru will be able to set up a defensive construction and get away with this one. Clearly opening has gone wrong for Gukesh, but has it gone wrong enough to lose? I doubt that. I think the balance should not have been too much distorted. And Pragg's position is very solid. I think he has regained the bishop pair. I don't expect Fabiano to get winning chances in this game, and I'm not thrilled for Fabiano's overall chances in the tournament. He's not going to win if he's not going to win this game. So not too excited as a Fabiano fan here. A little bit worried as a Hikaru fan. Slightly concerned as a Gukesh fan, and the things are looking overall probably best for Nepo right now.
Okay, well, you heard it from the one and only Anish Giri. Anish, I know you've got to put your children to bed, but we hope that you stay up late, get on Twitter or X or whatever you call it these days. But, we love to hear your thoughts. Everyone appreciates it. So we're going to take a quick break. When we return, unfortunately, Anish won't be here with us. He's got to go on to other things. But this is the penultimate round of the candidates, round 13, and we'll bring you coverage the rest of the way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
What's up, y'all? This is Chittle Bear Awazier, otherwise known as Cheeto, here with big brothers and big sisters and chess.com at St. Boniface School. We're here to play some chess, have some fun, give out some lessons, and just have a great day here. So we really appreciate all the people that's involved in this. We're gonna have a great day. So, the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters organizations collaborating, I think means a lot. Whether we choose to or not, as football players or as entertainers, we become somebody's role model. We don't have to make that choice, but that choice is made for us because we're doing something that a lot of kids want to do. So we have a responsibility as well to kind of live a good life so that they can see that. And, Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating with the NFL gives us a chance to impact these kids directly. Come to their schools, come to their houses, help in the community so that they can see what it looks like to get to where they want to go. And also just grown men who maybe you watched on TV come, and it humanizes them. And now they're saying the same things that your parents or your teachers or your community leaders are saying. It kind of hits home a little bit harder. So I really appreciate the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating.
We've made a trade. Danya and I are joined by Levy Rosman, aka Gotham Chess. Levy, welcome to the party. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I just watched about 2 hours of probably the best commentary trio I've ever seen. And, not all sports teams make trades you like. So I'm the new guy here and, hopefully I fit in quite well and I do my part.
Hey, well, we're happy to have you, and it has been an exciting start to the round. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces against co-leader Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, we have Jan here on camera. He's gotten off to a good start, but it was Hikaru who came up with the preparation. So I want to let everybody in on what the chess.com statisticians had to say, because before the round, they thought that Hikaru was this heavy favorite compared to Gukesh and Jan, who were tied with him. Levy, did you agree with this? 40% for Hikaru entering this round? To me, that seems high.
I'm going to be honest. I love sports statistics and I love reading stats about the sports that I'm interested in particular. I have this weird theory that nobody understands chess statistics. I look at this stuff just like you, Robert, and I kind of go, how did they think? How is it 40%? Because 40% is enormous. That means if we simulate the candidates, that many times, he wins 2 out of every 5. That's kind of wild. But hey, I'm all for it. I've been team Hikaru since the tournament began. Everybody's got to pick somebody they want to win. But no, it's very exciting stuff.
It is indeed, and I think it's based on ratings entering the event, but some players have performed well above that, and some, unfortunately for them, have not been able to shine on this big stage. But let's go to our bird's eye view, because we have 3 games involving our co-leaders and Fabiano Caruana, who is a half point behind. Danya, why don't you pick the game that you would like to take us to, because I see on the top left, Hikaru did play the move F5 to kick the white knight out, and then in the top right, I see Pragg has brought his queen out and might be getting aggressive against Fabiano.
Well, first of all, Robert, thanks for not asking me about the statistics, because, as a history major and as someone who hasn't really made it past 3rd grade, I like those graphs just because there's lots of colors and, wavy lines and cool numbers. But there's also a lot of cool positions. We see pretty big developments as Hikaru goes down precisely the line that we think minimizes White's advantage, making Jan regret that one slow move, the bishop dropping back to c2. For those who just joined, first of all, welcome to the party. We hope you stay and you've come at a great time. Jan Nepomniachtchi potentially had Hikaru Nakamura on the ropes, but maybe just for a single move. He dropped his bishop back to c2, and now Hikaru might be back on track. So that's a game that I'm still looking at. I can't take my eyes away from it. I definitely want to do justice to the Pragg Caruana game, but perhaps a quick update is in order here. This is definitely where the action is happening right now. And if Hikaru follows up with b6, as we expect him to do, trying to goad this knight into dropping it to e6, I think that trade, followed by something like knight g6 to f4, really doesn't look bad at all for black. Am I missing something? I mean, Levy, what are your thoughts on the arc of this game and on what's happened here in the last couple of moves? Is we saw Jan not play d5, not play bishop knight c5, but instead make this slow improving move. Has this let Hikaru right back into the game?
I think for me, the last 2 to 3 moves were sort of the embodiment of the great eval bar debate of chess commentary, where I was watching the game from the comfort of my own living room, and I also saw that it was a plus 0.9, +1 advantage on every major computer in the world. And so what we try to do there is we try to reverse engineer, right? We try to say, well, how did we get there? And then what was the actual little mistake Hikaru made? And I believe it was the move order. I'm not sure if you guys covered that because I stepped out for a moment, so I don't want to sound repetitive, but he had to play b6 and then queen d8, right? That was the idea, but he played queen d8 first. So I tried to reverse engineer it. I couldn't really get it done, and clearly neither could Jan, right? He played bishop to c2. The idea was pawn to d5. Nobody is quite sure why. I mean, it will take kind of a team of doctors, in this case, chess doctors, to understand the difference between that. Jan didn't figure it out, and now Hikaru has to play energetically. I was nervous for a second, for sure, when I saw the bar. But, Robert, it really was just a matter of looking at the bar. I mean, I was not quite understanding why it was plus 0.9. I still kind of think that Black has to make a few key correct decisions, and it's not over.
No, it's definitely not over. I think that Hikaru, he's not in groveling territory. It's not that bad for Black, but any top Grandmaster would take this position from the white side because Black is the one who has quite a lot to prove to make sure that you can shore up your weaknesses and then try to get much needed activity of your own. Look at Black's pieces. They're all on that last rank, except for that knight on g6. There's a pawn on f5 that in the future could be a weakness. There's a bishop on c2 already staring in that direction. So I feel like for Hikaru, his position is not fun to play, even if it objectively is all right. But I actually want to ask you a few questions because you were in Toronto. You interviewed all the players before the event. Of course, now you're taking it from afar in all the action now. But when you were there and interviewing the players, did you get a sense from Jan Nepomniachtchi that like he just believes in himself every candidates tournament? Because so many people would have crumbled after losing world championship matches, and yet he brings his best each and every candidates he plays in.
I asked him about that when I interviewed him, and it's kind of a strange question to ask chess players about some of the biggest, like, let's just call them shortcomings or the biggest, I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat the word failure. Like it was either you win the world championship or you don't. It's very binary. It's not like you just easily qualify for another one. Although we are two rounds away from exactly that situation potentially. And I was shocked when he told me he recovered from the world championship against Ding in like a few days. I was like, what? Excuse me? Like, I think of a blunder in a bullet game from like 3 days ago. I don't even, for the world championship. But Jan kind of gives that impression. And when you talk to him, he's very humble. You look at the comments on the interview, a lot of people are like, they really love Jan's answers, very refreshing. But the same goes for Hikaru. Like, and I know, Danya, you made the point earlier in the candidates about you don't quite buy all of the stuff, like the world championship isn't, as big of an impact as streaming and the content creation, all that stuff. And everybody might have their own different mechanism of coming to terms with how important this thing is. But I'll tell you, it's definitely tense in there right now. They both definitely really want it. And I mean, how can we just say the script writers couldn't have made this any better? Like, there's a world in which tomorrow Nepo and Fabi play with 8 points each, and Gukesh and Hikaru play with 8 points each. It's just unbelievable. Like,
this candidates, man, from every perspective, no matter how the games today go, even if we have a clear leader going to the final round, great. That means there's a big X on his back and we see his opponent taking massive risks. And Levy, hats off to you for doing those interviews. It's not easy to do, one interview after another and get some of these players to talk and come out of their shell. And you did a great job of that. I enjoyed a lot of them. So this position, maximum tension for both players. You can see Nepo makes a move, he gets up. Hikaru makes a move, he gets up. They want to look at anything else but the position. I wanted to bring it back for a moment to the position on the board and maybe take a stab at assembling that team of doctors and trying to explain why it was so important in this position to push d5, to take the opportunity and shove that pawn one square further. One good method of trying to determine why a particular move order is important is to ask, okay, if your opponent plays exactly the same moves that he played after the game move, why is that bad? Why is the correct move an improvement? At which point is there a deviation? That can yield a lot of data about why the correct move is important. So if we look at d5, if Hikaru plays the same way that he's played in the game, if he plays f5, presumably the knight jumps to c5. And now if he plays the move b6, which we're expecting, it's likely that he plays it. In this position with the bishop still on a4, white has a host of additional options. First of all, you can put the bishop on c6, intermediate move, force the rook to an awkward square. And now after knight e6, bishop e6, both after rook takes e6, but especially after d takes e6, this position is very juicy. Just look at that pawn, look at that bishop. This is total domination. Now we go to the game position. After this bishop c2 move, f5, knight c5, Hikaru is about to make a move. If he plays b6, well, Jan will still play knight e6. Hikaru will still take on e6. You can't take back with the pawn. And if you take with the rook, that rook is now very easy to chase away with knight f4. Black can follow up with queen g5. And Robert, the last thing I'll say, I would compare this almost to the Pragg Nepo game, where Pragg has this big advantage. He doesn't relinquish it entirely. He's still better, more pleasant. But compared to what he had, Hikaru's got to be feeling at least somewhat relieved.
He will be feeling relieved because for Hikaru, he cannot afford to lose this game. He shares the lead with two other players, and one of them is his opponent. So that would be a full point of separation between them. And you mentioned Pragg, so I actually want to zoom away from this game for a moment. If we can bring up our bird's eye view, because Pragg himself is in one of these important clashes. On the top right-hand side of our screen, he's squaring off against Fabiano Caruana, and Fabi needs to beat, it would seem, Pragg unless the trajectory of the games goes his way. If Gukesh doesn't win, and if Jan and Hikaru draw, then even a draw keeps Fabi in the race. But I just want to point out, if we can bring up his board in full view, that Fabi just winning this with H5, and Levy, I mean, we know these players super well. Pragg undoubtedly disappointed that he no longer has a chance at winning this whole thing, but he fights each and every game. It seems like Fabiano is ready for whatever fight lays ahead. He's throwing his pawn up the board, and I believe you would tell your viewers to castle their kings, but these top players, they don't want any part of that.
No, they give me some flack for that as well. I like to play a lot of openings. I keep my king in the center. I do want to, I know we have this game on the screen. I'm just going to quickly say, there's a moment Danya was talking, and Hikaru actually was about to play the move B6 like 5 minutes ago. And he's still, we don't have to toggle over there. I'm just saying he's been thinking another 5 minutes. He's double checking everything. Robert, you know Fabi pretty well. This is the third time in this event, if I'm not mistaken, he played this knight f6 Rossalimo. And generally, we haven't seen that at this tournament. Like, it's unless it's the Petrov. So he trusts his preparation quite a lot, right? And he played this way because he's trying to win this game. I mean, he is not like and if it's going to be a draw, it's going to be a long fight. And that I find very, very interesting. Like he's sensing that this is the moment. He's playing someone that is not playing for a lot, and he senses that it's time to fight for that full point.
Yeah, I do know Fabi very well. We've worked together in the past, and for him, he has deep preparation. But I think sometimes when people hear that, they think that means he can't do things on the fly, that he can't improvise, and that's certainly not the case. And Fabiano in this game, he's throwing his H-pawn forward. He may need to take some risks if he's trying to win this game. And currently the white queen is under attack. I don't know where the queen is going to head, but Levy,
like
to your point, yeah, that queen can go up the board. But I guess I'm going to throw it to you, Danya. Based on what Levy is saying and based on what we're talking about with respect to Fabi, this position is very closed. And when you want to win games, you often don't want close positions like this because, Danya, where are these winning chances suddenly going to appear from?
Yeah, and I don't want to tamp down the excitement from Fabi's last move. I think it's an exciting move, but I also want to be honest about the intentions behind a move. And when people see H5, they assume tactics, attack. Now, wait a second. I think this move is largely positional, sort of. He's making Pragg commit. And queen f5, good call, Levy, has indeed appeared on the board. Now the f7 pawn is hanging. So it's a move that grabs space. It checks a couple of positional boxes. And now there's another big positional decision to make. Will Fabi play the forbidden move f6, which will likely trigger a further series of exchanges? We could get a queen trade. F6, I'll put this on the board. So this is one possibility. Now knight e6 is, the move that your hand wants to play. Knight takes e6, queen takes e6, queen d7 will force a queen trade, and we'll get a very interesting imbalanced endgame. Not imbalanced in the sense of material left on the board. In fact, it's completely balanced. But structurally speaking, both sides have a lot of kind of enterprising plans and pawn breaks. The other big move here is bishop takes g5. So if Fabi wants to take more risks, if in fact he's willing to burn some bridges and keep winning chances alive, he's going to make the second move. And after bishop g5, now you have an actual material imbalance. You have the classic bishop versus knight. That knight is sitting pretty on e6, but the placement of the minor pieces doesn't tell the whole story. White's also got a lot of assets working for him. The queen is active. The bishop is also quite nice on e3. How do you even approach a decision like this? Robert, I'll bounce it back to you. And Levy, obviously, I'd like to know your take. You called queen f5. Robert, this is going to be really interesting to observe how Fabi goes about this early positional decision.
I think part of his decision making will be looking at other boards because if he draws this game, he actually could be eliminated from contention. At the top of the show, we said what's at stake. If Fabi draws his game and then Gukesh draws and Hikaru wins, Fabi does not have a chance to catch up anymore because he'll be trailing Hikaru by a full point and then Gukesh by half a point, and those two play each other. So no matter what, someone will be out of reach for him. So Fabi needs to keep a close eye on the other games. And Levy, you started the event live in the playing hall. It's not a very big one. And so it's not a far walk to check out those other games. You have to imagine the tension is at an all-time high because no longer can Fabiano just be objective. He may have to take some huge risk if he sees those other games getting in the player's favor that he's trying to chase down.
Is that just hype or is that for real? I mean, especially because, right, like, because there's going to be a point. I didn't think about it that way. I suppose, yeah, if a certain set of results happens, then Fabi's out. So, wow, he has to play 2 games at the same time. That sucks. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, we have all these matrix. I mean, poor Fabi, look at all that criteria.
Well, when you start behind other players, and what this boils down to is if Fabiano loses, he's done. If Fabiano draws and the combination of Gukesh and Hikaru score 1.5 out of 2 in this round between them, he's also eliminated from first place. So Fabiano, he can't just make a draw and then have chances in the last round. Not if, say, Hikaru draws and Gukesh wins. A draw will not be a good result. And that is horrible when you're a player, Levy. You do not want to leave it up to other people's hands.
You could see an AI reading that. Loss or draw plus Nakamura win plus Gukesh win draw or draw. Gukesh win. Like, just play your game, man. But you make a great point, and I really did not think of it that way. And the truth is, guys, you just said it is a close position. The position looks exciting because, to the amateur's eye, queen takes f7 is nearly checkmate, and Pragg has an attack. But we might be a few moves away from a rook endgame, and that's not a rook endgame black can win. And it's also not a rook endgame black is probably going to take massive risk and try to lose. So, yeah, very different games, huh? Nakamura Nepo just like wide open shootout, like rooks and bishops and knights dancing all over the place, and Fabi and Pragg involved in a very kind of close game. Am I allowed to direct traffic? How about that Gukesh game? What happened after d5? We went back to c2 with the bishop, yeah?
Wow. Simultaneous moves on several boards. Bishop to d6 was Fabi's choice. So he deviates from the obvious moves and plays a third option. You're like, Thai food or Italian food? No. Give me some Ethiopian. Bishop to d6 is an interesting move. Keeps the tension on the board. We don't have to jump to that game. Definitely, I want to check into Gukesh, but the queen on c7 guards f7. I think it's a move which keeps the approximate status quo, and Fabi definitely taking the riskier approach as we expect. In the meantime, Hikaru has decided on b6 after taking those additional few minutes, double checking the concrete calculations. So we'll bring you more updates when Xian puts his knight on e6. But in the meantime, g6 is a very committal move by Alireza Firouzja. It's committal. I also think it's very good. And sometimes the most straightforward moves are the most powerful and the hardest to deal with. He's telegraphing the intention of his move. He's saying, I've got one idea. I am restricting your knight on e3. I am preventing the knight from jumping into f5. And once white is robbed of this idea, it's very hard to find a reason that you've positioned the pieces the way that you have, because the bishop on c1 is complaining, what about me? Can I jump over the knight and get to g5? The bishop on c2 is also kind of passive. I'm beginning to understand why Alireza's position might be just a smidge preferable. Robert, this is the kind of position where the ball is definitely in Gukesh's court, both in terms of the tournament situation. He's got the white pieces, have to find a way to put pressure, but you also have to keep in mind, don't do anything crazy and lose the game. There's so many factors at play here, and I'm not envious of his situation right now.
Well, at first I was just thinking of some injera and maybe some what and just some delicious Ethiopian food. But now that I have to look at this position, it does not look that appetizing from the white side. Levy, as you look at this, it kind of feels like a bit of guess the elo, and I wouldn't expect this to be super grandmaster preparation from white. I mean, your bishop on c2, it's staring into its own pawns. The bishop on c1 is stuck at home, can't develop. The knight on e3, it looks kind of good, but it has absolutely nowhere to go after black's last move, taking away its only available forward jump. So Levy, I mean, this is not what we would expect from Gukesh, at least not what he wanted. As you look at this position, do you think Ali Reza, he's got a good chance to play spoiler here?
I think it's probably way too early to tell. Like I look at the position, and I think right before I had stepped away before joining you guys, yeah, I saw bishop c2 g6. That's what the computer said, and it all makes sense to me. But what is wrong with white playing like rook e1, h3, bringing the knight back to f1 to g3, or even at that point threatening to move the dark squared bishop out? Like, to me, it feels just like a very slow maneuvering game, right? And on the black side, you have a guy in Ali Reza who might start a fight. I don't actually know what black's plan is. Like, is it bishop to e6? Can somebody counteract my moves? Like, let's say rook e1 hypothetically. Where's black going on that next move?
Bishop e6 looks reasonable to me. Yeah. Danya, what about you?
Bishop e6, I was thinking rook e8, but bishop e6 definitely the last box to check developmentally. So Levy, h3?
h3? I don't know. I just don't want to allow some bishop g4. Maybe you can go without it. I don't know. Like and what did he play? Did he play? He made a move?
On the
he
board.
played rook e1. Okay. There we go. I am now redeemed. You lost about 450 elo when I joined the commentary. Not average, but from one side. And yeah, okay, he played rook e1. But okay, yeah, let's continue going down here. So h3 is, I like it. I think it's pretty thematic. Sometimes the knight can even go via h2, right? But this is far from over. I don't really believe this minus 0.2 stuff, like from the computer. I think it's just a game. Like, what's black's next move after h3?
That's one of my favorite sounds, the Danya contemplating what next. Danya, if I'm reading your sound correctly, you were thinking about d4 from black and whether or not pushing the pawn is smart?
That's exactly what I'm trying to decide. Not just whether it's smart, but when to time the move. I just, one of the most annoying things in chess, you have a move, you have to consider it on every turn, and you have to time it correctly. In general, I agree completely with Levy. I think this position is equal, and saying, well, black is just a better is, purely semantic. It's a double-edged position where both sides are going to try to make these incremental improvements, and eventually we're going to get a direct clash, and the side that has prepared better is going to emerge victorious. But my inclination is to play d4 and then maybe drop the knight back, maybe even prepare f5, but it's definitely not a move that you make lightly. Levy, knight can drop back, it can go to g4.
I was really hoping you would say Robert's name, because after the move d4, the position gets very complicated. And yeah, that's where Gukesh will spend a lot of time. I mean, I never know. Do you take on d4 in these positions? Like cd4, I mean, ed4 looks incorrect by black because you block all your pieces. So, are you taking with the bishop? Okay, so then I don't want to allow that. So then where do I move my knight? Do I move it to d1? I mean, that's f1, g3. I don't...
It's like that game, Whammy, the old game show where you have to press the button and you hope it doesn't stop on the whammy.
Oh, yeah. I saw that recently on...
That's my luck also, it's called.
Where are we going here with this knight?
No, just kidding.
That was the whole reason he went g6, right? If that's possible, it's bad news.
Maybe backwards, just retreating the knight to f1, and doesn't look particularly great. I didn't want to go to g4 because I thought black could probably just take it, and it's another weakness to potentially worry about. And this is a closed position, so I am with both you that it's not bad for white in the sense that Gukesh is in danger of losing, but the worst case for him is if there's a win on the Nepo Nakamura board, because if he can only draw and one of them win, then you look at Gukesh's last round pairing, he's got the black pieces against Hikaru, so especially if Hikaru were to win, that seems like a miserable pairing. So Gukesh is one of the players who, if he draws, he is not going to be eliminated, of course. But you just have to play this game in front of you and then also think about those last round pairings and who might be in the lead. It's not a comfortable position for a chess player to be in.
I have a question. Let's say this knight f1 happens. All of this happens. Once the knight goes back to f1, if black takes on c3, let's just throw that on the board, like dc, bc, I'm pretty sure Gukesh is quite happy. And then he can trade the bishop. He can also prepare d3 to d4 slowly. Also, he has like bishop g5 and bishop h6 type of ideas. So I think there's still plenty of chances for the position to transform in a way that will make fans of Gukesh very happy, and maybe Gukesh himself very happy. I think there's still plenty of fight ahead. It's a very tense position. We'll see if Alireza goes for d4 ideas, or if he kind of keeps the tension, he doesn't force anything with d4, or if he prepares f7, f5, Daniel, like you said. It's still so many possibilities ahead. And they both have about 60 minutes to make 25 moves. And also, I think these are two of the most prone time trouble players in the tournament, no?
Yeah, I mean, Vidit, of course, has something to say, but Alireza and Gukesh, they had perhaps the craziest time scramble of the tournament. Where Gukesh got mated right as he made time control. And this is exactly the kind of position where it's not that the price of a move is that high. It's not that if you play, bishop e6 versus d4, that's going to be the game-changing decision. It's just that there's so many factors to take in. These players strive for perfection, and you can easily burn 10, 15 minutes per move. You do that 2-3 moves, you're down to 30 minutes. That's exactly how it happens. And your point is well taken, Levy. The battle is still ahead. There's big decisions to be made in the next few moves by both players, and we should just kind of take a back seat and watch this unfold.
Guys, why, I don't know if we can pull up Nakamura Nepo for a second, but Hikaru played b6, and Jan is still thinking, and I don't quite understand about what. Does he have anything else except moving the knight to... Is he thinking about queen f3? Is that the only other option? Because I thought knight c5, you're going to e6. I mean, I didn't expect you go to a4 or b3. It must be queen f3, right? Wait, he's thinking 10 minutes. That wasn't a 5. That was...
Yeah, that's really strange, Levy. Your point is a good one, because I'm looking at this position, and your knight's under attack. You want to move it, and e6 is a vulnerable square. But your queen f3 idea, it does hit the rook in the corner, but it's not like moving the rook over is that big of a deal for black. You just slide out the way, and then the d4 pawn is loose. So, Danya, if you could just put that on the board, right? Like queen f3, rook slides safely to b8, knight to e6, knight chop chop, and then the d4 pawn is hanging. So it does seem weird that Jan is thinking here, because knight e6 does feel automatic. And Donnie, you just played Bullet Brawl and won it today. If he were playing a bullet game, he would have played knight e6 in an instant.
Well, there is actually still the line continues for a couple moves. There is rook takes g6 here, which almost leads to mate. Unfortunately, after queen h3, king g8, you would have preferred for these moves to be played in the other order. Bishop b3, king h8, queen h3 would have been mate. Here, black can block with the rook. Why do we have extra material? So that we can sacrifice it back, at least some of it. And once the smoke finally clears, black is simply up a pawn. This would be a nightmare scenario. Jan has to defend a pawn down position for the rest of the game. So that isn't particularly hard to calculate. Okay, you double check it. Let's say that's 2 minutes of thinking time. He's thinking now for 11. It could be one of two things. It could be that something really bothers him about knight e6. It could be that he's afraid he's worse after it takes a knight f4. Now, we know he's not worse, but hopefully he doesn't. And if, in fact, that is the case, then he might drop the knight back to b3 or back to d3 and backpedal. The second option is that he's recognizing that things have gone wrong in general. Maybe thinking back to the previous move. We've all done it, Robert, Levy. You can confirm. It just happens. Your brain goes back like your tongue searching for your tooth falls out. You go to that spot. It's like you can't help it. You keep thinking about the fact that I could have gone d5. I could have gone knight c5. Why didn't I do it? And that interferes with your proper thinking. So Jan may be fighting those psychological battles as well. I have no idea. My guess is it's the first, but this is a tough situation and something's bothering him here. That much is clear. As I say that, I think we will get 96.
Yeah, we're probably about to get a move. I was going to go back to what Robert said. Could it just be a kind of a case where he looked at 96 and it's not necessarily even he thinks he's worse. He's just not sure he has enough to play for a win, right? Because that could be a thing too. Like if you told Nepo right now the game could end, you're going to make a draw. Oh, he went back.
Wow.
I'm kind of
Sorry, is that
confused.
not a
here.
free pawn?
I think after queen takes d4, he wants some kind of knight e5 into play with control of the entire center and control of squares. But that's a deep idea, and I can appreciate that. But it's clear that he's gone wrong. Bishop c2, a retreating move. Knight c5 back to d3. His going through contortions just to try and find some winning attempts here. And as you're pointing out, bishop b7, that seems to be a very natural move from the black side. And you've completed your development. You don't seem like you're going to get checkmated at all. I think that Hikaru should be really happy with his position. Not that he is better necessarily, but he can actually turn this game around if Jan is not careful. I'm really surprised by these last few moves from Jan.
Wow. This is shocking. And as a practical player, he might play bishop b7 very quickly. If we could pull up an analysis board, we have to show people why queen takes d4 is not an automatic capture. Robert, I think you're right. White has this very deep move 95. This is an impressive component of Nepo's move. Because after the queen trade, you're going to get a position where black is up a pawn, but white controls all of the open files and will quickly get a rook to the 7th rank and will win the pawn back in a matter of a few moves. This probably is still equal, but after bishop b7, I think black is contending for the advantage. If white plays knight e5 here, Hikaru will slice in with knight f4. Queen is coming to g5. Eval bar still shows equality, but yeah, it's Jan who's now on the defensive levy. This is a shocking development. The fact that it's happened in the span of 3 moves.
I mean, compare bishops, right? Like the bishop on b7 is a monster compared to the bishop on c2. I think, guys, I think knight d3 was some sort of, like, to quote Anish, no, I mean, he just changed his mind completely. I mean, he wanted to play knight d6, but I think he's just panicking. He's just panicking, guys. I think knight d3 was not what he planned. He spent those 11 minutes reworking his thought. I mean, that's my hypothesis. Like, I don't know about you guys, but it seems like knight d3 is the idea you just come up with 5 minutes into realizing you don't like knight e6. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree.
No, I think he is trying to play for more, is Jan Nepomniachtchi. But sometimes when you play for a win, I like to say you're playing for a loss. That variation that you showed, Danya, bishop b7, the black knight coming into f4 if the white knight were to move, that starts to look worrisome for the white king. And let's not forget, there is an isolated pawn in the center. This d4 pawn is a long-term weakness. If the queens just were thrown off the board, then that pawn in many endgames will be a target. Of course, Jan is aiming for some weak squares. That's why the knight went to d3 to go up to e5. There's no black pawn that can take control of it. But this is a situation that I feel like for Hikaru, he won in a way the initial opening battle, the surprise factor. Then he tricked himself and was significantly worse. But these last few moves have not inspired much confidence for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And if you're Hikaru, one of his many fans, Levy, I think you're right that here this seems like Jan didn't want just to allow things to liquidate, so he's playing for complication. But this looks complicated in a way that Hikaru could be happy about.
It's also not, I mean, I hate to, Danya did this with the Fabiano game. We were kind of talking a little bit about h5. It was very exciting that he said, look, I'm not going to, I don't mean to dampen the mood or anything, but it's probably going to peter out. This doesn't have to get complicated whatsoever. You guys just said he can just play bishop b7. Like queen takes d4 is the root canal way of playing this position. Like you give white the 2 rooks, you get the extra pawn, but you know that if you're up a pawn but the position is zeros on the computer, like you get a really bad position. Like white has everything there, but just play bishop b7. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 2-3 minutes Hikaru just plays bishop to b7 and just calculates that he's not going to be in any bad shape. And if he thinks for 10 minutes, he might take on d4 and find a way to completely kill the game. But Hikaru also has to be thinking now I can play for a win with black, right? Bishop b7 and it's game on.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a short story about Petrosian who famously didn't take the King's Indian defense all that seriously. I'm not going to comment on that, but the story goes that one of Petrosian's seconds runs up to Petrosian and says, "Tigran, your next opponent. He's scary. He plays the King's Indian defense." And Petrosian just waves his hands. I won't bother him. I'll let him play the King's Indian. It sounds better in Russian, but the point is, if your opponent is kind of in self-destruct mode, don't bother him. Don't shake. Let him do his thing. Let him play the King's Indian. Let him keep making mistakes. Queen takes d4 essentially forces White's hand and forces White into the correct move. If you keep some tension on the board, you're letting Jan continue on this downward trend. And King's Indian, I think, is the best opening against 1d4, by the way. I'm expecting Bishop b7. It's the Hikaru move. And I don't think that Jan is going to keep making mistakes. I think he will stabilize. But he did this to himself. And the irony of the bishop placement that Levy pointed out, let's rewind 3 moves ago. Black's bishop had no squares. You could barely play b6. Now it's White's bishop that's doing nothing, just delegated to a passive existence on c2. Shocking developments here, Robert. And wow, I mean, I'm still taking it in. Move 19, Hikaru is sitting pretty.
And good news for Hikaru is bad news for Fabiano, not because of any personal animosity, but in fact, Fabiano plays Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last round. So if Jan is a point ahead of him, Fabiano can catch up by beating him head to head. But if Hikaru gets the upper hand and wins this game, Fabiano does not get to play Hikaru. So certain players' results impact others. And for Hikaru Nakamura, he should be very happy to be in this current position. It could have been much worse, at least the way the position appeared. And now it appears that Hikaru is bobbing his head to some internal music, and he likely will bring his bishop to that long diagonal. It's the best it's ever been. And I think for Jan, he needs to be careful not to let this spiral out of control. So while Hikaru sits and thinks, maybe we can zoom out to our bird's eye view, because I see some big decisions have been made in the game between Fabiano and Pragg. It was not a trade of all the pieces to go into an endgame. Fabiano wants to fight. But as I look at that position, if we can dive in a little bit more closely, the white king is castled, tucked away. The black king remains in the center. And Levy, I was making a joke about, your viewers and how they're taught to get their kings to safety out of the middle of the board. Fabi's will not have an easy time getting out of there. And it could mean that Pragg is tempted to open up the center.
Yeah, Fabi just has to watch some more Gotham videos. That's how he'll learn to castle quicker into the game, or potentially never qualify to the candidates again. Queen e7 is like, to me, I mean, if I'm thinking with white, I'm just thinking f4 and just go for the attack. I think probably there's some calculation there where you get your queen and knight sort of kicked out, like black will play f6, maybe even f6, g6, by the way. How about that for a queen trap? f4, f6, knight h3, g6.
Well,
that's, oh boy, brutal.
let me show this.
That's,
In today's video,
yeah.
the queen gets trapped on move 16 in the candidates.
Yeah, that I don't think that's going to happen, but Caruana fans are desperately hoping. If there was betting in chess and that's how Pragg lost, that's how we would have gotten suspicious. But no, not yet. I don't think we're gonna get f4 just yet, but I do like White's position, guys. I mean, like Danny, you're an attacking player, right? You're also looking f4, a5, rook b1, things like White's gonna call the shots, I think. But Fabi wants that. I mean, he wants to be attacked, I guess, to be able to create some counterplay.
Yeah, winning a game with black in 2024, it basically requires, to some degree, making some provocative moves and forcing fireworks to appear on the board. You're not going to enjoy your life, but at least you're going to likely get a chance. He wants exactly the kind of game that Pragg had against Gukesh in round 2 with either color. So just to spotlight the line you just showed, f4, f6, knight h3 would be the content move. The candidate's move probably is knight f3. And I'm struggling to evaluate the position after g6 anyway. Queen h3, e takes f4. In a bullet brawl, sign me up for the white pieces. In the candidates, I have extensive candidates experience. Of course, sign me up for the white pieces. because I'm so worried the king can't castle.
Ooh,
Levy,
E5?
you're itching E5.
Yeah, just E5
Vamonos.
right now and take bishop F4, FE bishop F4. Let's go.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Boom. This wins the queen, and if black takes back with the bishop, this is probably the resilient move.
Yeah.
Maybe just take.
Yeah, take.
I could hear the disappointment on Levy there. Like, oh, come on. Don't make this like a... Now F takes E5, bishop takes F4 anyway, and then black plays knight D7, and the game continues in a way where black is up a pawn, but white will have attacking chances. And actually, this is exactly what Fabiano wants.
Yeah,
because
he needs it too. It's not just about
Yeah.
white. He needs it.
Yeah, he's like, I need to get this W, and if you get this position, black is material ahead. White obviously has compensation, but done it. Can you play rook A to E1, showing that if black castles queenside, the E5 pawn drops. That would be a great position for white because the knight on D7 is pinned. But I think black's king can go the other way. You can castle kingside here because the bishop is in the rook's path, which means that the king was not prevented from castling through check. And now, I mean, look at this. This is a mess. Both sides would have their chances. If you're Pragnanda, you have nothing to lose. Sure, you'll lose an individual chess game if things go wrong, but your candidates tournament is not going to end in first place. So both of these players might want to go down this line. Pragg for the content, for the fun, and Fabiano for first place.
Well said.
Yeah.
Content is king. Fun is king for the commentators. But Pragg, he's sometimes shown kind of a proclivity to make the slower, more positional move. I remember his game against Firouzja, where he had some explosive sacks earlier in the game. He chose a more gradual approach, like rook b1 or bishop e3, translated to this position. But Levy, I mean, f4 is it's just the move that you want to play.
Can I just quickly say, let's say Pragg plays a slow move. Like, let's just say a5. If we just put it on the board. I just realized, like, we keep talking about f4 and getting tangled. Yeah, like, so now black will go f6 anyway, and then g6, and then g5. And, you know, like, and and suddenly it doesn't matter that Pragg didn't play f4 because Fabiano's doing the exact same thing. So Pragg might have to play f4. And if Pragg has to play f4, then queen e7 was a brilliant move. It will never get the 2 brilliant exclamation points because it's not technically winning. But for the game situation that Robert keeps talking about and the fact that there's a game across the hall there that could decide his entire fate, like queen e7 is a fantastic move to bait Pragg into a very difficult decision.
No easy decisions in this position because all 8 pawns are on the boards for both sides. So while this one, it seems quieter, for now, it's going to heat up. And in the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, you see Hikaru's last move threatening checkmate in 1. Jan Nepomniachtchi will not blunder that checkmate, but will leave it to him to figure out how to fend it off. In the meantime, we're going to head to a quick break. But when we return, these 3 games between the co-leaders and the player half point back continue. The action rages on in just a few.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
Warning bells attached to it for Firouzja. With white, it's easy to go all out for the attack. If he doesn't find anything in the next 3-4 moves, he could easily get frustrated.
Is there any universe where Gukesh doesn't win this game?
You need to just play rook d8. He's losing his pawns. This could go either way now.
Oh, but you could see he's nervous. He looks behind him.
Both sides have 20 seconds now to make 4 moves each. Physically tough. He plays rook f3, the key move. He's going for checkmate against the black king here.
You see the outline of the mating attack. Gukesh, he pushes his pawn, it looked like, but here comes rook takes f7, and the bar is all the way up. That means there is a checkmated construction. Gukesh brings his king back, slaps the clock, and Alireza, he needs to make a move. He is down to 5 seconds. He plays knight f8, and he's found the checkmate. There it is. Gukesh, he puts his hand in the air. He cannot believe it. Alireza Firouzja has landed a checkmate. Game over. Handshakes. Alireza himself can't believe it, but pure devastation on the face for Gukesh, and you have to feel for him. It was hard enough to watch that in live action the first time. To see it again, it doesn't feel good, but it doesn't feel like Gukesh is the same person or player he was when these two faced off in the first half of the Candidates, because he's gone on a bit of a winning streak since then. Alireza Firouzja, that was one good victory for him. He got one more, but he's been towards the cellar of this event. So Gukesh, he is the one who is in a tie for first place. And Danya, we've been impressed throughout by his play in the candidates.
Gukesh, it really defies belief that he's 17 years old. Whichever way you look at it, the maturity, the resilience, the ability to bounce back, which he's displayed, by the way, in several tournaments, such as the Tata Steel, where he got off to a bad start, and in the candidates as well, rebounding from that soul-crushing, heartbreaking loss to Alireza, and now tied for first. What a moment for Gukesh and for Indian chess fans. But unfortunately for him, the hardest work is yet to be done in this and the next game. He's locked in a very sharp positional battle against Firouzja, where Gukesh might be on the defensive. He has traded on d5, but in the meantime, we have a maiden one threat from Hikaru Nakamura that's got chat very excited. And I will say, the objective in chess is to deliver checkmate, not to threaten it. So in and of itself, the fact that a player is threatening maiden one is not an indication that something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. In fact, everything has gone wrong for Jan, but not because Hikaru is threatening maiden one, but because he's managed to assemble all of his forces on the king side. The knight is jumping in. I originally thought f3 is kind of automatic, but Jan is taking his time once again, over 10 minutes now, and perhaps d5, g3, knight back to f3. All of these moves are probably on his radar. Is it a safe assumption, Levi Rosman, to say that Jan realizes that he's now on the defensive and is trying to find a way to stop the bleeding?
I thought I was like going to the principal's office, man. Just summon me by my full name. I love what Hikaru's done here. This is obviously a really, really nice turnaround, both in terms of the hiccup that there was in the middle game a few moves ago, and obviously there is checkmate threatened, but it's more than checkmate threatened. At this level, you make a move like queen g5, not because there's a threat of mate, but also because the queen is long-term going to be a good piece there, and also your rook on a8 is coming to the center. So a bit of an initiative definitely over the last few moves from Hikaru, and now Jan has some difficult decisions to make. And I want to point something out very quickly, because you guys were hyping up Gukesh right before we came back, and we saw Alireza hover on his rook right before we came back live to this game. If we can just well, I guess Jan's about to move, but there's a very, very funny move in the Gukesh game. And I think Alireza either missed it or misevaluated it. And there's a chance that Gukesh might be better. And it's a very funny and very easy looking move. So I don't know if we can pop back over there for a second, or if Jan's going to make a move, and Jan has made a move and he went d5. I guess we got a lot of games to choose from. But if you're watching at home, take a look at the move in the Gukesh game, which is bishop out to a4, because it's a funny move. And there we go. Bishop to a4, just attacking the rook, is apparently quite a bit better for white in this game. It's just a funny move, but it's the best move.
Forces the rook back to Robert.
What did he miss?
What is happening here? And Gukesh is probably like, WT, you know what?
Well, I think an important line here is that naturally you'd want to block that with your bishop on e6. So if you played bishop to d7 to challenge the white bishop to land there, bishop takes d7. The problem is you can't take it with your queen, because that knight on f6 is undefended. Yeah, a good one there, down and bringing the g pawn backwards. But that means the knight would have to take and d5 would drop. And we see in the live board, bishop a4 was played. And that is a problem for Alireza. A careless move allowed white to attack the rook. And I've seen you point at e4, but this is heading in a positive direction for Gukesh. If black's best decision here is to play pawn to e4, that opens up the board. And you know whose king might be in slightly worse shape? The black king, because that pawn is on g6. The dark squares could be vulnerable. You imagine that knight hopping around. I'm starting to like Gukesh's position all of a sudden.
This is huge, because if we rewinded one move, Levi, I think you can confirm it. Gukesh basically made a big concession. He took on d5.
Oh, that was insane. Like you couldn't pay me money to play that move, but I mean, he must have liked it. So can you explain ED? Because was he worried about d4?
I think d4 was a worry, and also maybe trying to make the position more dynamic. This e5 pawn is a target, and maybe knight g4, a move that you pointed out quite a bit earlier, is on the radar. Queen g3, but the point is that black can improve his position in several ways. King can move up to g7, reinforcing the knight. You could move the knight away and prepare kingside expansion. It's an exciting position for black. Rook e8 is an extremely sloppy move by Alireza, just a mental lapse. And he missed bishop a4. He missed bishop a4 for sure. And e4 would give white just a new lease on life in the center. It would completely dissolve black's advantage in the center of the board. And after the trade, white can seize the d-file. Now Gukesh is firmly in the driver's seat. Maybe the best thing to do is just to say sorry, as my coach would say, go back to f8. But Robert, that is just, it crushes your soul to admit a mistake like that. More importantly, that extra tempo will be put to very good use.
Yeah, the move rook to f8 really is not one that anyone would want to play, because sure, you're tucking your tail between your legs and saying, okay, I acknowledge my mistake, as you said, saying sorry. But that bishop on c1 is not going to apologize when it lands on g5 or h6 and causes huge problems in the black camp. So rook f8, I would just move my knight away from e3, which would open up my rook on e1 to your loose pawn on e5, open up my dark square bishop, which to this point hasn't developed. And I think I wouldn't even play knight g4, honestly. Yeah, I would go backwards, because the knight on f6 is a loose piece and it can be pinned. And this looks completely in white's favor. So rook e8, a sloppy move. And I think that e4 line, Danya, it's Alireza's style to play a move like that. But after simply exchanging pawns and the white queen sliding up to f4, that doesn't look so pleasant. So Levy, I mean, good catch by you there. Gukesh plays it. And now I don't even think that the evaluation bar is telling the full story. I just think it's a lot easier to play this position from the white side.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's a complete shock. One thing I want to just point out to viewers at home, I want to say something like 9 times out of 10, you're going to be in a position where a bishop a4 move is not doing anything. Basically, black can move the rook, black can block the attack, black can do something. Black can create counterplay like they can in this position with the move e4. But this is one of those 1 out of 10 where the move bishop a4 is a really strange attack at the black position, and nothing black does works. So black overextends in the center, white can counterattack. If black goes back to f8, as you guys said, only white is improving the position on the next move, targeting that weak pawn in the center. And if you block on the d7 square, you're probably going to lose a pawn in the center of the board. So it's an insane thing to overlook as well, because you just move the rook to e8. And like mentally, you just think the bishop can attack my rook. What's my move against that? I think Alireza completely missed bishop to a4, because had he seen it, he would have been ready with his next move. But he looks like he's kind of covering his head, and that this is a shocking turn of events. And he's going for the counterplay. He goes for e4 because he would have never gone back to f8 because it's Alireza. And now it's game on, guys. Now it is game on.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a fun game. The dark squares, they're compromised on the black king side. It looks like after a pawn exchange, queen f4, that Gukesh will press from there. But speaking of pressing and some play on the king side, we have to go on over to the game between Pragg and Caruana, because it is following a variation that we talked about. This one is a little bit more exciting at this current moment. And you see this, we did tune in at the exact moment where Fabiano is the one who now has a better position. His pawn pushed to g6, Levy, you called it, then to g5, and just go back a half move, Danya. g4 was the deadly threat because the knight was on f3, and you see that after this pawn push, the knight goes back to d2, and now black can just press forward. So this is going totally wrong, not just for Pragg, not just for Alireza Firouzja, but for both Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, who want no sight of Fabiano Caruana. They do not want to see him win his game, and they certainly don't want to see Gukesh win his.
96 on the board. Levy, you called this, and I'm shocked, because let's take this back 3 moves since we have the board open. This was the critical position, right? This is where we were discussing f4. Not only did he not play f4, he did Fabi the favor of dropping the queen back to h3 preemptively. He didn't even force Fabi to play g6. This is just a move that is either the product of fatigue or frustration, or a combination of both, because the Pragg who beat Vidit with the deferred Schliemann would have played f4, right? The Pragg in the World Cup would have played f4, and of course, it's easy for me to say he's the one who's played 12 impossibly exhausting rounds. I don't mean this in a criticizing way. It's understandable, but he's given Fabi a dream scenario, and now the position plays itself. I hate this cliche most times. This is the one time where it really, I think, rings true. The knight is beautiful. G4 is coming next. Fabi has to worry, or Pragg has to worry about knight d4. And I mean, now he's teetering, I would say, on the precipice.
And it's clear he calculated all of this out to get his knight dancing backwards, kind of like avoiding the punches, going a little Muhammad Ali on them, and then rotating the knight back to f1, to e3, to f5. Like, this was Pragg's major idea. And I think Pragg is basically saying, I know Fabiano has to win, so I know he's going to do all of this. Now we're going to get into a very provocative game, and I have some positional advantages. But he's wrong. Like, he did all of that, right? And he calculated this and he's getting there, but he's just wrong. And I think Fabiano has a feeling Pragg is wrong. And now Fabiano is going to create this kingside attack. Guys, this would be one of the biggest wins of his career to win this game with black. We're still far away, but this is just about the perfect thing he could have gotten in the first 20 moves.
Well, if you look at how this game has developed, White had an opposing queen on f5, a knight on g5. It looked like White was the one who was going for some pressure against the opponent king. And now it seems like Black got 6 free turns, right? If you look at this, the White queen went back to h3. The knight that was on g5 is back on d2. And what moves did Black get in? f6, g5, queen on e7, knight on e6. Now that Black king can castle long, then we'll see pawn g4, pawn h4. We have the outline of an attack. It's not that this position is losing for White, and none of us are suggesting that. But what the problem is that the provocation, the risk supposedly that Fabiano was taking were all the objectively best moves and his plan from the get-go. So he just accomplished a lot. White is the one who's backtracking. This is really bad for Pragnananda, and as I said, really bad for the trio of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh, who do not want to see Fabiano win this game.
And I think that it's important not to exaggerate, to state the evaluation as it is, which we're doing. So just to echo your point, Robert, the game is still ahead. But looking at this position as Fabi plays g4, looking at Pragnananda's clock, and looking at the eval bar, this is the type of position that the engine can actually under-evaluate, underestimate, because the center is closed. And sometimes even modern engines can be a little bit myopic with respect to a long-term attack. I'm not seeing a scintilla of counterplay on the queen side. White can play a5. Congratulations. White plays a6. Black covers with b6. Fabi has a very clear roadmap. He's going to play h4. He can castle queenside, get the rook to g8. So I see this attack unfolding, and I'm not seeing what Pragg puts in front of it. He can try to play queen h4, and I think this is a very important line. But he's one tempo short. I think Fabiano can go queen g7 with the idea of dropping the bishop back to e7 and simply pushing f5. Again, the theme of the queen as a terrible blockader. And look at this line, knight f1, bishop e7. He almost makes it to f5, does Pragg. But after f5, knight f5, heartbreaking, the knight on e6. It got there in time. It protects the queen, and you emerge a piece down. So because of this line, I think this puts Pragg in very, very serious trouble. He is on the ropes. That's not an exaggeration in my view of the position.
And we talked about win probability earlier. Sorry, Levy, just quick thing. Like, here, the evaluation bar, it is just the objective measure. But Levy, if you were shown this position and you look at the clock as well, Black, seems to be dominating right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if you expected the player with the black pieces to win this a healthy percentage of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask the top 100 in the world, White or Black in this position, like they would all choose Black. This is a fantastic position, and then you get told you're also up 22 minutes on the clock. You're like, oh, terrific, and then you get told you're actually playing to win the candidates, and your opponent knows that they can't win the candidates, right? Like, is the fighting spirit still there? So everything is pointing in the direction of a Fabi win, and that. He's been here before. He's been in some very big games. And if he holds it together, combined with Pragg maybe not playing some of the best defensive moves, we will be seeing Fabiano Caruana on 8 points going into the final round. But Pragg made a move and it's not appearing on the... Okay, he played queen e3, which actually was the best move. So he's trying to sidestep the queen out of a little bit. But guys, I mean, this is... What is White's plan? What does White move any pieces?
I'll let you answer that, Danya, because well, Black's moves are so easy to make. Castle queen set, h4, knight d4, maybe knight f4, pawn to h3 or pawn to g3 with a rook on g8. Like, you could see that Black has about 8 different plans, and I don't see a plan for White. I see individual moves, but no actual plan.
Pragg just has to board up his windows, you know, put the bags in his garage, just wait for the storm to come at this point. And do everything you can to maximize your chances of success. Fabi, he plays quickly, castle and queen side. Oh. This is a no-brainer. You tuck your king away. There is no rush to play h4. That move is going to be there when he wants to play it. And there's no rush to play knight d4. This is the move a lot of people would just slam down. But after rook a2, the knight could get chased away. And the move c3 could actually give White some traction in the center. So it could backfire. And for Pragg, try to do what you can. Maybe get your knight over to b3 and hope that Fabi mistimes the breakthrough on the king side, which can absolutely happen. Pragg will fight tooth and nail here. He will not go down easily. And we are in for a very exciting tactical middle game here. It could end in checkmate.
I just want to very quickly interject. I took a look to see what the Stockfish evaluation is here. And do you know what the best move for White here is? It's h4.
For White.
For White, yes. It's for White to play h4 to get taken en passant, because you have to, because otherwise that you will create a blockade. Queen h3. Like, this is the level that we're at. Like, you have to open the G file, and the computer claims that somehow you contort your pieces and you defend yourself. I guess you play knight f1 or knight b3, so your bishop intercepts 4 and g5 squares. I mean, if Pragg finds h4, God bless him. You know what I mean? Like, this is just... The alternative is Fabiano's going to play h4, knight e6, knight d4, f5, and it's 15 moves remaining in this game, probably. That's insane. I mean, h4 is one of the most ridiculous moves I think I've ever seen.
I just laughed as soon as you said that move, because that's not a human reaction at all. And not only can you take en passant, open the G file, go for the crushing attack, I think Black can just also play knight d4 and pawn to f5 and say that h4 pawn is mine. So it just is not a human move whatsoever. Danya, you're a vicious attacker, and it seems like for Fabi, he doesn't even need to calculate all that many things at the moment. It's Praggnanandha. Every single turn, he might be worried that his position's going to collapse.
Yeah, he's got 34 minutes, less than half of the moves to time control. We remind you, no increment until move 40. And to echo what Levy says, if h4 is found, hats off, applause, really applause. But that doesn't mean Fabi's attack is over. That's just the beginning of the torture. My instinct here with White would be a move like knight b3, maybe throw in a5 and hope that that move benefits you in the future. And every one of Pragg's next few moves is going to take some time. This is such a problematic position. Honestly, the best way to illustrate the extent of White's desperation is exactly the way that that Levy did it, to simply show the best move for White according to the engine. Nothing more really needs to be said about this position. This is a huge moment right here. Chess history might be written on the back of this game.
I'm just still trying to grapple with the fact that h4 for White is the best move. You said it. I know I'm supposed to believe the engine, but it's such an absurd move. You're not thinking about pushing pawns, opening up files in front of your own king. And yes, sometimes that is the necessity. And the best players in the world, they can manage even in these trying times. But I just see that happening. Knight b3 is very sensible. Danya, that move makes a lot of sense to me. Knight f1 similarly makes sense. But Black is a very obvious plan. It looks like Pragg went queen e2, perhaps. I saw him move his piece backwards. Yep. He is trying to go knight f1, knight e3, and all that, and also stop h4 because the g4 pawn is immediately threatened. So Black, maybe follow up rook d to g8, Danya, and just keep on going from there.
I like this move by Pragg. It shows, it shows some grit, some moxie, because he's actually trying to provoke Fabi into knight f4, and then the queen might drop back to f1, and then once he moves the knight to b3, he will be threatening bishop takes f4. So he's really trying to provoke Fabi into just that one impulsive move. I don't know if it's going to happen though, because there's just no need for Fabi to move the knight. I'm totally with you. Rook dg8 is such a low risk move. Levy, the problem is a player of Fabi's caliber is just not that naive, right? He's not going to bite without calculating a move like knight f4 very thoroughly first.
Yeah, knight f4, knight d4, they look very nice. They're these dopamine moves, right? But the knight becomes a target the second the white queen moves back. And yeah, rook dg8, I would imagine Fabi might even play in 3 minutes, because the momentum right now is very much that Pragg is on the back foot, and he's kind of the one that needs to invest the time and not lose on the clock. I mean, he has 20 moves and 33 minutes remaining. Also, fun fact, as of his most recent move, Pragg has now spent 25% of the game moving his queen. So that might not be the best strategy. And we might get another move on the next turn, but I think probably he will not be attacked. Meanwhile, Black's position looks like a well-oiled machine. He's about to bring the D-Rook you guys keep talking about, and then it's just a matter of time till the center opens up, and we'll see if he's able to break through or if Pragg is able to defend.
This position looks like Fabiano is having all the fun. He's up on time. He is the one who is building an attack, and it looks like Pragnanda will just have to fend off the best he can. So let's leave Fabi to it while he considers his next turn. Let's zoom out to our bird's eye view, because in addition to the game between Fabiano and Pragnanda, in the bottom right, we have a position that's opening up with Gukesh and Firouzja, but I think we should dive back into our matchup between co-leaders, as Jan Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura has not seen a move in a very long time, because after White stopped the checkmate in one threat with pawn to d5, Hikaru has been thinking for nearly 20 minutes. I imagine he wants to continue pressing with a move like knight to f4. So, Daniel, I'll give you the first go at it. What do you think is stopping him from continuing in an aggressive fashion?
I'm trying to wrap my head around that as well. 20 minutes now spent by Hikaru, and he's got a lot of tempting moves to sort. The rook ad8 comes to mind, but the big move, right? The move you have to calculate first is knight f4. And if we can put this on the board, honestly, I'm just stalling because I don't have an answer for you just yet. Could it be queen f3, just shedding the d5 pawn and trying to get this queen to g3? Maybe that's the secret sauce. Not a bad move according to the eval bar, but not the move that turns the game around. Is it in fact g3? Guys, some reinforcements required? Could it be g3?
I just want to say quickly that Jan has proven himself to be a resilient defender, but Levy, this might take the cake. If his idea is to allow the black knight in just to expose his king, all these weak squares in front of it, but you can see that it's fully justified. This is really unbelievable tactical stuff.
And the knight is lost, Levy.
Yeah. No, this is really nice. But I also think Hikaru will probably find it. I actually have a feeling Hikaru is thinking for 20 minutes because he doesn't like that the game might peter out. So if we dig into some of these lines, because he's been thinking for so long when we were on break, I also was analyzing the game. Like, let's say Black plays something like rook d8, right? You're going to have to start trading pieces at some point. The knights are going to get traded, and then there's a world in which, bishop b3, exactly. So, bishop b3, and then if Black can play, bishop d5, knight e5, rook e5, c6, basically. You just trade all the pieces. Bishop d5, knight e5, rook e5, and then you play c6 attacking the bishop, and then you just go into this drawn endgame, and maybe this is the best that Black gets ultimately, which Hikaru's kind of maybe coming to terms with, because he thought he could play for more, right? And he might not be able to. We might just get a handshake and a draw. So,
So that's in his pocket, Robert. It's nice when you have a drawing line in your pocket, but I agree. I think Hikaru is feeling very optimistic, maybe trying to make knight f4 work, But knight f4 g3, just to come back to this for a second, this might be the critical position. And according to the eval bar, it's not convincing for black. There's just no clear follow-up despite the abundance of tempting moves. And Hikaru is not the kind of guy who is going to, defy objectivity. If he thinks that knight f4 g3 doesn't look great, he will play rook d8. He will accept the truth of the position. Is there a third candidate move?
Well, Danya, there are so many variations to work through in our heads, but let's not forget that when Hikaru played against Fabiano made a knight f4 move, and Hikaru had this h4 idea. So we are talking about how Jan is coming up with some really brilliant resources to save his king from what looks like an attack, dropping the d5 pawn, but Hikaru showed us the way first against Fabiano. So I think that's what's going through Hikaru's mind right now, is he's saying, do I really want to take this risk? Do I want to just plop that knight on f4, threaten checkmate in one again, try to get the d5 pawn? Or should I accept that a draw seems to be a reasonable outcome if we trade all of those pieces in the center? It's not an easy decision to make, especially with so much on the line. But the good news for Hikaru is if he does, in fact, liquidate and draw this game from the black side, he gets the white pieces tomorrow against Gukesh. So somebody who could even be ahead of him, he gets those white pieces. He doesn't want to trail anybody. Nobody does. But he always will be in control of his own destiny. If he does not lose, that is.
Mm-hmm. Hesitating. About to make a move. Will it be rook d8?
Fabi did go rook g8, by the way. I just want to say he did play the natural move in his game.
Mm-hmm.
So Fabi has the best position of anybody thus far. I also feel as though 3 hours has been around the time when the positions start kind of tilting one way or another in this event. This is maybe the closest round. And yeah, you see Hikaru is hovering over the rook there, just like he did earlier. He's unhappy. I guarantee he's unhappy because he sees that the position can simplify. And he played this opening today because he wanted to create winning chances. And I think the winning chances might be gone. The losing chances might be gone as well, but he might have wanted to play for more. I don't know. Dani, you played Hikaru more than Robert and me combined times 100 probably. We getting anything out of this Hikaru facial expression?
It's hard to say. I think I've learned in my commentating experience to be very, bearish when it comes to facial, particularly Hikaru. He's so unreadable. Just when you think you have him pinned down, boom, he proves you wrong. But there's a beautiful line that I'd like to show, which I think makes it necessary to play bishop d5. If we could quickly pull up an analysis board, I think this is worth showing. Knight f4 here is just as tempting as on the previous move. And here I think there is a different defense, queen f3, kind of mimicking that situation where Hikaru could have gone, d6 or d5. Now you suddenly switch gears. And what happens if black plays knight takes d5? You play bishop d5, and look at this. Queen d5, 1 deflection, 2 deflection, red fish, blue fish, go Jan Nepomniachtchi. This forks the king and the queen. Either black loses a minor piece, or in this case, he gets mated. This is what Jan had to calculate to make the move d5 work. So the narrative of this game has been, yeah, he's relinquished his advantage. He's frittered it all away. But it's the mark of a champion to then accept the new reality and make the most of it. If he saw this line, I'm pretty impressed. And Hikaru is definitely going to see this line. I think we might see this liquidation.
But maybe we're speaking a little bit too soon, and this is what's troubling Hikaru. If we go to that forcing variation with trades in the center, with bishop takes d5, the knight takes e5, all this stuff, and the move c6, it's not like white is going to trade on d5. White might play, and we see Hikaru about ready to move queen e2, for example, giving up the d5 bishop on that square to win the a6 pawn. And now black has this split pawn structure, which objectively is equal, but at least in our head, we sometimes get worried about having the worst structure, easier to play for our opponent, and that could be a reason to pause. And Hikaru's doing the right thing, and it does seem like he's about to move. So will he? 5, he is calculating, takes, and we have to see if this actually allows him the simplest path to maybe just forcing a draw. Not that he wants that result necessarily, but otherwise he could find himself in a bit of danger.
F4 also on the radar, by the way. C5.
Whoa.
What a move, Levy.
Whoa.
What?
Giving Jan a passed pawn, but breaking out of the blockade. Jan with the patented, okay. That's the, he does the little thing with his lip and he takes a little sip. And wow, Hikaru is not looking for liquidation. And I really like this move. I mean, b5, c4 is coming next.
I'm quite surprised by this decision, but Hikaru Nakamura showing he's afraid of no one. But the Black King, it's not in the best position. Danya's already showed some great back rank checkmate tricks. If we take on g6 right now and the pawn takes, if a white major piece gets to the h-file, that does look very scary. Perhaps, as you were saying, Levy, Black is just in time to shut down that diagonal with b5 and c4. But this is a game of tempo. The single tempo can change the result. So this is well calculated by Hikaru. You see the bar off the side saying there's dynamic equality. But Daniel, I'm going to ask you, do you feel like Hikaru should have, if he could have, liquidated everything and made the draw? Or do you like his ambition here?
I mean, I'm biased because I'm in the commentator's chair, which is the best chair to be sitting on. This just adds so much intrigue to the game because Bishop d5, I'm with you. It wasn't a dead draw, but I still think the game would have ended peacefully. This move adds a whole new wrinkle to the game. I admire Hikaru's bravery. I wanted to just mention, what is the actual idea of this move? I think the idea is to build up this pawn chain. He wants to go b5 and c4 and convert this pawn from a strength into a weakness. And that may seem very slow, but it's only 2 moves away. And if Jan can't figure out a way to target Black's king along the h-file, and by the way, I do think Hikaru will recapture with a pawn just to keep this e7 square under control, prevent White's rook from infiltrating. If Jan can't figure out a way to generate that counterplay and b5, c4 comes, that's pretty much a hammer blow to White's attacking chances. I love it.
And as a content creator, I can almost guarantee that in his recap, he's going to say something along the lines of, well, I thought, en passant was forced. My opponent broke the rules. And obviously here, if en passant was forced, White would be losing their queen. But it would be worth it because you got to play en passant. So this is one of those moments where we've got some 80,000 viewers, I believe, at the moment. So definitely a few of them would just take it for the memes and then post it, on socials. So that'll be in the Hikaru recap. And Jan can still trade the knights on g6, as you said, and play rook e3 and try to go to the h-file. But this is a wonderful move by Hikaru, and it definitely keeps the game very much still alive. And I think, judging from Jan's kind of expressions, I don't know, it's something that you get a little surprised by. Maybe you saw it in the distance, but now it's on the board and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess that was possible. So this one will be tense for a while, guys. That's what I think.
And I'm looking at the clocks. Jan is a little bit ahead on time. The position, it's not that easy to play certain follow-ups, though the plan with b5 and c4 is huge. It's actually saving Black in a position where you swap on g6 and Black takes with the h-pawn, because otherwise the bishop on b3 would wreak havoc against the Black king. It's a useful diagonal to work with. So, I mean, Danya, if we talk about specific lines, knight takes g6 is my first instinct. What variations are swirling through your brain?
Well, the big thing here, of course, queen g6, not out of the question, but it opens up several annoying possibilities. Rook e6 and rook e7. If hg works concretely, Hikaru's playing it. And the line that this whole thing hinges on after rook e3, b5, it looks like Black's about to get mated. Rook h3, king g8, d6. We saw a very similar position earlier where the correct move was rook f7, but in that line you were up in exchange. In this line, you shut the party down with the move c4. And Black simply wins on the spot. Let's not forget this mate threat on g2, which Hikaru threatened with queen g5. My words would not age very well in that case, because here the mate threat would decide the game. Because of this line, in this position, Jan might have to find a more creative solution. He has to find some way to streamline that rook lift to h3, and it's going to take some creativity, because rook e6 here, it just more grist to the mill. Black is going to go b5 anyway. And Hikaru's pieces, I've experienced it in Blitz so many times. They always seem to be in the right place at the right time, in the very right moment. This is a big moment for Jan.
What does he play? I feel like he has to take on g6, right? Because if he doesn't take on g6, let's say I don't know, rook c1. Let's just put like rook c. He went knight f3. Okay, wow.
Knight f3 makes sense.
Okay. I guess the option was to trade the knights and disallow black from attacking you, or play knight to f3, which will dislodge the black queen. Like, you can't go to f6, right? Because there is rook to e6 and rook b6. That's quite bad. Maybe there's queen f4, like you try to hang out. Maybe queen h5. Between f4, h5, and h6, like, where are we going? Which of those moves is where the queen feels safest, but also applies the most pressure?
That's a really difficult question because, of course, we want to play queen f6. As was pointed out, rook e6 is too much to deal with, so that's not an option. So queen f4 feels more active, and you can snake back to the queen side if you feel like your position is vulnerable over there. So I personally would go for queen f4, but these decisions are not easy, and that's why I mentioned the time before, is that Hikaru's down to 35 minutes. He has his 23rd move ahead. They both need to reach move 40 to gain an additional 30 minutes of time. And these decisions, even here, you can make the move, say queen h5. I'm not sure. That might be the wrong move, but queen f4, queen h6 is right. These are tough choices. And when you're down on time, you typically don't want to have to make perhaps moves that keep the balance.
Queen f6 could be possible. Rook e6, queen takes b2. Gets scary, but maybe works out for black. And Hikaru is a player that trusts his calculation, but you can tell he doesn't know what the right move is. And these dilemmas, right? Ali Reza had this sort of dilemma against Hikaru. Where to move the knight? Where to move the queen?
I was going to say, I think going to h5 is probably, yeah, and he plays it. Because now rook e6, knight f4, right? So you couldn't go to h6 with the queen. Just, I don't know, you could probably just go back a move and just show that, like, if you put the queen on h6, just thinking, okay, I control the diagonal, rook e6, and I mean, okay, of course, eval bar will have some other issue with the move rook to e6, probably some b5, c4, but you cannot play knight f4. Whereas now, if white in this position plays rook to e6, yeah, you're almost completely lost with knight coming to f4. So there would have been something else if Hikaru had gone to h6, but now at least rook e6 is not possible, and yeah, I would. If knight e5, can't you repeat, by the way?
Draw?
Yeah, knight e5, you can just go back, right?
I don't see Jan playing a different move here. I mean, knight f3 caught me off guard, but it makes sense. With knight f4 and b5 breathing down his neck, Robert, d6 makes no sense. Do you see him playing a different move here?
He has potentially a repetition in his back pocket, which will make him feel quite relieved. Yeah, b5 and c4 is such an obvious idea from the black side, and white's position is a bit loose. That d5 pawn in particular, if the white queen were ever to leave its defense, then that pawn drops, and with, as we keep saying, b5 and c4 up next anyway, the c4 pawn does feel like it's in serious danger. So Jan, I think he would be well advised to consider this repetition if Hikaru, in fact, allows it. But let's leave Jan to it, because I'm seeing some potentially big developments in the game between Fabiano and Pragg. And if we dive into that game, which is here on our top right, and we, of course, will keep an eye on the Gukesh game as well, but our game at the top right, I get the feeling that Pragg is lining up an exchange sacrifice where he is going to give up his rook for a knight. So why don't we just go through a couple moves that might be upcoming in this game here, because black wants to make the move pawn to h3 at any moment. But let's start with knight d4, hitting the white queen on e2, right? And the queen is kicked back, likely to the f1 square after knight to d4. And yeah, here we see that after queen f1, h3, there are big problems in front of the white king. So I think white would be well advised to play g3 after all this, give up the rook on e1 and say the position is closed, the rooks are not making their mark.
Huh. Wow, that is the defensive exchange sacrifice Tigran Petrosian was famous for employing this. And it's not just a desperation tactic to stave off resignation. It's an incredibly savvy defensive resource that can turn the game around, because you show this position to Fabi and he's like, thanks, but no thanks, because these rooks, they were promised their day in the sun. Now they're just staring at these pawns. The king side is dried up. And I would take the eval bar and throw it into the trash can. This is a position that Pragg would be thrilled to have. I'm not even sure that, he would be on the defensive anymore with this knight coming into the juicy f5 square and the semi-open b file now available for attacking purposes. So if you're not playing h3, then maybe you go g3, but g3 suffers from some of the same issues, Levy. After the trade, white pushes h3, and you haven't opened up the king side enough. There just isn't that deadly sacrifice. We said that Pragg, he's a resilient guy. He ain't going down without a fight. And knight e3, his last few moves, are just so hard to deal with. Fabi has so much work to do.
Oh, this is very, very well done. And I was a bit concerned with the incoming relatively straightforward moves that Fabiano had, like putting his rooks on G and H and putting his pawns on G4, H4. But what you guys have found there, with knight d4, I mean, it's a very straightforward tactical sequence. Knight goes to d4, you play h3, you win the rook. And then somehow you go, okay, I mean, I'm up 2 points of material, but I don't feel it. I just don't feel it whatsoever. I look at the eval bar, not Fabiano, he's not doing that, but we do. And he's like, okay, black is better. How? And truth is, if that's the best he has, he might not have much at all. I mean, that's the reality. If G doesn't work and knight d4, knight f3, h3 is the only thing he can get, that could be very bad news for Fabi. And I wouldn't be surprised if he now spends the majority of his time advantage to make a decision, Robert.
Yeah, no, I just saw that featured chat about Pragg always being low on time. If you're Fabiano, you don't want to allow that simple sequence. Sure, he'll be material ahead, 5 points versus 3, but with a closed position, the rooks don't have open files. That doesn't actually look that tempting for Fabiano. So while he sips and takes a think, we're going to head to break. But before we do, just got to give a shout out to all you at home, because you can play at home and online over the board all at once, because chess.com is thrilled to support fellow game changer ChessUp, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, ChessUp 2 supports beginning players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, save $100 when you pre-order your ChessUp 2 on Kickstarter now. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. We'll see if Fabiano, Jan, Hikaru, and Gukesh can take their game to the next level when we return. This is the Candidates. This is round 13. So much more action lies ahead.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is ChessUp 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. ChessUp 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. ChessUp 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, ChessUp will teach you. If you already know how to play, ChessUp will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of ChessUp 2 are the same team behind the original ChessUp. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience ChessUp 2 and level up your game.
And we return to the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, where it is the penultimate round of the candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh shared the lead entering the round, with Fabiano Caruana close on their heels, just a half point back. There you see Jan Nepomniachtchi shaking his head, Hikaru Nakamura staring into the distance. But how distant will it be to determine who will play for the World Chess Championship against the champion Ding Liren? So much life left for 4 players, and you see Jan looking exasperated, and it's because we may have a repetition. Yeah, we have seen the night go back and forth, as with the Black Queen. Danya, you seem to be enjoying what you're seeing.
Well, they have repeated the position now twice, and it's not entirely clear who's the driver here, who's the decision maker. It's probably Jan. Now, the position is in your top left. We can zoom in because this is a huge moment. If Jan drops the knight back to f3, I would be shocked if Hikaru chooses a different square for the queen. It seems that he's prepared to make the draw. He was just getting up to look at the other games, probably in the event that Jan drops his knight back. But knight takes g6 check is a very tempting move. We talked about it. It's a scary position for black that hinges on some concrete calculation. Imagine the pressure that rides on this decision, because if you don't take the draw, if you take on g6 and then you slide into a worse position, that's one of the hardest things to handle in chess, the baggage of having declined a draw. On the other hand, this is your white game. This is the game where you're supposed to make the money moves. This moment is so tense. Knight f3 likely makes the draw. Knight takes g6 is the way forward. if you want to keep a double-edged position on the board. What do we see happening?
Oof. Levy, I'm going to ask you first because we can see a repetition if the players want it, knight f3, queen h5, back and forth. Who do you think wants to play on more between these two?
That's a good question. I mean, if you speak purely of results, probably Jan, and circumstances, probably Jan. But if you speak about position and the ability to play for more, probably Hikaru, right? Like I think Hikaru is probably sitting there going, he's hoping Jan takes on g6. I think they know that sometimes you get this unstoppable force meets immovable object, and something's got to give. And yeah, maybe he'll take on g6, and maybe something will happen. But I don't know, guys. I really think Jan does not make a lot of bad decisions in candidates tournaments. He saves all of his bad decision making for like the entire calendar year. You start writing him off. You start saying, well, Jan hasn't gained rating in a single rating period since the last candidates. And then he's in first place again and he's undefeated, right? Like, so he makes the right decision more often than not, is sort of the way Jan plays in the candidates. And repeating might be the right decision here.
Ooh. Danya,
you asked the question. A result. Go ahead, Robert.
No, you tell us about the result.
This is, again, let me be very clear. No disrespect to the players if you see knight f3 and wait a second. To be clear, this isn't a draw. Hikaru could now deviate with queen f4 or queen h5 or queen h6. And now it's Hikaru's turn to make the decision. But we have a draw in the game between Vidit and Abasov. No disrespect to the players. Obviously, that is the one game which is not impacting the tournament leaderboard. We have to kind of set as our allegiance these top three games, but we do have a draw, a relatively uneventful one, as Nijat Abasov, pretty impressive draws that he's made throughout the tournament, holds Vidit, who's had that disappointing run. And now one more round to go for those players. One more decision to make for Hikaru Nakamura. Just look at that intensity, Robert. These are moments where the course of a history-defining tournament is defined.
Yeah, the draw that happened between Vidit and Abasov, as we said, no disrespect meant to those players, but they're not playing for first. But Hikaru Nakamura, he is weighing his options here. Does he play on, potentially get himself in a tangle, a worse position, just because he really wants a result? Chess is an objective game, and look at Hikaru Nakamura on screen. He has one objective at this stage. It's to make it to the World Championship, to win the candidates, and he knows that he can make this draw. He will be tied with, at minimum, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but perhaps also with Gukesh and Fabiano, or trailing Gukesh if Gukesh were to win. So if I were Hikaru right now, Levy, what I would be doing is bad advice for most of our audience and most chess players is walk around, take a deep look at what's happening on the other boards, and only then decide if I want that 3-time repetition.
Wow. That's like the Olympiad style, yeah? Robert, you've been a coach at these massive team events. You kind of walk around, it's very rare that you have 4-on-4 in chess and you go, should I take a draw? Right? That's the only time you're allowed to speak to the coach in chess tournaments, right? It's like, can I take a draw, basically, at the Olympiad? Is that accurate?
Which is also weird when you think about it, but it's because, the coach or captain, they stand in the playing hall the entire time, and they can say, should I make a draw? And it's a very odd situation, but yes, that is correct.
This is such an interesting moment. Hikaru could spend 20 minutes here, and I would be captivated. And I'm not easily captivated for 20 minutes. I could just stare at this position and think about the weight that rides on this decision. Again, let's not even try to read the body language. We have no idea what decision Hikaru will make. I don't think there is an objectively correct decision here. The move that keeps attracting me, Robert Levy, is queen f6. I was trying to puzzle out the complications during the break. I couldn't do it. It's a completely double-edged, messy position. Maybe it still peters out into a draw, but maybe not. And Hikaru did get up while Jan was contemplating the previous move. So he does have a relatively updated understanding of what's going on the other two big boards. That will be factored into his decision, no question about it.
But there's a very concrete line that I think that we should dive into, because queen f6, allows the white rook to step up. So if we can bring up an analysis board so we can go down these variations, the black queen will grab this b2 pawn after rook e6, but then you're in enemy territory. And the whole point is that rook takes b6 fails tactically to bishop takes d5. There's actually a pin on this b3 bishop. So if you take it, it looks like you've just given away material. But no, the rook on b6 is falling at the end. So that means that white has to play a different move besides rook takes b6. We saw how the engine reacted to it. So rook b1 comes to mind. Let's kick the queen out of there and only then take this pawn on b6. We can just try to figure out the best placement for our pieces. And Daniel, let's not forget, rook takes g6 at some moment can be super scary because the black king does not have many moves. So you could see a variation where if this black queen is on a3, for example, where even rook takes g6 could work with an attack directly at that king.
So if not queen f6, Levy, queen h6, you pointed that move out as an alternative. What is the big move? What is the move he makes if he doesn't take the draw here? What's on his mind as an alternative?
Hey,
and
man.
We might see a move shortly.
Hey, man, the last guy to decline repetition against Jan Nepomniachtchi in a major stakes event became the world champion. Now, admittedly, that was a slightly different position. That was basically not repeating led to a slight advantage for Ding Liren. That was the rook g6 game. Queen h6 is just a risky move. I mean, it's not guaranteeing anything for Hikaru. I feel like Hikaru will repeat. I think he's an absolute madman if he doesn't. But stranger things have happened. I mean, seriously, you know, he claims he plays for content. So, but I think he'll play Queen h5. It's my bet.
I really believe that Hikaru, I'm looking at his clock, 27 minutes. I mean, the problem is if he does go up and look at the other games for, say, 15 minutes, then if he decides to play on because other results aren't going the way he wants, he's left with 12 minutes on his clock, no increment to get to move 40. So there is risk there too. I feel like Hikaru, he would be well advised to take the half point at this age. I think there's just too much risk involved in playing on. And Jan, you know, he's said, okay, a draw, we stay tied with one another. Gukesh, he's going to do what he may. Fabiano may catch up to us, but we can only control the board in front of us. So Danya, I mean, is there a world where you do see Hikaru playing a different queen move? Because queen f6 seems very risky and queen h6 seems offside.
I agree with your train of thought entirely. Now, it's possible Hikaru takes another 10 minutes. With every ticking second, the likelihood that he takes that repetition grows. I agree. It is the most prudent decision. He's got the white pieces tomorrow. Let's not forget that is a significant advantage in the final round. And this makes the turnarounds in the other two games very significant. Now, I said turnarounds. What do I mean? Well, Hikaru just looked at both of the other boards. Alireza Firouzja has been able to largely stabilize after that very sloppy move against Gukesh. That position is kind of in a state of dynamic equality. And Fabiano found nothing better than to go down the line we outlined, where he grabs the extra exchange. But Pragg, compared to where he was 5 or 6 moves ago, is looking like he's got very serious chances to hold the position together. He's come up with some incredible defensive resources, and that, I think, might impact Hikaru, might push him over the edge. If he saw that either Pragg, Fabi, or Gukesh was clearly winning, he might have done the unthinkable and burned his bridges. Given where they are, I just don't see him doing something crazy here.
I agree. And I think that Hikaru's, knowing that he's the white pieces tomorrow against Gukesh, even if somehow Gukesh were to have the upper hand against Firouzja, which he doesn't. So let's zoom out to our bird's eye view, because part of what we're talking about is just about Jan versus Hikaru. But as we look at our other boards, they are looking over there to help determine whether or not they should make the draw. Jan is being objective. He's saying, look, I should go for this half point in my belief. And then Hikaru is looking at it like, all right, you know, the other boards don't seem that clear to me. I think Firouzja is no worse than the bottom right. And the top right, Fabiano's up material. Maybe we should quickly go into that game, because as I see it, between Fabi and Pragg, it looks locked up. Fabiano is ahead material. And the one idea is that black is going to try to punch f5 through, because you need to open files for rooks. The only pawn break I see for black is pawn to f5. How do you accomplish that? Putting your bishop on h6, getting rid of that knight on e3, and then going for f5, or by bringing your rook up to h5. So if the white knight tries to sit on that square, I'm immediately going to capture it and give up my rook for knight and pawn to, instead of being up a rook for a knight, I'll be up a pawn. So these are really tense moments. And Levy, I guess I'll ask you here first. When you look at the clock, Pragnanda, 21 minutes. He's got 12, 13 moves to make here. Do you feel like it's easy for him to play or easy for him to potentially go wrong knowing what black's next objective is?
I think it's easier to play now because the worst is over. I mean, he might not be able to win the game, but sometimes it's easier to defend in chess. Like sometimes you haven't had the best opening to middle game transition. You're under pressure. You kind of see the worst coming at you. And now it's basically a matter of, well, I know Fabiano's got plan A and plan B. Like the position's pretty closed. It's pretty straightforward. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to defend myself. And the truth is and he played bishop to a3, I think, speaking of which, before I continue. And he's not letting Fabiano move his bishop because the pawn on c5 will be under fire. Guys, I think it's a bit of a bummer for Caruana fans and Caruana himself that this is the best that he could obtain, because in the long run, I don't actually quite understand how black is going to break through in the position. However, time is a factor still. And the truth is that you still have to make 12 more moves before you get your next 30 minutes and you get the increment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop a3, very clear intention. Tying himself to the c5 pawn, preventing bishop h6. Robert, I think you nailed it. Fabi's only idea, I'm kind of getting Firouzja versus Nepo vibes. It's a very closed position. We're kind of bordering on the territory where there's just no pawn breaks, and it's a completely locked position. f5 is the only thing that I see. So the thematic move here is rook h5, but I could also see things getting very double-edged. And this is how the unthinkable happens, right? These are the positions where it's easy to overpress, sacrifice the exchange back at the wrong moment, and you might find yourself in a worse position if you mistime the breakthrough f5. So Fabi might say, I'm going to take a rain check on that. I'm going to try to make some improvements on the queen side, maybe tuck my king away on a8. But the downside of that is he might land himself in a situation where it's just impossible to create the circumstances where f5 is an effective breakthrough. Where do you stand, Robert? Of course, the trend of the game favors Pragg. I think that's clear. How would you rate Fabi's winning chances here, and how does he proceed?
I liked your idea of bringing the king to the corner, playing b6, getting your bishop out of the way, doubling your rooks on the b file, and trying to play b5, something like that. I know I'm giving black a bunch of free turns here and not coming up with a plan for white, but that's one of the major concepts in this position is you need to open a file, whether it's the f file or the b file. Frankly, your rooks don't care. They just want to have open space in front of them, because if you look at them now, the rook on h8 would be best served by picking up the h3 pawn, throwing it off the board. The g8 rook would probably be better served as well without the g4 pawn, although it still doesn't accomplish much. So there's a lot left in this position. We can see that Fabiano, he is trying to work his way through, but he's going to take his time. So, yep, Hikaru move. Why don't we head over there? Let's check out what he did, because he had the option to repeat, and he has repeated. So how many times has this position occurred now?
So this is, if Hikaru plays queen g5 now, it's a draw, which is weird because he's looking over to the other board, which means that he didn't want to repeat on the previous position. But now if he repeats, like, isn't repeating better for black with the knight on f3? Rather, isn't breaking the repetition better for black with the knight on f3? Like, isn't it worse for Hikaru to play queen h6 here? That, to me, that's what it feels like. But okay, I mean, he's looking. I think it's going to be a lot of head shaking and kind of faces by both guys, and then they're probably going to make the draw. Guys, one game that has completely exploded is we gotta go there. Gukesh Firouzja. Over the last few moves in that game, Gukesh was trying desperately to stabilize matters and just kind of disallow Alireza from coming at him on two flanks of the board, and Alireza just won't stop. So if we can pull that game up, because that one will definitely be the most dramatic game by far. I think, going down the stretch. We still have the Nepo and Hikaru game up, but I'm sure we'll pull up Gukesh and Firouzja over in a second. Gukesh was trying to stabilize for quite a while. So if we back up like 3 moves, I will show you exactly what went down. Alireza went knight h5, right? Clearly looking for knight f4 and knight g3. Gukesh went g3, which is a massive commitment, right? Extending a pawn out in front of your king. Then here, this is going to be one of Robert's favorite moves. I know he likes the collinear moves. Check out this move, bishop c5. So improving your position and kind of activating the rook in the corner and maintaining the onus on white to make a move. And now Gukesh plays b3. So Gukesh stabilizes, but now that a3 pawn is a long-term problem for white if he ever loses the pawn on a2. And Alireza sense now's his chance, and he just goes f5. Another pawn straight through on the king side in conjunction with the knight on h5. We have more moves coming in right now. Guys, we might be heading for a decisive result in this one as well.
Whoa.
This is
Gukesh worse, Robert?
Yeah, I like Black's position. You have all the dark square control. There's a knight on f1. Compare that to the knight on h5. It feels like Gukesh has some trouble here ahead against Alireza Firouzja. And you look at the left-hand side of our screen here. Both boards up between the leaders of the event heading into round 13. Hikaru's played queen g5. So, Dunn, if knight f3 is played, is that officially the draw?
Aren't we already... Is Hikaru playing some sort of mind game where he could have claimed the draw, but wants to tempt Jan one more time? Now, technically, you don't have to claim the draw. This is what people need to understand. The game is not automatically drawn like it is online. A player has to claim the draw. So there have been cases where players are mad. One player is mad at another. And he's like, well, you kind of were a coward, so I'm just going to keep repeating. And, 6 or 7 times. Of course, this is not going to happen here, but I'm pretty sure queen g5
You're right. Yes.
It's
Danya,
up to Jan now.
Danya, go back to when Hikaru played the move c5. When Hikaru played c5, that was the first time we had this position on the board.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
It's like officially it's a draw, but if no one claims it, it's not a draw. So we've officially reached three position repetition.
But
which is
why what's funny about that? Sorry,
go ahead, Robert. No, go ahead. You first.
Well, I was going to say in round 11, Alexandra Garyachkina, she didn't claim a draw because it was a different move order against Vaishali, and she in fact lost that game. But here you see both players, they're going to the arbiter, and they're saying, is it 3-time repetition? There's obviously no need for this. We know it's a draw. They played it the same thing many times. In fact, it's already been a draw, and neither side really wants to change it up. So this feels like, going through all the motions, but the game is a draw. The handshakes are in, and we have 2 players who are now in the lead. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, nothing separates these 2. They enter the round in a tie with Gukesh. They may exit the round, just the 2 of them, in first place. So, Levy, what we just saw from Hikaru, he played this opening, which was offbeat. He was able to catch Jan his prep, but then he immediately got a rough-looking position before he was able to hold on. So what do you make of this game?
Yeah. You know what I just realized? It wasn't... Wait. Hold on a second. Guys, it's not 3-position repetition, is it? Because on the first move, there could have been an en passant.
Whoa. Are you saying this is an eventuality that occurs 1 out of a million times, and this is that millionth edge case? Levy, explain.
I think he's claiming. So he's claiming that he's about to make a draw with knight f3. What he's doing is, in chess, if you're going to have a position for the 3rd time, you have to claim that with your next move, it will be 3-time repetition. He's not claiming the position has occurred 3 times.
Now it is.
Yes, that was not the same position. That was not the same. Wow, that is ridiculous. Anyway, it's a draw. I think Hikaru is happy, and I think probably Jan is a little bit less happy, and they're both going to go watch Gukesh Firouzja. That's what they're about to do. But that's fascinating.
And good observation by you there, Levy, that en passant was legal that
Yes.
first go around. It doesn't matter. Those two are not trying to change the game. And we
Yes.
see that we have 2 games remaining. And oh boy, how consequential they are. In the left hand side of our screen, Fabiano Caruana, he's up a rook for a knight. But in a closed position, knights often are even better than rooks. Fabiano with an advantage, of course. He slid his king to the corner. He wants to break free a file for those rooks. On the right-hand side, Gukesh, he's on the back foot, though he did just centralize his rook here. He would like to activate that piece because the black king isn't all that safe either. So, Danya, as you look across these 2 boards, we see the evaluation bar. It's better for black in both games. But do you really believe what that bar is telling you?
I don't believe anything anymore. None of my kind of instincts have ever come true. It's the candidates, and we have these turnarounds every moment. Just to give the 10-second recap of that incredible draw between Jan and Hikaru, it was an interesting edge case, but both players wanted the draw. It wasn't the case where one player was trying to go on. So definitely something to discuss for people interested in rules and technicalities, but that wasn't the truly interesting part of the game. What a combative draw. Jan misses the chance, and Hikaru, I think, made the right call, although these 2 games will tell. Look at Firouzja's last move. Levy, F4, is staring down white like the sword of Damocles. It is hanging over Gukesh, and he's got to find a way, an antidote of some sort. Maybe rook d5, maybe get this knight into the game, because if you allow F4, your king side is going to be shattered, and you could get mated really quickly.
No, yeah. I mean, this is between the 2 advantages, guys. This is a perfect example, right? We always talk about what the computer says. It says minus 0.6 in the Fabiano game, and it says minus, let's say, 0.1, 0.2 in this game. This one feels like the bigger advantage, the Gukesh Firouzja game. Like, it seems like everything is in black's favor. F4 is about to happen. E3, F3, FG after that. Like, Gukesh is not the one calling the shots here. But if Firouzja goes wrong in the ensuing time trouble, 18 minutes to make, 11 moves, anything can happen. Just like their first game, by the way.
Look at this position. F4. I like the reference, Danya. Yeah, that sword of Damocles hanging right over Gukesh here. But look what he's done from the white side. He centralized his pieces. The knight on F1, pretty good defender. If F4 is played, there could be an argument for G4 as a pawn push. But then the black knight could jump into G3 potentially, and then it's pandemonium along the diagonal heading towards the white king. The F file could open up. This looks scary for Gukesh. The one bit of good news is that it's about to be his 30th turn, and he still has nearly 21 minutes on his clock. So he does have time to calculate, and calculate he must.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what do you guys think about Queen D2, Queen D5? Just like try to trade the queens.
I was going to suggest a similar idea, Queen E3, and take a page out of your book, or Levy. You mentioned the H4 resource in Pragg's game, and I can't get it out of my head, just like the song. Maybe white plays Queen E3, kicks away black's queen, and then tries to put a white pawn on F4. If your opponent wants to do something, you do it first. That's not a move you play because you're in love with your position, but the fact that the rook is hanging might be important. Levy, your idea might be even more intelligent. Get the queen to the outpost square.
Yeah, by the way, I thought you were going to say play H4 in this game as well with white, and I had no idea where you were headed. I was like, what? No, we wouldn't see that. Yeah, Queen E3, Queen D2, Queen D5. I just like the queen on D5 because I think it pressures the rook, but he also could play rook D5, and I think he did go rook D5. Oh, wow.
He did.
It's a good idea. He's kicking the queen away, and let's note that if the queens are off the board, black is no better. Look at that pawn on A3 that was used to create weaknesses in the white camp. But in the long run, that's a weakness that white can target. Imagine all the rooks and the queen comes off. Then the knight can just run around. Knight D2, knight B1, and that pawn is gone. So it's a long ways away. I acknowledge that. But that's what black is looking at. Alvarez is thinking, I can't afford to trade too many pieces because certain endgames will be bad for him. And why does he want an endgame? His king, for the moment, is safer. It's the white king that is staring at this attack. F4 coming your way, and it's not going to be a fun attack to meet. So Gukesh is ready to move, it looks like. I
think he went F4.
He went F4. What a move, Danya.
It makes sense to me. You can't allow F4. F4 happens, you get your head thrown right into the meat grinder. I don't care about the eval bar. You cannot allow black to play F4, period, full stop. And you're not in a position where, you can dictate your own terms. So I really like this decision by Gukesh. It's a practical decision because now at least he's got a roadmap for improving. He can double rooks. He's got this e3 square, which he can't quite access with his knight just yet. But if black's knight moves back from h5, which is not unlikely, that rook on d5 is really, really annoying. White's knight moves up to e3. Yeah, black is better, but that doesn't tell the whole story. I don't think Firouzja's position is that easy to handle here. Really into this decision by Gukesh. I dig it. And now the ball back in Firouzja's court.
How about h6, g5? You get into a fight at the playground and you start losing. You call some friends. h6, g5. Let's go.
So the knight on h5 done. You're highlighting it. So
yeah, we'll move it. I don't.
Move
yes,
it.
Yes. Just hypothetically. Yes.
No.
h6,
of course.
f6, g5.
Of course. Just.
But I just want to point out that even when the knight gets to f6, then the f5 becomes a target. So it's a great idea. It's one that black wants to rely on, and it just goes to show that even though white's king looks exposed, it's very difficult to actually hammer away at it. So f4 is one of these practical decisions that say, come on, come get me. And if you really are going to go all out, you actually may be leaving some pieces behind. So the knight does retreat to f6. Step one, this rook, I don't know if it should go to b5 or it should go back on the d file. Probably staying on the d file makes sense. And that knight can hop out to e3 and a d5. Trading pieces, as I said, likely going to be good for Gukesh.
Yeah, I kind of want to put the rook on b5, right? Because it stops, but he does move it back. I was going to say, rook b5 looks kind of nice, but hypothetically, it might just get lost there, right? It'll never come back. So it's kind of smart that he brings it back to d2.
But now h6 is tempting because with no problems, g5 is already a big tactical threat. Maybe white gets the knight to e3, but maybe you can still go g5 because there is a check on c5 that has to be calculated. We're moving toward the most tactically intense part of the game, just as the players' clocks are dwindling potentially to single digits. Deja vu, anybody?
Oh my gosh, this is going to be insane. They're both going to have about 3 minutes to make 5 moves, and everything is hanging on a knife's edge.
And this game is actually heading in a positive direction for Gukesh. It looked like he had no space for his pieces. His king was going to be in danger. I don't see black attackers heading his way. So this does seem like Gukesh should be happier with the changes. He looks like a confident... I was going to say, man, he's only 17 years old. It's amazing that he is so young, yet so stoic, so resilient, able to play against anybody in the planet. And look at him hunched over this board down at... He knows that this could be a very just magnificent moment for him if he could turn this around completely in his favor.
Hikaru has drawn. He knows that the path is potentially clear, except he's got an objectively worse position that he's got to turn around. But compared to what we saw a couple moves ago, I'm liking it because when you get into the time pressure phase, yeah, evaluation is important, but also who's got the easier moves? Who's got the clearer plan, the clearer path to improving their position? I feel like it's Gukesh here. If I'm totally honest, we're in for a wild ride, a barn burner as this moves toward the time pressure phase.
Indeed. So Alireza Firouzja has a lot to figure out right now. And we want to give a quick shout to Levy. Levy, you joined us for a couple hours here. We're super appreciative of it. And before we send you on your way to, I think, start your recap videos, get them ready for as soon as the round ends, what would be your summary of what you've seen today and how you project the tournament to conclude potentially tomorrow or on Monday with tie breaks?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's been a good day, I would hope, of commentary first with Anish and then myself or whoever the audience is out there watching. And I think it still is, and it was a very tense day. If I had to describe it in one word, it's just tense. Hikaru was surprised in the opening. I was surprised that he played so aggressively, and it was very confrontational. That game sort of ends where it could have potentially just gotten started. This Fabiano game, he's going to have a 6 to 7 hour day. Gukesh Firouzja is insane. So I'll just say with that, thanks for having me. I know we're about to go to break, and then we're going to come back for a very exciting end of round 13.
I'm pumped. I'm also pumped to watch your recap video. So everyone, you should await that. But before that, we head to break, and when we return, it's the finish of the penultimate round of the FIDE Candidates. Don't go anywhere.
But the goal is get you to a comfortable spot in those first 10 opening moves and just have you hitting that gas. That's all, folks. Thanks so much for checking out my E4 course here on Chessable. I do hope you enjoy. I got introduced to chess because my family is, obviously both my mom and dad's side is from former Soviet Union, and it's kind of part of the culture there. So I was playing with my grandfather when I was about 5, and I think what attracted me when I was younger is I just got the game. I got the game probably on the level how most modern-day grandmasters got the game. I could see something once and I could just go demolish adults, kids, and for most talented players, that's how it is for a long time. They just obsess over the game. I hate to compare it to art, but in many ways it is. I find it fascinating. Every day I can teach myself something. I've played it for 20 years, and there's still so much I don't know. I can play blitz games, and I can make Masterpiece or Chaos with white, with black. What a time to be alive, because I still have insecure chess teacher syndrome from 2019 when I was just going to private lessons, and nobody knew who I was, and I still remember those days. And I very easily just think about them, and I'm completely the same guy. I just happen to do it on camera now. Last World Championship, I was looking at 5 streams at the same time, getting all the information, trying to understand the position more, keeping in mind what I'm gonna say in the recap a couple hours later, who said what. That's the stuff that I really get excited by, just knowing that it was a good recording, it was funny, I presented everything I want to present. That stuff, I guess, is like a cycle that gets me more energy. I really enjoy making a high-quality piece of content. It is very natural for me to do the presenting. I'm not fake at all. I think that's one of the reasons I can stream and stay sane. But sometimes even I'm exhausted, and after I record a video, I have more energy, which doesn't make sense. I feel good about the current career. I don't spend a huge amount of time being introspective about the current career. I'm just working as hard as possible. With me, it's just me and the camera, which is even, I don't know, I would even argue it's more weird that it's just me in a room. From 2020 until now, I'm still just some dude who likes to talk about chess, and I just so happen to do it in an exciting way for a lot of people. And obviously, my confidence has grown in presenting and knowing that what I put out will get watched, which is, you don't have that guarantee when you start. It's very nice, and it's not something I take lightly, but at the end of the day, if you really break it down, I'm just a dude who talks about chess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video. I've taken an approach in this course where I will happily enter the main lines of certain openings for the first 5 or 10 moves before deviating into something that's aggressive, interesting, and will definitely make people uncomfortable.
Two results down in this round, 2 games to go. We know 2 of our leaders Or are they? Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura drew, and Alireza Firouzja right now, he's mixing things up with Gukesh Damaraju. And as we dive into the details, Gukesh suddenly could have the upper hand, and if he in fact does and wins this game, Danya, he will be in clear first.
What an incredible twist that would be as the 17-year-old Gukesh, no candidates experience. He's behaving, he's comporting himself as though this is his 10th candidates, like he's Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura put together. But his ultimate test is in this position. He's got 11 minutes on Alireza Firouzja, but most importantly, mixing things up, Robert, that can have a positive connotation. I would spin it with a negative connotation. Alireza has just opened up the G file with a daring, audacious, and potentially unwise G5 and G takes F4. What do we make of this?
I love that we get some fundamental concepts on full display. Black, actually, when you think about it, has a passed pawn on e4, a protected passed pawn. But you know what's the best piece to step in front of a passed pawn is a knight, because it looks over the pawn and into the black position. That f5 pawn is loose. The g file is open. And, well, if that knight on f6 were to move just to defend this pawn on f5, you're kind of stepping in a direction you don't want to. That queen on e2, you pointed this out earlier, Danya, it keeps that black knight away from h5, where it really wants to go to attack that vulnerable pawn on f4.
And the problem with Alireza's last move, I'm going to show in 5 seconds what happened since we left off. Gukesh played rook d2, dropped the rook back, and g5 straight away by Alireza, sacrificing the pawn, trying to shove through this move f4. Gukesh says, I want none of it. I'm following through on my plan. Robert, the problem with Firouzja's last two moves isn't that the g file is open. Forget about that. Black can tuck the king away in h8. It's precisely what you said. The f5 pawn is a weakness, and this was not a problem that Alireza needs to have. He just created an entirely new problem for himself. That problem causes him to spend more time. And look at his clock. He's down to 6 minutes. There are 7 moves to make for Black, and I think Black is actually now worse on the board.
Oh, I think it's much easier for white to play. One player's weakness is another's strength, and here that f5 pawn is what is giving white strength. That knight on e3, it's so perfectly placed. If that knight moves, a rook could come to d5. If that knight moves, a queen could come to h5, where that knight was previously sitting. So this does seem like a position where white has the control. The rook on d2 is perfectly placed. You know why? Because you could go to the g file and double up there once the white king moves out the way. You can also just double on the d file. You already have one rook there. Why not join it with the second? And a point that I made earlier, Danya, that still is pertinent. If the queens come off the board, that a3 pawn, that is a long-term weakness that Black will struggle with. I don't think queens are coming off anytime soon, but I think we're showing a pretty good highlight of the position in that Black has weaknesses that Alireza will struggle to take care of.
And now Alireza shifting in his seat. He doesn't know what to do. He's down to 5 minutes. Every sentence that we speak, Robert, that's another 10 seconds off his clock. That's time pressure that's even more acute. I don't see a move. Queen c5 is the sort of default way to protect the f5 pawn, but that move has, too many flaws to count. You could play b4, deflecting the queen. You could just slide the king away, unpinning the knight. Alireza doesn't see anything that satisfies him. I like queen f7. I think that's a good, solid, heady defensive move. He's throwing the f5 pawn away, but if I'm Gukesh, I don't know if I'm too terrified to take it. You can actually take it because queen g6 does run into queen g2, pinning the black queen, and the g file actually does end up being significant.
But the problem is knight takes f5, which also threatens knight h6 check with a pretty devastating fork, allows Black to go knight h5. The rook on e6 covers the h6 square all of a sudden. The f5 knight is loose. The f4 pawn behind it is in trouble. So knight h5, that is Alireza's intention. And Danya, it can almost be pre-moved here. And knight h5 is going to be Alireza's plan no matter what. So if I were Gukesh, I see that knight takes f5, knight h5 is scary. Maybe I move my king off of the g file first. Maybe king h2. Does that strike you as being a good plan?
Absolutely. I really like king h2. It's the move I was going to propose as a pre-move that white could make. And we're talking about this like it's a bullet brawl game. It might turn into one soon enough. I want to remind people that in their first time scramble from the first cycle in their round robin, the game that Gukesh ended up tragically losing, he was also in the driver's seat on the board and on the clock. They had a similar situation. Gukesh had something like 13 minutes to 3, and ultimately he frittered that time advantage away. So maybe playing a little bit faster here, it would be a very daring move. It would take a tremendous amount of faith in his intuition, but it could be the smart thing to do because King H2 is not a very high-risk move.
No, it's a good move. Try to use the G file. I want to make a comment about the board on the left-hand side of our screen between Pragnanda and Fabiano. They are on move 39, so they will reach the time to move forward, gain 30 minutes. That is definitely going to be a long, hard-fought game. So we don't have to dive in yet. The position remains closed for now, but as soon as it's about to open up, we promise to give you all of the excitement that will ensue. But the game on the right-hand side of our screen, Firouzja in time trouble, just as he was the first time these two played. He is on the back foot a bit because the last bunch of moves have favored Gukesh. And guess what? I just saw Gukesh move. It looked like he grabbed his king, and there it is down there. The king is on H2. That G file is open. A rook can go there. A queen can follow up. The D file is open. And I don't think we should actually understate the importance of that, Danya. The rook on D2, it is such a powerful piece here because if that knight ever moves from F6, that rook can go up to D5 at some moment and put even more pressure on the F5 pawn.
So important, and that is a heavy price to pay. Alireza might still play knight H5 as he slides down now to 4.5 minutes. Gukesh, more like Gukesh, King H2 is such a wise move, and knight H5 on the board. Maybe it's important for white not to overreact. First of all, I wouldn't insist that rook G1 is a helpful move. Maybe it actually hurts white to send the black king to a safer spot. That has to be evaluated, Robert. Maybe a move like rook F1. You don't always need to win the brilliancy prize. Sometimes easy does it. And in light of the fact that you're threatening rook D5 and you've got clear ideas on the D file, maybe you just want to make a simple defensive move like rook F1 or queen F2. Do you see anything more exciting here for white?
The queen F2 is all the excitement I need. I feel like it's about to be a juke step because the queen comes to F2, and then you're looking, where is that rook on E1 going? Is it going to G1? It's actually now even more tempting to go to D1, double up with its friend, its buddy, and then try to go to the 7th rank. So I feel like black just has so many things to figure out here. Where is white going to go for the attack from? It's not clear, but I think what is clear, you made a great point. That rook G1 check, it feels good to deliver a check. It doesn't actually get you anywhere, and it actually helps black tuck the king in the corner and then try to use his own rooks to take over the G file. So I think queen F2 or rook F1, as you said, I personally prefer queen F2, but rook F1, I'm not going to fault that decision either.
And after queen F2, how does black prevent this expansion? We might see kind of a common scene from zombie movies play out where, you know, a car is driving faster and faster and the zombies just keep clinging on stubbornly. Black has to keep clinging on to this F4 pawn as much as possible to prevent white from infiltrating down the D file. So my instinct, Robert, would be to slide the queen to C7, hit that pawn on F4, and if you can get white to move the knight onto D5, that might be beneficial for black because at least the D file is closed and black could breathe peacefully at least for one move.
It's not going to be a peaceful game, that's for sure. You can see just both players going at the other. The F4 pawn is a target, the F5 pawn also, and the kings, both of them are wide open. And you see Gukesh on the clock. I would be tempted if I were playing somebody who had just 4 minutes on their clock to try to press them. But we saw that mistake. We've already seen that movie, Danya, where Gukesh, in that first time around, it was Alireza in time trouble, but it was Gukesh in the end who paid the full price.
Indeed. There's just so many thoughts that must be swirling in his head. And right now, he's got to push them all away because the present is just to find the best move after knight H5. And ultimately, the best players, all of that baggage, all of the fans, all of the hype, it doesn't matter. All that matters is your next move. All that matters is making the time control while maintaining the initiative. And you cannot start flagging your opponent because we know how good Firouzja is in time scrambles. We know what happened the last time. And Gukesh is probably deciding between queen F2 and rook F1, which does have the benefit of keeping the knight in white's line of fire, preventing a move like queen C7. So it's not an easy decision to make, Robert. Maybe the moves are equivalent in strength, but I actually like that Gukesh is investing some time here.
I think it's a wise decision. And a lot of younger players in particular would rush in this moment, but he knows that this is one of those critical junctures in the game. And while he's thinking, I just want to bring up our second board as well, because it's about to reach move 40. And that is good news for Pragg. He gets more time as he's now done under 5 minutes. But Fabiano's bishop is about to reach h6. So for those of you looking at the left-hand side, Fabiano has regrouped all of his pieces to key squares, and now he's trying to get rid of that white knight. And if he can do that, he can finally break open the position for his rook. So Danya, no matter where we turn our heads, we're going to have to be on a swivel a bit. The games are just so exciting.
No, these are two games that could decide the course of the candidates, which could and will decide the course of chess history. So we're not doing any overhyping. The games themselves are so hype that, we can essentially get out of the way. But right now, Gukesh is in Firouzja's way, and Fabiano Caruana, I don't know if he's aware of Gukesh's position. He's got bigger fish to fry. He will definitely take a look after time control is reached. Will that influence his decisions? I don't really think so, because he's not playing with that much risk. He's preparing that F5 break, and for the next couple of moves, he could just make these slow improving moves and see what happens next.
Look at this view of the players, of the positions, and it looks like actually quite a bit just changed in the Fabi game. So there were a trade of pawns on the left-hand side. That's good news for those rooks, but they have reached move 40. So that means they are going to spend their time. You see Fabiano's clock, over 40 minutes for him. Pragg 34 plus. So let's dive right back in to the game between Gukesh and Firouzja, because these players, they have yet to reach the time control. There is not 30-second bonus time per move. And for Alireza in particular, we've seen him struggle in some of these positions that have gone down to the wire. So, Danya, once again, remind me, Rook F1 and Queen F2, those are the moves that we're talking about. Rook F1 keeps the white queen in line with that knight that's loose on H5. That's the benefit of it. The queen going to F2 allows that white rook on E1 to choose its file. So, not an easy decision, but do you feel like Gukesh should be making his move in the next 1 or 2 minutes?
Yes, in order to avoid a repeat of what happened the first time. I don't want to keep harping on it. This is a different game. It's a different circumstance. The point is, if the time situation equalizes, Firouzja is the better blitz player, and you want to maximize your chances. You want to use your time advantage well. What could be holding Gukesh back? I think it's the fact that Queen F2 is ideal, but for the fact that Black retains this Queen C7 resource, which could become very significant, Robert. For example, I'll put this on the board really quickly. If White plays Queen F2, and let's say Firouzja plays King H8, which would be a wise move to play quickly, Gukesh plays Rook D1, Firouzja plays this very annoying zombie move, Queen C7, and again, Knight D5, super tempting, but you're blocking the D file. Not sure where Black should put his queen, but after something like Queen G7, it's a bit of a dead end, because the rook could cover the G file, the knight could drop back to E3, but that's just a repetition of moves. So that's the problem with Queen F2, but the problem with Rook F1 is that you're not going to double on the D file, right? That main idea is taken away because the rook is now delegated to protecting the pawn. What do? Do you make a third move? Queen F2 on the board.
Yeah, Queen F2. And another reason, the variation you showed, I was surprised that Black was hanging in there, because if the white knight goes to D5 and the queen gets to D4, the Black king is running out of safe squares. You can imagine a mating net against that Black king. You put a rook on G1 as well for good measure, and that king looks like it is in harm's way. So I like Queen F2. And Danya, how quickly do you think that Firouzja is going to respond? Because this is a challenging moment for him.
Well, I think he's got about a minute. If he goes under 3 minutes, remember, he's got 6 moves to make. Gukesh has another 5. You don't want to get into territory where it's physically difficult to execute the moves in time. We've seen that before. I'm giving him another 30 seconds. My guess is that King H8 is sort of in his pocket. He's looking for a better execution. But with 3.5 minutes, King H8, at the very least, gets the king to a safer square. It's such a tempting move to play when your clock is dwindling.
And look at the accuracy from these players, both around 98%, and they're all zeros. No brilliancies, but also no blunders. None of anything, and that's because little separates them, according to the bar next to the board. But don't be fooled. This is the exact type of position where somebody earns those 2 question marks and the game gets out of hand. And look at Farouche's clock. Speaking of getting out of hand, he's done under 3 minutes. We know he's one of the best blitz players in the world, but he might be playing blitz while his opponent's playing rapid, and Gukesh's lead on the clock is huge at the moment.
My goodness, I gave him 30 seconds. 50 seconds have passed. 2.5 minutes feels like so much time, in a chess.com game. But in the penultimate round of the candidates, with the leaderboard hanging in the balance, it feels like a pitiful amount of time as Rook G6 is played. Same concept, Robert. I'm not shocked to see this move. Firouzja tries to preempt any shenanigans on the G file, but is this a good use of resources? And first big question, does Gukesh double on the D file, or is Queen C7 an insurmountable obstacle?
Queen C7 is always such an annoying move because that F4 pawn is tender. This Rook G6 idea, I completely see what he's going for, but that F5 pawn also is weak. So it's not just the F4 one. Rook D5 comes to mind. How is actually Black planning to defend that pawn? Because Knight G7, Danya, you don't want to put your knight on that Fianchetto square.
And then you finally pried Black's fingers from the ledge. Then you can double on the D file. And that looks like curtains potentially for Black. Rook D5. Great call, Robert. You predicted this a while ago. That was the main problem with moving the knight away from F6. It was that it gave the D5 square not to the knight, but to the rook. This is trouble. This is trouble, Robert. How does Alireza defend the pawn in an intelligent way? Queen C7 anyway?
Ooh, good find by you. I like finding tactics to solve problems, and so does Alireza Firouzja. Does it work, though? Because Queen C7, I guess you can't take on F5 because F4 is loose. What would White respond to Queen C7 with?
Rook E5, perhaps, just slicing off the diagonal. It's a terrifying move to play because then you're going to have to calculate Knight F4, Rook G3. It gets very chaotic, but those 6 extra minutes could really do some work for White. Firouzja down almost to 90 seconds. Knight G7 is on the board, but that's a serious concession. Now, I think Gukesh will quickly double his rooks.
And Danya, also now is a moment where I should point out, if the queens come off the board, that rook goes to A5 and wins the A3 pawn. I mean, Black has a tough position right now. Your king might get checkmated if you're not careful. And even if you are careful and get queens off the board, you're likely to lose many of these endgames. So you see the blue arrow. I don't think you did that. Rook H6, nope. The only move after White just doubled on the D file. We get the aggressive play from Black, but that's not an easy move to make. And he's done a 1 minute, 10 seconds.
And he's got 3 moves to make until move 40. 3 moves in 1 minute. Forget the 3 moves. I can't even make 1 move. He's down to a minute, and he's played. King H8 is the human reaction. He's found it. Rook H6 on the board by Firouzja, tying himself to this H pawn. Robert, the last source of counterplay is White's H3 pawn, which suddenly doesn't feel so comfortable anymore. This is incredible resilience by Firouzja, but he's got 2 moves to make in under a minute now.
Such a nice move, and while the blue arrow showed us what it was, it's not an easy move to make when you have minimal time on the clock. And you see Firouzja, he's looking at this board, his time down under a minute, and Gukesh, he needs to find a move that challenges his opponent, not just a quick move to try to put Firouzja on the clock. So Danya, what comes to mind as you see both players peering at the board? What do you think Gukesh is going to play?
Well, I'm taking 3 or 4 minutes if I'm Gukesh. Somehow I don't think he's going to do that. But don't go Queen G3. Don't make an impulsive move and gift Black Queen H5 on a silver platter. Maybe go Rook D6 and take this Rook on H6 out of the equation. Of course, the downside of a move like Rook D6 is Black gets to make a forced reply, and Firouzja is guaranteed to make time control more or less in one piece. Queen G2 is a potential compromise. Just make a quieter move, set up Rook D7. Rook D7 itself, Robert, has to be evaluated, and I have no idea what's happening after Queen H5.
You just mentioned that certain moves can give black an automatic response. Rook d7 is one of those moves with the queen getting out, and white just not quite in time to put pressure on the knight on g7. So rook d6, by the way, that is a very clever idea because black has precisely one active piece at the moment, that rook on h6. I see the feature chat saying Alireza looking more comfortable in this position, but after rook d6, you get rid of black's best piece. I don't know how comfortable he really will be because then the queen can join the party on the d file, and it's not just rooks that can double up in an open file.
And the clock is a tool, but you should not play for the clock, right? This is not the way to win a game in the candidates. If you see a good move, even if it forces the action, you still have to make it, right? It's nice to flag your opponent, but you can't rely on that. You have to rely on the best move. And I think rook d6 is the perfect balance. Get black's strongest piece off the board, make space for the knight to jump into d5, Robert, and just kind of eyeing that position without calculating. It looks very, very unsavory in the long run for black. Do you see anything else? Because rook d7, queen h5, the important thing is that the moment white's queen moves to the g file, black's rook, it keeps pogoing, toggling between h6 and g6, and that looks like a complete dead end to me.
That's a good defensive resource for Firouzja. Perhaps rook g1 here. You are pinning that knight on g7, and if the black queen goes to h5, like it will in most continuations, the white rook can slide up to g3 and defend. So it looks like rook g1
great
was played.
call. That was an amazing call, Robert.
We'll see if it's a great call because for Firouzja, I still think queen h5 is automatic, and it's really about move 40. But Don, you saw that? Firouzja, he glances at his clock. He knows that he needs to make these decisions quickly, and he instead starts with rook g6. He wants to offer that trade.
Now he's got one move to make in 45 seconds. Gukesh with 5 minutes to deliver that 40th move. He's got the option of coming back to d1 and saying, listen, I'm going to relinquish my hope of flagging my opponent. I need those extra 30 minutes to really delve deeper into that position. What a mature decision that would be, Robert. If Gukesh were to voluntarily take this into the time control, do you see a different move? Look at that. Rook d1, taking the higher road. I love it.
And he immediately storms out of his chair. Firouzja's on the clock. Just because Gukesh made his 40th move does not mean Firouzja has. And you look, he is getting low. 30 seconds. Will he repeat? Yes, he does. We can breathe. The players can breathe. Everyone home, you can also take that breath. And for Firouzja, the key is, will his pieces have breath? Will they gain space? Because you see the control in this position along the D file. Danya, you made a great call. You're called the prophet for a reason. But rook d1, repeating the position. So many of us would have tried to mix things up to not give an automatic reply to our opponent. But the position does look pleasant for white. So I think that Gukesh, he made the right decision.
That was a decision. We keep talking about it. The maturity in his play. What does that mean, right? That's a vague word. Well, it's represented through decisions like this, where you say, I wasn't able to pose the problems I wanted within the time control. So let's turn the page. Let me solidify my advantage. Gukesh knows that he's better. He knows that there's a deep move that stabilizes his advantage, and he wants that extra time in order to find it. But the bigger question is, can the players make it to the bathroom in time? I think the answer is yes. Can Gukesh capitalize on his advantage? Well, that, Robert, remains to be seen as we start a new chapter in this incredible game.
So much life left in this one, and it's anybody's game with the queens and rooks on the board, open kings. Both sides need to be careful. So they have reached move 40. They join Pragg and Caruana, who already did that. Why don't we just quickly take a look at that game, because we should update all of the viewers on what Fabiano's chances are like, because if he wins, then he is tied with Jan and Hikaru heading into that final round. So Danya, take us on over there, because Fabi, he's had a better position. He's had extra material. So if we go to that game, we'll see that still 2 rooks for black, only 1 for white. White has this knight on f5. We could call it a knife on f5. That's clear compensation. But my big question to you, and we know this is going to be an extremely long game, should black, as you point out, trade queens, or should black play b6, rook b7, and then try to open up the queen side with pawn to b5 at the right moment? I've said this for a long time. I feel like a broken record, Danya. The rooks, they desperately need open files, and the only pawn break I see now that some pawns have been exchanged on the king side is trying to exchange some on the queen side with b6, rook b7, and eventually pawn to b5.
And I'll start by, again, not trying to tamp down the excitement, but we need to take the eval bar and its minor swings with a grain of salt, because these kinds of closed positions, not only is the computer short-sighted in some ways, the famous example of this is, the classic over-evaluation when there's no way to make progress. And a fortress, even modern computers struggle to evaluate that cleanly. I think it's called the horizon effect. But okay, bishop d2 is Pragg's last move. It's a completely reasonable move, Robert. I think you'll co-sign this point. He's preventing the rook from moving up to g5. And he's signaling to us that queen h5 is not something that he's fearing. My intuitive response to you is no. Queen h5 is not that scary. White trades queens. Always trade when you're down material. You know how the advice goes. And after white moves the king up to e2, it feels like with the queens off the board, this pawn on f6 will be a long-term target, and black will just struggle to get the bandwidth to organize the pawn breakthrough. But I don't know the truth, and it's up to Fabi to delve very deeply into this critical moment.
Yeah, that's why we, as you said, we aren't focusing on what the objective evaluation is right now, because there could be horizon effect issues. It's more about coming up with plans, because when you're seated in those chairs, you're not relying on, it's approximately -1 or -0.5. You're thinking, if you're Pragnanda, okay, so is Fabi going to break with b5 at some moment? Is he going to bring a rook up and take my knight just to try to change the dynamic of the game? Can I move my knight away and go after either the f6 or the h3 pawn? Do I even want to take pawns? Because if I take the f6 pawn off the board, that opens up a file for rooks. These are difficult questions, and we must entertain them all. But the players, they only have their allotment of time. You see Fabi, he's got a hand over his mouth. He's not trying to whisper a secret. He is trying to come up with a plan here. And I do think that he should start playing on the queen side. There is no risk at the moment in doing so, but he has just made a move. It is queen to h5. So Fabi, perhaps, Danya, he's suggesting that after the queen trade, he could still venture on over to the queen side, try to break open that flank, and then play for a win. This is going to be a fascinating battle. Danya, do you like this decision?
Listen, I don't like fence sitting. I try to be honest. I genuinely do not know. Right? I'm looking at this position and I'm short-circuiting because I see what Fabi wants. I think Fabi, and what people have to understand is that this is a decision made mostly based on your feel, not really your calculation. This is not an easy position to calculate because there aren't any immediate tactics. So what Fabi is basically doing is saying, okay, once the queens come off, how likely is it that I'm going to eventually carry out this b5 pawn break? And he believes that using his rooks, and perhaps on the strength of some setup that he's created, maybe putting the rooks on b8 and b7, he believes that once he plays b5, that is going to cause an explosion in the position. And ultimately, this is the way for his extra exchange to make its presence felt. It's a deep move. I really appreciate Fabi's sense of the position. So let's wait 10 moves, 15 moves, and see how this unfolds. I wouldn't criticize queen h5 too much, though, Robert, because we know how deeply Fabi approaches every decision.
And the plan remains the same for Pragnanda. Whether he trades the queens or not is the big question. You know he has to think before taking up that decision. So Gukesh and Firouzja, they've reached move 40. They gained that extra time. Fabi and Pragnanda, they've done the same. And actually, word is that Mike Klein is with Hikaru Nakamura. So we're going to send it live in Toronto and hear what Hikaru has to say after his draw with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Thanks, guys. We're the Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who played a draw in his final game as black against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That start with the end. What were your thoughts when deciding whether or not to take the repetition?
Well, I mean, I think it was a game of chicken. I was trying to figure out who's going to gamble or not gamble. I mean, I think the problem ultimately is that we're both low on time. I think if we had maybe an hour on the clock, there's a very good chance that the game would have continued. I think one of us would have deviated from making the repetition. But the problem is we're both down to about 20, 25, a little bit less than 25 minutes, and it was just a very, very tough situation to be in. It's kind of funny because now I've seen some of the analysis, and I mean, perhaps I should have played on at the end. But some of the moves that I think the engines are recommending, like playing this G5, this knight f4 with like G5, is just just, I mean, so foreign. I don't think Jan or I even considered these ideas that I don't feel too bad about it. So perhaps I should have continued, but I think at the end of the day, I also was looking at the other game, and I perceived Firouzja to be a little bit better in his game against Gukesh at the time. I'm not so sure if that's true anymore, but it looked to me like he was a little bit better. He couldn't really be worse because I thought he could like break the white pawn structure. He didn't end up playing AB2. I mean, white got C4 and B3, but I did see that game was kind of up in the air, and so it just seemed practical to make the draw and just go for it tomorrow.
And the fact that you took the draw, Gukesh's game is still ongoing. Even if he comes back and wins, you still control your own destiny because you play Gukesh. Did that factor into your decision at all?
Well, I mean, it's like when I was talking with my team, there's a good term to use when we talk about poker, and I mean, I would essentially say that when you look at Jan's situation, he's out of position relative to Gukesh or myself. I mean, I know a lot of people don't play poker, so they're not going to understand, but basically what it means is that Jan doesn't have any certainty in the final game. Like, he has his chance today with white, tomorrow he's black against Fabiano, whereas like Gukesh gets to try today. If I hold, I get to try tomorrow. So both of us are in a better situation relative to Jan, which I think I was kind of surprised actually that Jan just played the Spanish because I thought he would try something a little bit more wild. I felt like this was his big chance, but again, you never know. The games could all be draws. We could have tiebreakers, and who knows. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at, and also that also factored into when I decided to take the draw, because before the game today, I mean, I also told myself that if Gukesh wins and I'm a half point down, I'm happy with that situation with white in the last round needing to win. So it's like, if I'm happy with that before the game, why now do I suddenly change and risk everything today? I mean, I'm sure Magnus somewhere is laughing, and the whole be a shark thing. He's probably thinking that both of us should have tried to play for more, but it is what it is.
Let's see if we can continue the poker analogy. Our statisticians in staff at chess.com had you on the button today because they had you at 40% odds to win the tournament pre-round. Do you agree that that was about the right number pre-round?
I don't know. I mean, being on the button is an interesting term because I think that's giving, when you have the button, that's a lot of power in poker. But I don't think I really had that kind of power because I did have the black pieces today. I think the percentages are all kind of random, I would say, at the end of the day. I think it comes down to who controls their nerves better. And whoever does that probably will have the best chances. So 40% maybe. I mean, I think all of us, it's basically a coin flip at this point.
At the post-game press conference, Jan Nepomniachtchi did almost all the talking, almost all of the lines. And you had mentioned the last couple of rounds you were a little bit fatigued. Did that have anything to do with fatigue, or was he just on a roll and you let him keep going at the press conference?
Well, I mean, I think he was just on a roll, so I let him keep going. I mean, there were a couple of moments that were interesting. I mean, I could have played Queen H6 instead of Queen H5. But overall, I mean, I didn't really see the point. So I wouldn't say I'm tired. Definitely not, because there was a nice rest day yesterday, which was quite good in terms of recovering. But yeah, I think it was an interesting game, and luckily I was never, I think, in any serious danger. And whenever you have games like that, it's much easier to kind of relax and just move forward.
Do you think maybe you're more relaxed than the players coming in? Because I've noticed during the first move today, you were laughing with Matt Collins, the NFL player. And a couple days ago, when there was a mention of the Allman brothers, you were getting a kick out of that. And I don't see any other players reacting pre-round. Do you feel like you're a little bit looser going into the games than some of your competitors?
Well, I mean, of course I am. I have no pressure on me. Everybody else, this is their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So yeah, I mean, I don't need to be blasé about it, but yeah, I think also, frankly, for me, like I'm trying to enjoy it in a different kind of way. I would say that I've played a couple of candidates, but also, frankly, I mean, the way I view it, this is either my last one or second to last one. I mean, I've stated, I think, multiple times that I don't intend to play professionally past the age of 40. So, like, I'm just trying to enjoy the experience. Also, frankly, I think, you have all these great, I don't know if you want to say celebrities or influencers is a bad word these days, but you have all these VIPs basically showing up. And ultimately, I think it's important that they have a good experience, too. Because, like, today, Jan was very stoic, and I mean, I understand it, of course, with such an important game against me, but you want these people to have a good experience, to enjoy it, because you never know what can happen down the road. Now, it doesn't mean they'll sponsor an event, but like, even if they have a good positive feeling about chess, there's more opportunities for something more to happen. I mean, you never know. Like the guy today, he's the wide receiver, he could go and play chess with Josh Allen. You never know. Maybe Josh Allen gets really gets really into chess, for example, and it goes from there. Of course, there's Joe Burrows, who plays chess quite a lot as well, but I mean, in general, if these VIPs have a positive experience, that can only be a good thing. So I try to be pretty relaxed and chatty, and I mean, I enjoy seeing these people who love chess so much show up.
That's great to hear. And speaking about your enjoyment, you've expressed your love for Canada before. You've lived here for a bit. You love sushi. You love hockey. Are you getting to enjoy Toronto?
Well, it's kind of funny because I try not to be emotional in general, but When I went to Vancouver, it was actually, I think, exactly 16. It was right about 16 years ago today. It was right around April 20th, 2008, when I came to Vancouver, and I decided to spend the better part of that year there. And it was a very important year for me in terms of, learning how to enjoy life, and that helped me break through 2700 and everything else. Things like that aren't lost on me. Toronto itself, I'm going to be honest, it's not my favorite city. Vancouver is where my heart is and always will be. But nonetheless, to see the enthusiasm for chess here is definitely a good thing. So I'm enjoying it.
Final question tomorrow against Gukesh. Biggest chess game of your life?
Biggest chess game of my life. I mean, on one hand, yes, but I think I've said it many times. I feel like in general, I'm playing with house money. Everything kind of at this point, it's like winning the lottery and then trying to win the lottery again. I mean, I think when you look at everything that happened with the chess boom and how the world, alongside the chess world as well, both changed. I mean, I feel like I've already won the lottery, so it feels like trying to win the lottery again. And sure, it would be nice, but honestly, I'm just trying to play a good game of chess, and if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. But that's life.
Thanks so much. There's a man who's really enjoying himself. Now back to you in the studio.
And we heard from Hikaru Nakamura, who, as it currently stands, shares the lead with Jan Nepomniachtchi after they drew their game. I mean, Danya, we heard all of Hikaru's thoughts. It seemed like he wanted to share, poker strategy, how he approached the game. What did you make of that interview?
Well, there's obviously a lot there, and a shout out to Mike Klein, just the access we have to these players and their inner workings. I'm seeing a relaxed Hikaru who's enjoying his experience, and obviously taking each game very seriously, but building on his experience, on his fan base. And I'm pretty optimistic with the white pieces against Gukesh. Hikaru has to be feeling good. And I kind of have a funny joke I heard recently that I think jives very well with how we heard Hikaru explaining the motivation behind repetition. But the games are more important. So as a quick status update, Fabi has played b6 and rook h7 as expected. Gukesh is still thinking, it'll take me about 30 seconds. Do I have the time to make that connection, Robert?
Go for it, my friend.
So it's funny, as a commentator, I've learned through the years not to try to overthink what exactly is going through a player's head during an important decision. You just never know if it's crazy variations, or if, let's say, Hikaru chose to make a draw in the first seconds and was deciding where to eat that night, or Fabi chose to trade queens but was thinking back to whether he could have checkmated Pragg earlier in the game. And it reminds me of a joke I heard recently that I think represents that very well. To paraphrase, it goes something like this. So Sherlock Holmes and Watson go on a camping trip. And after a long day of hiking, they're exhausted. They lay down and go to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sherlock Holmes, he nudges his sidekick awake and says, Watson, look up at the sky and tell me what you see. So Watson looks up at the sky and he sees, I see billions and billions of stars. And Holmes says, well, what does that tell you, Watson? Watson thinks about it and he says, well, from an astronomical perspective, it tells me that there are millions of galaxies and billions of planets and maybe undiscovered moons, and that the cosmos is always expanding. And theologically, I know that God may be up there somewhere as well. And why do you ask? What does it tell you? Holmes was silent for a bit, looks over at Watson and says, Watson, you imbecile, some jerk has stolen our tent.
And I love the watering down of the language. But Danya, first of all, how do you remember that entire joke? That is impressive. But also,
I had it open.
Oh, okay. I was actually just fully shocked that you were able to do that from memory in its entirety. So yeah, that feels like
University of Oxford. Credit to University of Oxford for having that joke out. But the moral of the story is just enjoy the flow of the game. You never know exactly what's going through a player's mind, and trying to fill in the blanks can be very dangerous. It's easy to bark up the wrong tree, and I think Hikaru's putting that into practice. He's just taking it easy, one step at a time, and that's been the mentality which has allowed him, Robert, to bounce back. But 2 more games that may decide the fate of the candidates still in play.
And we see that Gukesh still hasn't moved. We just saw a feature chat begging him, pleading with him to make a move. He is down under 19 minutes. So, Danya, he has spent quite a lot of time deciding if he's going to potentially repeat. I don't think he wants to do that, or where to place his pieces. And actually, we just saw Pragg on the top of our screen, and the game on the left-hand side. He just made a move, but Danya, I think he needs to make moves fast. And I don't just mean based on the clock situation, because he has plenty of time, but it seems like Fabiano is darting on over to the queen side. And if those rooks get over there, the position is going to open up. And finally, the rooks are going to be happy. So Pragg, what was his move? There it is, G4. He's eyeing that H3 pawn. So it looks like these games, both of them could go in any direction.
Yeah, part two, right? Just when you think you can relax, we talk about it a lot. The time control gives you this false sense of security, but those 30 minutes elapse very quickly, even faster, because fatigue causes you to double, triple check things that you might be more confident earlier in the game. So G4 by Pragg tells us that he is actively worried, Robert, about the prospect of this breakthrough, and he is trying to distract Fabi by essentially threatening maybe to go after the H3 pawn. It almost mimics the A3 pawn on Gukesh's board, right? It's a pawn that seems to be well defended, but if Fabi gets too distracted, maybe Pragg picks it up and then he'll have a passer. Is that too far-fetched? Is that actually his idea, or is he trying to push G5? What do we make of this move?
Clearing space for the king. King G3, the H3 pawn is in its line of sight. Then Rook F1 could go after that F6 pawn, as you mentioned. G5 at any moment could be an idea that White has up his sleeve. So we know Black's idea. Rook B7, pawn A6, pawn B5. Does he get there in time? That is really what this game boils down to. Because while Black will focus his forces over on the queen side, White could go after the H3 pawn. And if that one disappears, Danya, then White has an outside passer that Black will have to reckon with.
Yeah, and at that point, it becomes a 3-result game. And that's a distinct possibility, a thought that must enter Fabi's head. If he goes all in on the queen side and miscalculates, who knows what's going to happen. Crazy how the game can turn around. We thought at some point it might be a lock in Fabi's favor, a sure lock, shall I say. What was that, son? Anyways, now we are casting into doubt the fact that he's got winning chances and even bringing up the possibility that he might overpress. So how does Fabi play this? Does he kind of try to make small improving moves, or does he go all in with Rook B7? Given his tournament standing, he's not in a position where he can hedge his bets.
Rook B7, it feels like the way to go. And you're correct, because I do want to point something out. Fabiano can be eliminated today from first place contention if he loses. That's obvious. But if he draws and Gukesh wins, Fabi can't win first anymore. So Fabiano, looking at that other game, seeing that Gukesh has chances to win, it's a complicated position, Fabiano will have to play for a win. And, the position calls for him to play for a win, sliding his rook over. So we see that Fabiano here on camera, he has to figure out what's happening on his board, what's happening on the other, because that is the nature. When you head towards the finish line, you can no longer singularly focus on your own game. You can't tunnel. And Danya, I think we should update everybody on what's happening in the Gukesh Alireza game, because if Gukesh doesn't move at all, well, then Fabiano doesn't have to worry about him winning.
Indeed, because then to lose on time, he just made a move, having spent 15, so half of his allotted remaining time. We remind people there is now a 30-second increment, so a bit of a cushion. And I need to catch my breath and get some more coffee. But before I do that, Rook comes back to G1, Robert, repeating the position now, which they reached on move 39. So if Alireza plays Rook G6, Rook G to D1 would trigger a 3-time repetition, and Alireza just did go Rook G6. I find it hard to imagine that Gukesh would cooperate and take the draw, but maybe he just doesn't feel confident enough, and he feels that with Hikaru Nepo ending in a draw, he just doesn't want to take that big risk. What do you think, Robert? Does he see a move here, or is he going to accept the draw with Rook G to D1?
I think he will play on, because the position, it looks like one where he has some chances, but I'm surprised he hasn't moved yet, understanding that Alireza is just repeating the position. So this now is up to Gukesh. Will he repeat and make a draw? Will he play on? He's answering us. His queen ventures on out to H4. So this game will continue. Ali Reza will have to sit in for a sizable think while Fabiano does the same. And in the meantime, we're going to hop away for a brief moment. But when we return, it is the 13th round of the candidates. Can Gukesh score? Can Fabiano? That's a question that can only be answered after this break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
I'm Gotham Chess, and I'm about to film the most extreme chess challenge I've ever done. I'm gonna be playing 4 games at the same time, and every kid is gonna be armed with a giant super soaker gun. Let's see if I can win all 4 games. Okay. Why did I sign up for this? This is like extreme sports. Oh my gosh, I can't even see. These two are like really brutal. I feel like I haven't even been attacked on that side. Why are you all defending your kings? Like, just let me win. Okay, all right, that's fair. I'm gonna be so excited when your water guns run out of water. I'm just gonna like... Oh yeah. How about you all do it at the same time for like 30 seconds straight? Hey. Just... Yay! I play this. It is mean, yes. How does she still have water? Oh my god. Checkmate. Good game. For some reason? Well, that means he probably enjoys chess, right? For some reason. No? That was so fast. I'm down to 2 boards. Ah! How do you still have so much water?
I haven't played.
Okay, no problem.
Before I move, my checkmate, I just yeah! I'm done.
Okay, yay. Ah, I had a feeling she was lying. That's checkmate. Good game. I can sacrifice my queen. I'm just saying, you're so mean. Ah! Good game. You lasted the longest. I'm trying to shake your hand. Woo! That was very fun. Thank you for volunteering. You know, actually, I feel like getting revenge.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally, from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Nobody said that the path to victory would be easy, and as you look at Fabiano Caruana, his path to Candidates victory might rely on him winning this game against Pragg, because Fabiano Caruana entered the round a half point back. Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura currently sit a full point ahead of him after their draw, and Gukesh, if he wins, he could actually send Fabiano out of the tournament if Fabiano fails to win. So as we look at our boards, we still have so much to talk about because the games, there is no clarity here. Black is better in Fabiano's game. Gukesh may be slightly better in his game on the right-hand side of our screens, Danya, but there are no guarantees, not at this stage of the candidates.
Not at all, Robert. No guarantees, even when ostensibly you're playing for 2 results. We know how quickly that could change. So Gukesh taking half of his remaining time on this decision to play Queen H4, offering the rook trade, which Firouzja has just accepted. Perfect timing. King takes G1, I think, is a safe bet. There we go. You know, my candidates' predictions, always on the money, Robert. An easy one there. Now, what was the point of positioning the queen on H4? I think it's a boa constrictor move. That's the way that I would categorize it. You're basically taking away a bunch of squares from black. You're taking away F6 and E7. You're inviting black to deliver Queen G6 check, but that's a dead end after something like King F2. And white's queen also has eventual access to the E7 square. Do you think that decision is a good one? And how does Firouzja respond? How does he unwind himself and that clump of pieces on the king side?
I'm going to be honest, Daniel. While you were talking about what Alireza and Gukesh need to do, I was looking at what Fabiano has just done. He pushed his A-pawn not 1, but 2 squares forward on the left-hand side here. We have both boards on display for everybody because, you know, every move will have a huge consequence. And the consequence of Fabiano winning this game will be tremendous. And Daniel, I have to say, I like his last move because if we can dive into the particulars, if we can bring up the Fabiano game against Pragg, I think that we see that his path, King A7, King A6, rook on over to the B file, push the B pawn, we see exactly how he tries to win this game.
Wow. I'm just taking a moment to appreciate the depth of that concept. You might think, if you look at A5 superficially, Robert, that it's essentially an implicit draw offer, because it's easy to think A6 is the only path to preparing B5, but you can actually do it with your pieces. And Fabi is basically pushing this pawn preemptively. Once that pawn is passed, it's going to thank him and say, thank you for pushing me to A5, 5 or 6 moves ago. How does Pragg whip up chances on the other side of the board? Or does he just sit and wait for Fabi to play B5 and try to make sense of that explosion?
He might have to sit and wait, but we know how difficult that is because engines, they're emotionless. They just make the best move and say, yeah, move your bishop back and forth. And that might actually be the best plan for white. But we as humans, we say, King A7, King A6, rook over, pawn B5. Uh-oh, how do I stop that? And then you start thinking, how do I prevent my opponent's plan because it's very direct? Whereas perhaps the plan doesn't actually work out in the variation. And it does require some serious calculation, a ton of thought. And for Gukesh, it is the one plan that you have to worry about. I don't see any other from the black side. But Fabiano, he knows that in order to win this game, he needs to spring free. That A-pawn needs to open the lines for the rooks. We've been saying it for so many hours now, Danya, but it does feel like it's nearing that time.
Yeah, he's on the runway now, preparing for takeoff. And I don't know if we should put some moves on the board and try to kind of estimate what would happen if, in fact, Pragg elects option 2. Sit and wait for the explosion to happen and try to make the most of it. Let's say that white sits with rook d1 and rook b1. We won't go too deep, but Robert, first question to you. Let's say that we get this situation, right? Does black even go rook b7 and give up the h3 pawn? Or maybe black puts the rook on h8 first as a prophylactic measure. Why not, right?
Yeah, you could time this however you want. For example, rook b7, knight d6 might annoy you in some positions. So that covers the b5 square, attacks that rook. But let's say you don't make that move. Let's say instead you go for the H pawn with like knight H4, something like that. Well, I guess you have to time it. And we say, let's get after the H3 pawn. You already see the advantages entirely in black's favor. There could even be rook takes H4 and pawn F5 ideas. That's not entirely out of the question, but just B5, right? Just go for the pawn push. That was our entire idea. And now we have an outside passer. We're happy to start trading pawns.
And I like that you're showing this because it's important for people to understand the worst case scenario. What is at stake here for Pragg? What happens if he allows b5 in the worst possible version? Well, what happens is that as soon as the file opens up and as soon as you get this passer on a5, white's minor pieces are completely overwhelmed, right? Assuming that this knight is on h4 or on f5 even, white can't trade rooks. That's unthinkable. The pawn will have a red carpet rolled out in front of it like it's a president descending from an airplane. But after rook a1, it's similarly grim. Black infiltrates, c4 becomes an option, and white just crumbles and turns to dust. So my conclusion is that white has to keep his minor pieces on a certain set of squares to make b5 as hard to achieve as possible. And with under 20 minutes, that is very hard to carry out in the long run.
And I think the big question, and let's say you could put your piece on any squares from the white side that's not just winning material, where do your pieces belong? What squares are we talking about here?
There's a reason that one guy's in Toronto, one guy's at home in Charlotte on a comfortable gaming chair, kind of being the armchair general. Hint, I'm not the former.
Well, I think, you are being self-deprecating, but this position is really difficult. And that's what we want to emphasize is it's not saying that black is winning. We see based on the evaluation bar that black is better and has good winning chances, but isn't winning. And then white can defend, but it seems like with black's obvious plan, there might be a moment where it's actually not going to be easy to find the right path. So why don't we maybe zoom out for a second, because we do have two games going on simultaneously, and both of these games are huge for the tournament standings. I'm looking at the right-hand side of our screen here. Gukesh has brought his king out to f2, Danya, and black has the rook on g8, but that knight on g7. What a poorly placed piece, but a necessary positioning to defend a weak f5 pawn. Gukesh seems like he's in charge right now.
I asked, how will Firouzja unwind that clump of pieces on the king side? He's wound it up even tighter. He's just converted that clump into a little square in the corner of the board. And we can zoom into that game, I think, because we have a couple of moves until the FIDE game heats up as Pragg tries to figure out the proper minor piece arrangement. The blue arrow, at this point, if you don't know what it means, where have you been? It's not my arrow. It's the top computer move. And it's drawn by the computer when there's only one correct path. Queen h6 just tightens the screws, Robert. It's all that it does. And black is just going to get the life squeezed out of him on the king side because rook d6, knight d5. Do you share my pessimism for black's ability to kind of maintain the kingside fortress?
I do, but only in the event of queen h6. So I get why the blue arrow is there. I'm not just saying it because, sometimes we say the evaluation means so much. I get what black's trying to do. Move the knight, queen g7, and go down the g file after the white king. So queen h6 actually is a preemptive decision, freezing the black knight in place. Let's make some random move. And like, let's say you go rook b4, sure, whatever, some kind of move like that. B4 and rook b5, and the black knight goes to h5. You take this pawn on f5, thinking you've won a pawn and you're happy. Maybe that wasn't the right square, but queen g7 was my entire idea. Aiming down the g file and also down the diagonal to b2, the white king is the one that suddenly needs shelter. So this is the major point. Of course, I'm just trying to spitball ideas, but getting onto the g file with both of your pieces is really, really important here, going after the vulnerable white king.
And this type of position, that a3 pawn, it's a weakness if the pieces come off the board, but in a scenario like this, black will give a check on a1. You can't block with a queen because of rook g1, common tactic winning the queen. And once black takes a2, it feels like only black is pressing. This particular position will be a perpetual check because white is threatening mate, restricting black's options. But your point is very well taken. That's a great find, Robert. Whole board awareness. After a move like b4, the correct move, and I did cheat a little bit just to give people, the facts here. Knight e8, same idea. Just get the knight out of the way. if white plays rook f5 after queen g7, black actually takes over the initiative due to both of these threats, two avenues of infiltration, and you can't close both streets at the same time. So queen h6, such an important move. Then you could proceed with rook d6. But to realize that you have to prevent a threat, to realize that black even has a threat is hard in and of itself. And Gukesh's clock, I hate to be a broken record, but it's down to 11 minutes. It's decision time.
And once you see the black queen going to g7, it makes queen h6 all the more likely. We see him. He's about to grab his piece. He takes back his hand, and these are precious seconds. He still has the advantage, but he may need to conserve some of that time. So I think he is grabbing the queen. There it is. Queen, I want to say queen h6 is coming, but that would make Gukesh's fans very happy, and the Nepo and Nakamura fans quite displeased, because let's face it, they are all rooting for Alireza Firouzja. Everyone who is rooting for Fabi or Hikaru or Jan Nepomniachtchi is also rooting for Alireza Firouzja to stop Gukesh. But all of India, Danya, they're rooting for Gukesh, and he went queen to g5. So does that stop the plan that we were talking about? Because if the knight moves, oh, that's another blue arrow. I was going to say knight e8 or knight h5. Queen takes f5 was the idea to stop black from getting all the activity that he wants.
It's the right idea, but potentially the wrong execution. But it's a completely understandable execution. Moving the queen into the line of fire of the rook, it's a very creative idea. All of India held their breath there as Gukesh chose between these two squares. Let's quickly show why knight e6 actually works, Robert, because turn off the eval bar, and I can guarantee you that even most titled players, myself included, look at this position with bemusement. Queen takes f5, and queen g7 is an idea that's now on our radar, right? But doesn't Gukesh have queen e5, forcing the queen trade? Is there a tactic here, or are you saying that the endgame offers black very nice counterplay because of this passer on e4?
I think it's exactly that, because after the queen trade on e5, if you take with the rook, you drop your f4 pawn immediately. If you take with the pawn, the knight still goes to f4 and wins the h3 pawn. So I think that this kind of, are we seeing that?
No.
Oh my goodness, this is a huge moment, because
Why?
that is X. You take the queen, right? You trade, and look at the quality of the pieces, in particular the rooks, Danya. After a queen swap, it does appear that white moves the rook off of d5, then brings the white knight into d5, and the activity is entirely in Gukesh's corner.
I'm speechless, honestly, and we should wait for Gukesh's move. The endgame is still hard to convert, but for the second game in a row, Alireza against Hikaru, he came back from a lost position. It was move 41 or 42. He blitzes out a terrible blunder, loses the game, and he's just done exactly the same thing with 21 minutes. What are you doing? After queen g5, you got to calculate the knight retreat, right? Maybe you misevaluate, you take 5-6 minutes, but to blitz out queen g6 is crazy to me. It's just too much of a gamble, and Gukesh is too much of a professional to miss a chance like this. Rook d6 plays itself, Robert. Second time I used that phrase today, and I'm using it deliberately. I don't see him playing a different move and allowing the knight to jump into the game.
Rook d6 is such a nice move, stopping the knight from venturing into e6, as you said, hitting the g6 pawn, vacating the d5 square for the white knight. And haven't we talked about this for a long time? The a3 pawn, a long-term weakness that white can go after. The b7 pawn doesn't look much healthier. And a rook on d6 aims towards the king side as well. And I think one important point, Danya, if we can just show a quick variation, because I do want us to focus on the live positions. But let's say rook d6, knight h5, hitting the f4 pawn, knight d5 for white, defending that pawn on f4. G5 would be the move that black wants to play to break open the position, but rook h6 check, loose pieces drop off, the knight on h5 falls, and that would win the game for white.
That's a very important line. It's so easy to be seduced by the eval bar and just think Firouzja had no idea. No, Firouzja had a thought behind this move, right? He corrects his pawn structure. It makes sense on the surface, but his pieces are just too passive. But Gukesh under 10 minutes, feeling the weight of the moment, knowing that he sees his clear first with a victory, this game is far from over. And I've played Firouzja enough times to know that he will fight in this game. My criticism of his previous move does not impact the fact that Gukesh still has a lot of technique to show. it starts with rook d6, Robert, and it is on the board. Step 1 is a green check mark. Step 2 involves getting this knight into d5 and starting to hunt for these weaknesses on the queen side.
Step 1 is a little exclamation point there, finding the best move for Gukesh. I'm going to zoom us out to our 2-board view because just like Gukesh is making progress, all of India rooting for him, they're also rooting for Pragg to slow the Caruana train down. But if we go to our view of both boards here, if we can bring that up side by side, we will see that Fabiano Caruana has done everything that we've asked him to. This is really bad news for Pragg. It's bad news for Hikaru and Jan and Gukesh because they want Fabiano to be out of this competition. Get out of here. Let us all have the fun and play for first. But it looks like Fabiano, Danya, he's ahead on the clock. His position is one that we've been asking for. And now he can play the move pawn to b5, breaking free at long last.
I don't know which game I Caruana look at more, but it might be Fabi's game. He is the top seed going into the candidates. So many expectations. He's been at the highest stage before in the World Championship. He wants it again. He's hungry. He had a rough ride, but he's got a chance now to set himself up with a serious chance to at least tie for first if the cards fall in his favor. It all starts with b5. It's a pawn push. It's what he's been setting up. And Pragg just has been unable to get the engine started on the king side. Robert, the h3 pawn is still alive. The knight on f5 hasn't budged. It's the perfect time to push in my take. And he's done it.
He has indeed. b5. He didn't hesitate. He did calculate, but b5 is on the board. And you look at the clock. This is a part of the storyline. Because if you are defending a position like this from the white side, you need hours, if not days, Danya. And it sounds like, I'm using hyperbole. My main point is that it's so tricky to defend these positions when you know your opponent's plan is coming. How do you, properly acquit yourself for when it does arrive? It's an impossible question for me to answer. And now that it's here, Danya, we understand that Pragg is aiming for the f6 pawn. But all Fabiano needs is that one pawn. It's about quality often rather than the quantity. He wants his a-pawn to spring free, to just rumble down the sideline like Mac Hollins does and go for a touchdown.
And I know that chess fans, they're sensitive to exaggeration. They want the objective truth over flowery praise, but I got to take a moment just to praise that queen trade on move 44. I mentioned that it doesn't come down to calculation. It comes down for a sense of whether you'll be able to achieve your goals more effectively with the queens on or off the board. And maybe Pragg didn't defend perfectly, but if Fabi's plan worked against the 2750, then it's a darn good plan. And look at the way that he set it up. A5, he brought the king to a6. The way they wrote it out in the textbook is the way that he carried it out. And the question for Pragg is, does he take once? Does he take twice? Or maybe he takes on c5 and tries to keep things complicated. Do you see any inkling of hope for Pragg here? My move would be bishop takes c5, my instinct, but you're a great endgame player, Robert. I know that from our team battle, among other things. What is your sense telling you?
My sense is that this is an enormously difficult decision for Pragg because bishop takes c5 makes a lot of sense. Trying to keep more pawns on the board. If black does, in fact, take this a4 pawn, then we can see that black's pawn structure is horrible. And perhaps white will be able to pick them off one by one. But it just, I don't think you're in time. Rook b2 is coming. And not only is that trying to win the c-pawn, you're also going after the white king. And here, I'm not certain, but bishop b6 is not out of the question, just to force more pieces off the board. And okay, the engine says I'm correct here. Just trying to get as much off the board as possible. Bring that h-rook, maybe to a7, and then just push your pawn, right? I don't know if I want to give up h3 just yet, but the whole point, king c5, king d4, kick the knight out of e3 to get after the c2 pawn. I mean, this is obviously good for black, no matter which way we look at it. And as you're pointing out, rook b4 with a4 at some point to follow, that also looks appealing. And this is not one that you believe white is going to defend.
Yeah, the a-pawn is effective, not just because it could promote, but because white's rook is now relegated to passivity. So you could infiltrate through the back channel here with rook b1 and rook g1. Fabi will win this position. There are too many threats, too many things for white to babysit. no way that Pragg saves a position like this. He's got to prevent this from happening. And I feel like it's happening. There's just no way. It's a process that's unfolding after b5. And Pragg just doesn't have the firepower to stop Black's rooks from ultimately infiltrating. This is looking really grim, Robert. I just think he's running out of ideas. Is Praggnanandha, and so is Firouzja for that matter.
Yes, so why don't we step back to our two-board view. Praggnanandha, he was out of contention, perhaps losing steam. 14 rounds playing these top opponents. It's brutally exhausting. And if we look on the right-hand side, still no move from Alireza Firouzja. That rook came up to d6. It hits a pawn. It also just controls the board. So Firouzja, he is in serious danger. And if I just pause to reflect on the standings really quickly, Danya, as we look from board to board, both Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura have 8 points out of their 13 games. If Gukesh wins, he'll go to 8.5 points, and he has to face Hikaru, so Hikaru does control his own destiny. And if Fabiano can convert this advantage, he and Jan will both have 8 points, will be looking up potentially at Gukesh. And I saw that featured chat before that, in fact, maybe Jan in some ways is rooting for Fabiano, because if Fabiano wins and still is within striking distance of the tournament win, then he might play ambitiously, take risks of his own, and perhaps stumble. So Jan, in some ways, is rooting for Fabiano. It's a very good point from that featured chatter.
That's such a deep point. That's 100% true. In light of the fact that at this point, Firouzja, this is the irony of a sloppy move, a move made too impulsively. You can take 15 minutes, 20 minutes after the mistake has been made, but you can't undo the damage done by that rash decision. This is what Alireza is experiencing now for the second time in 2 games. This happened against Hikaru. It's happened again. He has to find some way to keep the spark of counterplay alive. Knight h5, knight d5 just doesn't lead anywhere. That knight on g7, Robert, it's the worst square on the chessboard. There's just no future for that knight. It's dominated. And the passed pawn on e4, in and of itself, it's just a runt. It's not doing anything. And it can't do anything without the support of Black's pieces.
The knight on g7 is a truly miserable piece. Turn it into a bishop, we might be having a different conversation. But the knight there, it's not fully on the rim, but if you count how many squares it has e8, not e6 anymore, and h5. So only 2 safe squares to jump to, and the f5 square is already occupied. It's a horrible, horrible piece. So as we look at these boards here, Gukesh, he's doing super well. No move from Firouzja, but we have seen some captures between Praggnanandha and Fabiano Caruana. So he trades off those pawns first, Danya, and then takes that c5 pawn. I'm not sure how much it changes the objective evaluation of the position, because Fabiano will still have an outside pass pawn, but White does have a healthier pawn structure and perhaps some chances.
You know, I'm looking at that position and I'm not getting the sense that it's a walkover, that it's just a slam dunk win. I'm getting the sense that Fabi has a few more hoops to jump through, and I like the way that Pragg has handled that. He's going to drop his knight back to e3, like we discussed. The difference is that knight can now jump to c4. It's not a glamorous square, but he's bringing all hands on deck just to make as difficult as possible the progress of Black's A pawns and to cover the b2 square and try to slow down the infiltration of Black's rook. He's stalling, right? He's prolonging the game, but when you're losing objectively, that's exactly how you manufacture chances. As Magnus famously said, at some point, your only goal is to survive one more move.
That's what Pragg is doing. Every single turn, he is trying to keep this game going and hope that Fabiano falters, because the position isn't that clear cut on the left-hand side of our screens here. It actually is the same number of pawns for both sides. And look at Fabi. I think he just retreated his bishop to d8. He protects the pawn on f6, but it has an added benefit, Danya, of the h7 rook. Who cares about this little h3 pawn anymore? The rook has done its duty on the king side, and it's going to slide on over, join the other black rook. And if we could pull up that board for a moment here, there's one critical detail, like super important detail, that in this position, and if the rook on f1 even now could go and take this pawn on a4, the black king will actually slide to b5 and hit the rook on a4 and the bishop on c5 at the same time. So many of these positions, tactically speaking, the pawn on a4 is defended because the king can go to b5.
Which gives black that very important extra tempo, as you so correctly noted, to bring the rook to b7. Bishop d8 is a badass retreating move. It's a retreating move in name only, because in reality, he is advancing his agenda of eventually making these pawns into queens and making himself contend for the candidate's title in the final round. Rook b7 is likely going to follow. Pragg slid his bishop to a3. Robert, understandable move, blockading the pawn. And that blue arrow, that deadly blue arrow, it tells us what we essentially know and what Fabi is going to play.
And he likely was concerned about ideas involving bishop b6 at the right moment, trying to trade off a minor piece, especially that bishop, because that a-pawn is only stopped right now by the bishop and the rook. And rook b7, that move gets the blue arrow, the only one that keeps the advantage as large as it is. I think other moves keep black clearly in the driver's seat, but down at rook b7, who cares about the h3 pawn? Rook up to b1, rook over to a1 if you leave both pairs of rooks on the board, kick that bishop out of there, flush it away, and then push your outside passer. I would say at this stage, Danya, it does look like black's play is quite straightforward.
And Fabi doesn't move this fast with 20 minutes on his clock unless he's 1,000,000% sure that the path to victory is laid out. Rook b7, rook b1. A rook trade would spell immediate calamity for white. The minor pieces on their own are completely incapable of handling the task of stopping the a-pawn and the rook infiltration. Rook b7 is coming. I made it into an orange arrow, Robert, to fool everybody into thinking it was our idea. But ultimately, it's going to be Fabi's idea. And I agree. Not the only move, but it's likely.
Wait,
Danya,
Danya, you're going to like this, and Firouzja has me move up quickly. Rook b7. I was thinking, can I play bishop d6 as white? And maybe that's why he kept the rook at f1 on defended square. But I think rook b1 still works. You give up your rook on b8 because white can't stop the pawn. So take on f1, knight takes back, pawn a3.
Whoa.
Oh, wait, knight d2. The knight's coming back. a4 at the end, and the bishop can't get back to stop the a-pawn. a4 takes away that knight jump to b3. I think this is the critical detail, and that's why Pragg played in this order, is he wanted to keep the rook on a defended square so rook b1 wouldn't work, air quotes, but it still works because black gets that queen.
And at the end of the line, there's no way to stop the pawn. Queen a2, knight c4 doesn't work, except the check on g1, skewering the king to the pawn. The cherry on top. Robert, 5 hours into the round, I got to compliment you on your tactical acumen. Doubled pawns. They can be weakness, but in this case, they are the heroes. What a line. And let me show that again. Bishop d6. Who cares about the rook? All I care about is the trade. Bang. And like a bee slouching toward Bethlehem, that these pawns seal the deal. Knights. They are the worst piece at stopping past pawns. What a variation. If Fabi finds this, fill in the blank.
Well, the blue arrow is a good indicator, but then I started thinking, like, what happens if I just prevent you? I'm just trying to keep your rooks off of the double file. So then I was thinking outside pass pawns are the most dangerous against knights. And here we have why the double pawns are so important, Danya. The second one prevents the knight from getting back. So this move, rook b7, it's big. Let's actually go back to our two-board view, not because we want to miss the moment here, but because for Alireza Firouzja, the moment where he had equal material is gone. He gave up the g6 pawn for activity. Danya, we know top players, they prefer to be down a pawn to get active piece play, but that was a pretty important pawn because f5 will seem to drop in the near future.
But I like this approach. With 7 minutes on the clock, you have to pose practical problems for Gukesh. Alireza gets up from his chair. Do we switch to that board? I mean, we can tell people when rook b7 is played, if it's played. What do you think, Robert? Should we delve more deeply into that game?
Gukesh down to 7 minutes. Why not? Let's go into this one. Danya, I mean, this is a really critical moment at this stage of the event and of this game. So white is on the clock. Do you take the f5 pawn? Do you defend f4? How do you approach this position?
Man, I think I might need 7 minutes to figure this out. The instinct move is knight takes f5, and big compliment to Firouzja. He woke up, he realized his mistake, he sat down, and he found the best practical chance, without question. Knight takes f5 is the obvious move. Gukesh, Put the knight on the other square, defending the f4 pawn. Eval bar drops slightly, and is there e3 check? King takes e3, knight f8 wins the rook. Knight takes e3, knight f4 is something that has to be calculated. Robert, let me draw your attention to that pawn on a3. You can't forget about it.
I have not forgotten about it, and I'm wondering, e3 check, that was not on my radar, but it's the type of move that black needs, because I just want to take a broader approach to this position, at least by my thought process, that sometimes if you're playing this from Ali Reza's perspective, you want to think, can I give up my knight at some moment if I can remove all of white's pawns, right? So we might want a rook and knight versus rook scenario, because everyone at home, that's a theoretical draw. A rook and a knight, of course, with your king against an enemy rook and king, that's a theoretical draw. So what Alireza Firouzja is banking on is enough pawn trades, enough liquidation that keeps that threat alive. So done at e3 check, I think that is a very good call by you, because you're trying to start trading off those pawns and get closer and closer to saying my knight may have to sacrifice itself for the greater good.
And don't blink, because apparently Fabiano has committed a series of inaccuracies. Again, I'm looking at the eval bar perhaps too much, turning it into the evil bar. But Fabi didn't play rook hb7. He switched plans entirely, went away from the b file. Do not blink lest you miss the action. On the right side, the board that we're currently looking at, Alireza Firouzja, under 10 minutes. Let's go to the two-board view for a second. e3 check is possible, Robert. Knight d4 is a move to consider for Alireza. I feel like he thinks that he's got a serious shot now. My move would be e3, but there's other things to calculate. Look at the left side. Fabi's rooks are not on the b file, and not even close.
No, they're not. One's on c6, so that frees up the dark square bishop that's likely on the left-hand side of our screens here. Why Fabi brought his rook up the board, just to defend that weak pawn. I will say this still looks like a position with great winning chances for black. Those doubled outside pass pawns, really dangerous, annoying for white to continuously deal with. And I'm looking at the clock, by the way. Look at Pragg down to 10 minutes. Tick, 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 tick. Not easy decisions. I mean, come on, let's be real. Not a single one of white's next moves is going to be particularly simple. For example, for Fabi, and just maybe if we can just quickly bring up the board, and we'll go back and forth and make sure we don't miss any action. But if Fabi doubles along the c file and tries to sacrifice a rook for the knight, that is another big moment that Pragg will have to calculate.
Clearly, Fabi has an idea, and I think it's a very deep one. Let me just make a couple random moves to show why this can decide the game. This sack on c4, it might not be the most accurate, but Robert, come on. Firouzja's not going to save this. I'm with you. Can't take on h3. All of the pawns are collapsing. He's staring down the barrel of this idea. It's going to be a threat on the next move. I don't see a move here. He's down to 9 minutes. The chances that Fabi wins this are extremely high. And it's easy to say, how could he miss this tactic? That was an incredible tactic. One that you almost never see with the doubled pawns taking away squares like that. I actually don't dislike his approach. I'm a little bit nervous. We know that Pragg will fight to the last drop of blood, but he needs a miracle.
And Danya, there's another idea for black. Bishop e7 at any moment. Why not? When you have a passed pawn and there's a piece blockading it, you probably want to initiate a series of trades, and the rook on c6 defends the f6 pawn, which is way more important than that silly little h3 pawn. We don't really care about that, but if we gave up the f6 pawn, e5 would collapse next. The g pawn would be a passer. So I really like how Fabiano's playing. If we didn't have the evaluation bar or that arrow to show that rook b7 was the only move, perhaps we wouldn't be bothered at all by his decision-making, because that idea with that bishop d6 looked annoying, so you just throw the variation aside and say, okay, that's not going to work. Let me look for better. And Fabiano's clock management has been quite good.
That idea was virtually unfindable. Of course, there are just a select few GMs who can notice that in a live broadcast, and I'm commentating with one of them. But look at how Fabi approaches this. Go ahead, Robert.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, you have the blue arrow, you have the evaluation. If you know for certain there's a win, you look for a win. That's what tactics do. This is not a tactic. This is a game. And now it is actually a game, because Pragg in this one, he made the best choice, rook a1. He sensed that bishop e7 was potentially a threat. Please play bishop e7 now. I'll take you. I'll win your a4 pawn. And then white could even think about playing for more.
But there's two enemies at your door, and by putting the rook on c6, I'm looking at that old idea. I'm very fond of it. Rook h to c7. I'm going to put it on the board, and then we'll go to the live board. Firouzja's down to 6 minutes. We'll go to the two-board view momentarily. After king takes h3, Pragg has to evaluate this position. It looks lost to me. I mean, you're dropping pawns. The issue isn't that black is going to promote in 3 moves. The issue is that white is just going to get, squashed here. Maybe you can go king g3 and try to run your h-pawn up the board. I just feel like black has too many passers. So my vote would have been rook hc7. Fabi takes a different approach. Bishop to b6, also reasonable. Deploying the bishop, it's done its job on d8. What was it doing there? It was protecting the pawn on f6. Now it seeks greener pastures.
Oh, this is such a delicate position from both sides. You think that now for Pragg, it's time to move the bishop out the way, regroup, go after the a4 pawn. But that's, sometimes easier said than done, because still ideas with sacrifices come to mind. But yeah, the a4 pawn looks toast.
Oh my gosh, bishop c1, king b5. You're just going to shift the rook from b1 to a1, forcing the king back to a6. Bishop c1 wins the a pawn, and then the bishop could redeploy to d2. You could lose the other a pawn. Is this a concrete miss by Fabi? Did he forget about the bishop setting up for the next game? No. Bishop c1, retreating, opening up a direct line of fire against the a pawn.
That looks like a strong plan for Pragg. Perhaps bishop b6 was just step 1 on the itinerary. In it goes to a square like d4 into c3, so you protect the a pawn that way. This is one where Fabiano, he has taken a few wrong turns, but he's still heading in the proper direction, trying to get that pass pawn going. Let's zoom out of this one, just because Firouzja still hasn't moved. So, Danya, as we look at the right-hand side of our screen, he's down under 4.5 minutes. He's also down a pawn on the board. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, e3 check was my instinct, but there's the sunk cost effect. If that's the move he wanted to play, he probably would have made it 10 minutes ago. Apparently, king to h7 is a move that's as good, if not better, than e3. What a cold-blooded move that would be. Potentially walking into a fork, but hitting that rook on g6, trying to get it to move to f6, which is actually a really awkward square, and then setting up a potential knight sack on b3. Let's see what he did. He put his knight on d4 immediately. Okay, knight takes b3 now, potentially on the horizon, Robert. I don't know if I could take this. This is peak tension on both boards now, with Pragg under 6 minutes and no bishop c1 on the board just yet.
Pragg needs to find a move. Here, Gukesh on the right-hand side of our screen. He needs to find this follow-up here, because knight d4 actually is an odd move. I don't at first see, besides knight takes b3 ideas, trying to get my outside pass pawn to the other side. But that's not going to work out with the rook on g6, always able to slide back to g1. I think it's combining the ideas, Daniel. e3 check with knight takes b3 in some positions. And also after e3 with the open e-file, the rook can stop on e4. And it's just awkward for white, because what you really want to do for black is take the e4 pawn and just chuck it away and play rook e2. So what do you think, Danya? How do you see Gukesh responding?
Well, Firouzja, doing what you're supposed to, posing the maximum dilemma to your opponent, I would almost consider dropping the knight back to e3, rewinding, unspooling the tape, but then you have to deal with a potential rook trade. And I'm just going to show before Firouzja moves, really fast, before Gukesh moves, that is actually why king h7 was potentially the strongest move. By forcing the rook to f6, knight d4 would actually set up the threat of knight takes b3, because in this position, you don't have the move rook to g1. So that was an incredibly deep concept. On the other hand, Robert, now this rook has a million directions that it can move to. It can give a check. It can go back. The knight can go back. 5 minutes on Gukesh's clock. How on earth do you calculate what you need to make an informed decision here? e3 and rook e4, your idea, also knocking on white's door.
Oh, this is such a delicate position, because e3, as you said, is such a nasty looking idea where it seems to just give away a pawn, and yet black is holding on with some active play. And we said this before, we'll say it again. These top players, they don't want to sit passively with equal material. They'd rather give up a pawn, perhaps 2 pawns, if that means that they have ideas of their own and aren't just waiting for their opponent to go after them. So Danya, that rook as many options, where do you think it will go?
Well, rook b6 is the best move, and he's played it. He's played it. What a cold-blooded lateral move, preventing knight takes b3, hitting the pawn, but opening the doors for e4. That's the move which would terrify me, Robert. E3, knight e3, rook e4. And it's not time to count the blessings and pop the champagne just yet. If you're Gukesh fans, this is going to get very tactical, and white will have to be super precise to stop this potential pass pawn on f5.
You just see here, I mean, Gukesh, rook to b6 after the b7 pawn now, knight f6. If you take on b7, knight f6, rook h7 is checkmate, right? So that is something for Alireza Firouzja to be worried about, as he is now down to about 3.5 minutes. I mean, Danya, his clock is ticking ever so low. It feels like this is one that, even if it is holdable without time on the clock, how do you find the way?
I'm just looking for alternatives to the move e3, right? Because e3, rook e4 is such a painful move to play, right, Robert? Your pride of your position, to give it away like that, to chuck it aside, it's hard to do. But the f pawn, paradoxically, is the pawn that you can actually push. Should I show this on the board really quickly?
Go for it.
E3 check. Why? To vacate the square formerly occupied by the pawn. Remember, the knight can't move because then the rook infiltrates and you lose the a pawn. If you take b7, it's easy with the eval bar to think that this is just winning. But if I look at the position with my eyes, f4 is coming, rook e2 is coming. I have no idea if I'm better or potentially even worse. Maybe you can set up a mating net with knight d5, but try anticipating that with 5 minutes on the clock. Firouzja, under 3 minutes. Time pressure, part 2.
I mean, mating nets against the black king on the horizon. For white, this e3 check with the rook coming to e4, it does seem to stop white just before he can go all out for the black king. So rook b6, I like the move. Firouzja down to 2 minutes. I don't like that at all. And actually, if we have to bring up both boards, two-board view, because it looks like Pragg down to 5 minutes. That bishop for Fabiano, Danya, we know where it wanted to go at long last.
Well, you called it. It reached its destination. It's like National Lampoon's Vacation, that 80s movies. They went across the country to visit a theme park. The theme park ends up being closed. That bishop went all across the board to c3. Pragg found bishop c1. And now he simply chases the bishop out of c3. And if it goes back to b4, it's not stable on that square because eventually white can push c3. And Fabi cannot afford to lose the second a pawn because he's actually going to be worse if that happens.
And is he going to have to, let's say, move the bishop? I'm not sure if you go back to b4, give the check on e1. I think giving the check on e1 makes a lot of sense because it frees this is the left-hand side of our screen, everybody. It frees the kingside rook up to go to c7. I think all of his winning chances come down to sacrificing his extra material on c4. But Alireza Firouzja, he just made his move. Where did he go? Knight c2.
Oh my gosh, there's lines there with rook h... Okay, no. Rook h6, king g7 is fine. Why is the eval bar so high up? Is it knight e3? What is it?
Well,
is it just
perhaps
rook takes b7?
It's the mate. Oh my gosh, we have to bring up the board. Yeah, Firouzja is relying on a pass pawn to save the day. But Daniel, rook takes b7. If e3 check, white does not have to give up the knight for that pawn. King to e2. The knight goes to d4 with check. And I think king d3.
No, but it's not the end of the story. Look at this. If black plays e2, knight f6. Now, everybody, rook h7 is mate. Rook e3 check. Do I take the rook? No. Well, I take the knight.
Actually, taking the rook almost still wins, but no, take the knight. I mean, the rook could give another check, a desperado on e4, just as long as white doesn't take it and keeps going. It's over. Rook h7 is mate.
And black can try a desperation tactic here with knight takes b3. That's actually a genius move because here, after AB, look at this, Robert. E2, same position after king d4. Rook takes h3 wins for black because both pawns cannot be stopped at the same time. Did he find this? Is that what he was investing his time in? And I'm just going to reveal that in this position, the only cleanly winning move is knight f6 anyway, allowing the fork, liquidating into this winning knight endgame because white is just going to round up the pawn and the c pawn will decide the game. This is, I don't know if there was a way for this round to over-fulfill expectations, but this is crazy. If he plays rook takes b7, I'm going to jump out of my chair.
I mean, we were just harping on the mating net, so we understand where Gukesh should be heading. But that knight takes b3 out of thin air. It looks like the square was completely covered in this line, and yet it's about both of those passed pawns. So this is this moment for Gukesh, he needs to find the way forward, because if he allows that pawn to e3 in the next turn, Danya, it doesn't look like he'd be winning anymore.
No, and you can lose this with white. You're walking on razor wire, allowing a queen promotion, ladies and gentlemen, with under 3 minutes on the clock. Pragg has fully equalized. Fabi's advantage has been wiped out completely. Now his only advantage is on the clock. That game's off the rails too. But let's look at Gukesh. 2 minutes. Oh my gosh, maximum tension. Will he take on b7? And Robert, are there any other moves which maintain a winning advantage?
I would be tempted to go knight back to e3 just to try to repeat if I can, because you get 30 seconds with every move made. But then I'd be nervous. Am I actually repeating? Can you trade knights? He found the best move. Gukesh, if he wins this game, Danya, he's leading the candidates. And if you're going to win the candidates, you have to find moves like rook takes b7, allowing your opponent to promote to deliver a checkmate.
It's what Jan did in the last round against FIDE. Calculation on demand. Calculation, despite 100,000 millions of people watching your every move. Knight f6 is the devastating threat. But Robert, this is just step one. If Firouzja can find knight d4 and knight takes b3, there will be another big test. Gukesh will have to spot knight f6, allowing the fork on c5. But it might not come to that. Firouzja just might panic here and make a move like rook e6. In that case, I think knight e3 basically seals the deal.
Well, white currently is up 2 pawns. That b7 pawn, very important because it allows the c4 pawn to quickly go to the other side. So white's pawns, they're not stuck in place. So trades help decide who's ahead material. Here, white is ahead by 2 pawns. And boy, will they start running to the other side. So e3 check, that seems to be the only idea, because if you don't do that, you're not getting anywhere.
30 seconds.
But yeah, Gukesh has worked it out.
And he's gone rook e6.
Danya, your knight e3 looks very strong, and probably are other moves as well, but knight e3 just stops that pawn from ever pushing forward.
But there is one trick, there is one glimmer of hope for Firouzja, other than Gukesh's nerves giving in. It's knight e3, rook d6, a crazy move, giving away the knight, but then winning it back and garnering the a2 pawn. And if Black can get the double passers, keep the e pawn, and get the passed a pawn, it's going to be winning for white. But in the time scramble, it's easy to get confused. Which pawn do I stop? Do I push my passers? The best move here is rook e7, but that wasn't on my radar at all for some reason. That still allows Black to play e3.
Then the king can go to e2, I guess, and because the rook trade is on tap, perhaps white barely stops that pawn from getting to the other side. But that's a complicated line down. I'm with you. Rook e7 didn't come in my mind either. And that knight e3, rook d6 move, that's huge, because it's not about the quantity. It's about the quality of your pawns. You'll hear me say this every single time I commentate, that rook d6 to d2 check. You trade knights in a fancy way, but the a2 pawn is loose, and then Black will actually have the best pawn on the board, and white may be forced to give up material just to stop both the a and the e pawns.
My heart is beating out of my chest. I cannot imagine what pressure the players are under. Rook e6 was a genius defensive resource by Ali Reza. He didn't just stubbornly go on tilt and push e3. He calculated. He saw that it was losing. He knows that Gukesh is a genius calculator. And now it's Gukesh under a minute, with the candidates potentially hanging in the balance, clear first, with a victory going into the last round.
Rook e7.
And
He
he's
just
done
played
it again.
What a find by him. I mean, this guy he is resilient, and every single wrench that Firouzja is throwing at him, he dodges. This is just such a good find, because Danya, it seems that the pawn push, it looks scary, but it doesn't actually get you that far from the black side because the rook trade is on tap.
And what also looks scary, trade on e7 and knight b4 wins the a pawn, but I think Gukesh has calculated that his c pawn promotes first by a tempo. This is incredible. Hanging on razor wire with under a minute. He trusts his calculation. He doesn't make the safe move. He makes the correct one instead. But the game goes on, Robert. It goes on. Firouzja keeps the rooks on the board. Is it now time for white to push? And will Firouzja make it difficult by dropping his knight back and hang on through the 6th rank?
You know what's interesting? Is the h3 pawn really hanging? In some positions, knight f6 will freeze you, but the rook on the h-file does cover the checkmating square, the idea we're talking about. If I'm Gukesh here, you can't really protect the h-pawn unless you move your king to the side. I don't want any part of that. Exactly. Your arrows are telling the story. b4, c5, I don't know what move order. Push your passed pawns.
b4, I think, is more accurate because if you look at the 6th rank, the b6 square is protected. He's gone with the other pawn. c5, knight d4 on the board. Firouzja, he won't let go. He won't give up. He's making it as difficult as possible. Robert, does Gukesh continue pushing, giving up this h3 pawn?
He's, I think, moving his king.
No.
He looks like he's going to put his king on g3 or g2. G2 stays out of check's way, so I think that is the better square. And look at Firouzja. It's blitz now. I mean, they both are down to about a minute. And for Firouzja, he is trying everything that he can stir up here. Danya, what's next?
Well, rook g6 check, I think, will repeat moves. So king g2 is a move to garner that extra minute by Gukesh. Just make Firouzja think for a while longer. I don't think that Gukesh is going to go to the h-file and get mated himself with knight f3. The same reciprocal idea was possible. They repeat once, and now it's time to take another plunge, to play b4. How many trials and tribulations will Gukesh have to go through to seal the deal here? Another difficult moment.
He's trying to relax himself, and it was smart to gain the extra time. 30 seconds added to your clock with every move made. So a repetition, as long as it doesn't end in a draw, you are happy about. If you're Gukesh, you want more time. He knows he's winning. I like your pawn push, Danya. I think it is time. Just throw those pawns forward, give up the h3 pawn, and keep on going. But that knight on d4, the black knight is stopping both b and c pawns, so it would appear. And let's not forget about the a3 pawn. You could hallucinate, see some opportunities for black because that pawn looks scary.
And the problem is you can play b4, but how do you proceed? How do you inch those pawns forward one square further? Rook b7, that looks a little bit slow. Gukesh under a minute again. There is that increment, but boy, do those 30 seconds disappear quickly. I'm keeping an eye on the other board. Robert, it's still objectively equal. Pragg is under 2 minutes, but the evaluation hasn't changed. If it does, we will go back to the two-board view, but this is where the action is at. And another critical moment, 30 seconds now for Gukesh. Can he keep his composure?
He needs to. All of India is rooting for him. If he converts this, he is the sole leader with 1 round to go in the candidates. But look at him. He's looking left and right. He might be having flashbacks to their earlier matchup when he lost in a time scramble.
And seconds.
Danya, he's got to move. He's got to find a plan. I think he should push his pawn.
And he does.
Oh my gosh. The fortitude, Danya.
But what does he do after rook h3? This kicks the can down the road. Firouzja should grab that pawn ASAP, keep pressuring Gukesh's time. Also tempting is getting the king out of the mating zone. King g8 and king f8 looks very slow. It looks lame, but it could make it difficult for Gukesh. But no, he takes on h3. Gukesh slides the king away, kicking the rook away. The rook has to remain on the h-file, Robert, to prevent this knight f6 idea. We're going to see rook h6.
Yeah, if the rook could somehow slide away, that would be good for the activity, but the king is caught in the corner, so rook h6 makes perfect sense. And then, Danya, I think rook to b7 for white. Bring that rook over, try to push your pawn. That knight on d5, it's creating checkmating threats and stopping black's passed pawn from pushing.
Rook b7. It's the simple moves that did the trick this game at various critical junctures. It's not glamorous. You tell your opponent exactly what you want to do. Yeah, you can't stop me, dude. You don't have enough pieces. And I think Alireza sees it. He sees the roadmap to promotion. Rook b7, b5, c6. And at that point, you just close your eyes and push. And that you cannot allow if you're Alireza. Can he find any other ways to keep his defensive chances alive?
He just needs to bring his rook back. I don't know where he plans to go besides h6. Rook h4, eyeing the f4 pawn, so that if the white knight ever leads, that doesn't look that good either. And of course, a rook trade will immediately result in a winning position for white. So the rook has moved. Rook b7, Danya. I think we see that Gukesh knows that he's in charge.
One move after another, after another, after another. It doesn't matter. Give him 15 moves to find. He will find all of them. This was the key move. Firouzja can't stop b5. If he plays knight c6, knight e6, then he allows c6. I don't see any other tricks. Maybe put a rook on c6. But Robert, then you allow b5 and knight f6 again?
We are going to say the same thing, partner, that the rook needs to stay either on the h-file or the 6th rank. Because if that knight gets into f6, the rook will have to be able to cover the h7 square. And you see, he popped the collar. He just is able to roll up them sleeves because Gukesh may find himself in clear first place heading into the final round. Danya, after he lost to Firouzja, many people wrote him off. But what Gukesh is doing here as a 17-year-old, it's almost unheard of.
This is genuinely unprecedented. Maybe Magnus, the only player in history I know of who demonstrated this level of composure at this level. The game isn't over yet. The score sheets aren't signed. You need to push these pawns skillfully. b5, confidently executed. He's up to 2 minutes. He can breathe a little bit more peacefully now. Pragg in the meantime, Robert, he's playing on increment and he's in trouble, but that game progressing a lot more slowly. Let's watch Gukesh put the finishing touches. Which pawn does he push? I would not allow the knight to sacrifice itself for these 2 pawns because, Robert, it gets dangerously close there to rook and knight versus rook. It's winning, but you don't want that margin. Maybe go with the other pawn.
I actually think that both moves are relatively straightforward at this stage. Gukesh has done everything right. But if the knight does sacrifice itself for those 2 pawns, white has enough pawns remaining, and the white king will jump into the action. So I think that c6, Firouzja might not have a choice but to sacrifice the knight, and then it's, as they say, a matter of technique.
It is indeed. Gukesh, look at the professionalism, taking his time, deciding which pawn to push. c6 is totally winning. I agree, Robert. At this point, it's largely a matter of taste, but he's going to do it the way that he's always done it. The maturity, the poise. He needs 2 or 3 more moves before Firouzja will stop the clocks. Back to the 2-board view we go because Pragg under 30 seconds, is collapsing, and understandably so.
There was no way. Earlier in that game, we looked at it. It felt like there was no way that Pragg would be able to survive. And Fabiano Caruana, he is getting not just a big win, a necessary win. If he draws while Gukesh wins, he can no longer get first place. So Fabiano needs this, and Gukesh is earning it, pushing the B pawn. You called it down on the right-hand side of our screen. Gukesh is finding all of the best moves, and now on the left-hand side for Fabiano, he needs to do the same because he cannot afford to let this slip. I think the players are getting new score sheets. No, it's not over, but they're getting new score sheets. They tricked us there for a second. Danya, it is looking like it's going to be over shortly, though.
And I saw that white can actually get mated. Rook h2 by black in the game on the right. King e3 would walk into knight c2 mate. Firouzja, it's the mark of these super GMs. They never die. Gukesh still has to be vigilant, still has to dodge one last threat. But rook c7, you don't have to go to e3. You can go back to f1. Maybe you can go back to e1, but it's easy to allow a perpetual there and get scared. Oh, the game continues. Under a minute again. Everyone holding their breath.
Yeah, Gukesh, he is doing the right thing, though, because he gains those 30 seconds every turn. We see him just make his move. He slides his rook over, clearing the path for his b-pawn. That's on the right-hand side of our screen. I mean, that pawn is about to approach the finish line because it's going to checkmate the black king if it does become a queen. And we see these 2 players. They're locked in battle, but Danya, I mean, there's not much that Firouzja can do. He can try to create that checkmate, but Gukesh will sidestep it.
That's child's play for him. He wasn't born yesterday. Well, he essentially was at 17 years old. I can't believe what I'm saying, but rook h2, king g3, Robert. I think that is the sealer move. That king on g3 has the entire expanse of the king side to dodge any attempts at a perpetual. Look at Gukesh changing his seating posture. That pawn is 2 steps away from promotion. Here it is. This is the moment. I think the game is over.
Oh, and you can see it on Fallujah. He just gave that head shake. He understands that all of these tactics that he's relying on, they are not going to work. Yes, amazing accuracy under pressure. Gukesh, he is 17 years old, but he will be in first place in these candidates. And Fallujah doesn't even look like he wants to play another move. The way he's staring at the board, shaking his head, looking at the clock, he is now down to just 20 seconds himself. And he gives the check, Danya. It's maybe just one check, and that's it.
And the statement move, that White King dodges any remaining shenanigans, and the pawn will advance to b7. I think Fallujah stops the clocks here. There is nothing left to play for, nothing left to give but a bunch of spite checks. This was a tour de force. Bearing in mind the circumstances, Gukesh will be in clear first by half a point. What a moment.
There it is.
And Fallujah stops
Wow.
the clock.
The handshakes, and Gukesh officially is our leader in the candidates with 1 round to go. All of India can rejoice for this win, but there is 1 round left. He will face off against Hikaru Nakamura, what could be a matchup for the title. So Gukesh Damaraju, the 17-year-old, he is doing unheard of things. He is a prodigy, but he doesn't want people to talk about his future prospects. He can be, with 1 more good round, the challenger to the World Championship throne. And oh my goodness, India has been waiting for this since Vishy Anand. He was dethroned by Magnus Carlsen. They cannot celebrate their youngsters enough.
And it's just celebration for some, relief for Gukesh and his seconds and his parents. Oh my goodness, but you can't be too relieved because tomorrow will be the real trial. That is the brutality of chess. And there's still a trial left today. It's for Fabiano Caruana, who is breathing down the neck of the leaders. If he wins, that will be an additional challenge for Gukesh to worry about. We have 1 more game remaining. Fabi still has some technique left to show. Robert, this was an amazing moment. That one hasty move after the time control, Gukesh didn't give Fallujah a single chance. Let's watch Fabi with 6.5 minutes on his clock. Can he deliver the final few blows with the black pieces?
And for Fabiano, ever since he won that exchange right after the opening stage of the game, it felt like he was in charge. And there sure are moments where the evaluation bar, it was swinging back towards the center, but it was never easy. It wasn't a simplification where the draw was within reach. It never was there. And look at the clock that Pragg has, under a minute. He's been in time trouble ever since they reached the second time control where they gained 30 minutes. So Danya, I mean, what Fabiano's been able to do with the black pieces in a must-win game, I think that you couldn't ask for better play, even if there were some imperfect moments.
But it's not over yet, Robert. And I say that because we're talking about Pragg here. Fabi dodged a bullet a couple of moves ago using Pragg's time pressure. I mean, the correct moves were almost impossible to find. So we shouldn't spin the narrative that Pragg somehow let everything slip. The defensive task has been insurmountable from a human perspective. And I think it still is. Just look at Black's pieces, Black's rooks, like vultures encircling the knight. And that bishop will slide back to c3, but you got to choose the right moment for it. And you have to make sure that you don't walk into this knight d5 fork. That is one way for the tables to turn.
Ooh, that would be a terrible blunder. That knight fork on d5. Ooh. And what are you spotting?
King e2, bishop g3. Could that be the devious final nail in the coffin?
Oh, that's a nasty finish. The H-pawn can't be stopped. We were talking about this in the Fallujah game against Gukesh, that sometimes those outside pass pawns, when they're quite advanced, you can give up material to let them run to the other side. So bishop g3, what a find there, Danya.
Well, I'm just taking a page from your book on the other side of the board with those A-pawns. You only need 1 H-pawn to seal the deal on the king side. Pragg keeps chances alive, moves the king up, escapes the pin. Will he go from the frying pan into the fire, into a different pin, this time delivered by the bishop?
I think that for Fabi, you avoid the knight fork. Just bring your rook down to c1. That sets up bishop to c3 next. And I mean, yeah, white can play knight to d5, but the white king actually might get checkmated there.
Wow, that bishop. I kind of cast aspersions on his journey across the world, but its journey might not be complete. There is a chapter yet to be written. Maybe the final destination was never c3. Maybe it's g5.
What a square that would be. And if the white king keeps running forward, that seems to help white in some ways, trying to get a pass pawn on his own, but also gets away from the other pawns. Rook c1 played, and for Fabiano Caruana, he's got 6 minutes, 42 seconds. Pragg down to about 40 seconds, Danya, and that's never been his friend in this game. The clock has not done him any favors.
And look at this potential mate, knight f5. I will put this on the board, folks. This is not happening yet. I'm just showing you the mate. Black can sacrifice the bishop and deliver this lovely lateral mate with the rook out of a study. What haven't we seen today? This is the mate that awaits Pragg if he moves his knight to f5. If he moves it to d5, same thing. Back to the live board, 15 seconds. This one is moments away from its conclusion. I don't see a way for him to keep fighting.
No, he slid back in his chair. He's now perked up. He's about to make a move because otherwise he loses on time. But there are checkmating nets around his king, and he gets a move off with 2 seconds, Danya. He plays the move pawn to e5, and I have to say, I like that choice from Pragg. It's a fighting move. He needs to get a pass pawn of his own.
The narrative today will center around the winners, but Firouzja and now Pragg, look at the way that they fight. They might lose in the end. It might be a lost cause, but this, it takes 2 authors to produce an incredible chess game. Bishop h4. I think that might be the clincher, Robert, because that bishop coming around to g5, it could sling forward to g3. That is still an idea that's on the table. White's just collapsing, falling apart at the seams here. Is that the cleanest win?
It somehow looks both really easy for black to win and super difficult, because now that e5 has been played, bishop h4, I see your plan trying to win the knight on e3, but the knight jumps up to d5. The king will go up to f5, and this passed pawn is quite annoying. It's actually quite advanced. So I think that Fabiano should be very grateful that he has 5 minutes and 30 plus seconds, because if he were down to Pragg time, we could see him let this slip.
Pragg trying to weasel his way out of it. There is also a tactic with rook takes a1, and this actually worries me. I'm saying this not as a boon for Fabiano, but as a potential distraction. Rook takes a1, and bishop d2 would pick up the knight, but that's exactly how you throw these types of games away, because white's going to push e6, or white plays e takes f6, Robert. You can't rely on some speculative line where your opponent suddenly has 3 passed pawns. F takes e5, is that a positive or a negative for Fabi as he slides now under 5 minutes?
Well, you just actually gave what looks to my eyes like a potentially winning line. Take on e5 first, then sack on a1, then play bishop to d2. Now, there is some risk, not to lose the game, but that you could be going into a position, rook, bishop, and 2 pawns against rook and 3 pawns, but those pawns may be hard to stop from the white side. So that is winning. I really believe that it is, but it's one that Fabiano will have to calculate in depth.
Keep your seatbelts fastened, folks. Pragg made his last move with 2 seconds, and it can be annoying, Robert, when you feel like your opponent is just about to lose on time, just about to collapse, and yet they keep finding that one way to throw the log into the fire, keep it burning. 4 minutes now for Fabi, and he can't relax. He needs to find a clean win here. The longer this game goes on, the closer it gets to an all-out time scramble, the closer Pragg gets to the miracle that he needs in order to save this game.
And they've been playing for nearly 6 hours, and it's the 13th of 14 rounds. These players are exhausted, but this is what they work for, both physically and in terms of their chess. And we have seen an exchange of pawns in e5 that gives Pragg a little bit more time, but it's not time that's his problem at the moment. Rook takes a1. That's not even your arrow, Danya. That means that this is the only move that leaves black with a winning advantage, but it does win that knight on e3, so I think Fabi is likely to see it.
And it's eerily reminiscent of the way that Pragg ultimately lost to Hikaru with the same material balance, and rook takes a1 on the board. This is what I missed. Fabi started by trading on e5. Otherwise, Pragg would have had a pawn on f6. Now, that e-pawn, Robert, is going to be contained by black's rook, which will capture the knight.
Although there are some difficulties ahead, because you like to call it, I think, it's like bowling with the pins on opposite sides. You've got a split. There's a g-pawn and an e-pawn. So what if white starts pushing the g-pawn, then brings the king up to f5 and tries to use these 2 pawns and tie the black pieces down? Fabiano still has a bit of work ahead.
Without question. And Pragg isn't playing e6 because it's not a given that you want to push the pawn yet. Maybe you want to start with king f5. Maybe you want to keep the pawn on e5 and slide the rook up to a2 to make sure that the h-pawn is protected. it's lost, folks. We're not trying to build it up here. Pragg is totally lost. But with the pass pawns, with two of them, Robert, there's always a way to mess it up and always a way to accidentally allow a pass pawn to slip through the cracks.
Look at these players. Fabiano, he still has nearly 5 minutes. Pragg, he's the one on the clock. He's down to about 15 seconds. He cannot defend that knight on e3. The bishop pins it. The rook attacks it. He's going to have to push his pawns forward. It should not be enough. But if chess was all shoulda, woulda, coulda, we wouldn't have these kind of decisive results. And there goes the e-pawn first. Danya, Fabi is going to grab this knight on e3, but which piece does he take it with?
That's a hard decision. I think most people in the chat probably think rook, but that could walk into, oh my gosh, rook takes e3. White has this sneaky little move, rook a2, and black's bishop is hanging. The rook doesn't have an effective discovery, and black gets tangled up. Fabi might have to take with the bishop and route the bishop all the way back to its starting point on e7 for one last defensive assignment.
Oh my goodness. Rook takes e3 is so tempting. He takes with the bishop. He takes with the correct piece, and I think it was the only move that kept the winning position. And this is how the evaluation bar can be so tricky. It's because the position actually has much more to it than meets the eye. Danya, Fabiano continues to find the correct continuations, and he's on his path to victory, but still, he's got to stop those pass pawns.
Yeah, that was, once again, step one. Now bishop c5, cold-blooded move. And it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter most probably, but the a-pawn is the right color, as one commentator likes to say. But with a king position as it is, that should be a moot point. Bishop c5, Robert, g5. I can't off the top of my head tell you what the most clean win is.
It's not easy. No, not at all. And those pawns do get scary as you think about them rumbling forward. So Fabiano, he has now under 4 minutes, plenty of time left for him. He looks just about ready to make a move, but I think he's also trying to keep his composure, Danya. These are the moments that make champions. And while Fabiano will still be trailing Gukesh even with the win, he's been on this stage before. He's won in the candidates. He's played for a world championship. So to keep your composure in what's been a nerve-wracking situation, in what is an incredibly nerve-wracking tournament, I mean, this is why Fabiano is one of the best players in chess history.
Right now, when you're under 5 minutes, you forget the standings. You forget everything about the tournament situation. You focus on winning the game. And 4 minutes might sound like a lot. It's definitely not a lot when you're staring at a pawn on e6. You're staring at a game that might potentially define your career. And, oh, what a moment. What a moment as Fabi drops his bishop to c5. Pragg trying to find the best way to keep testing black. Rook a2 is indicated by the computer, Robert, but if you have to play rook a2, that's a really bad sign. I would go g5. You might as well.
You might as well push those pawns. I think one of the key issues in this position is that the white king has to stay off the dark squares. Any sort of check there could actually drop a rook in the corner. So rook c1 was Pragg's choice. He's going right after that bishop on c5. And you also have to think, Danya, is there a moment where white can give up a rook for the bishop because a lone rook sometimes struggles to stop two pass pawns?
Absolutely. That's very much on the table. And sometimes these gap-toothed pawns is exactly what you want. Pawns on separate files. If the rook has to stop them from behind, it will be tough. And black's a-pawn is still far away. Let me repeat something that we said a couple of moves ago. Remember bishop takes e3 check? How many people would take with the rook? That was an immediate draw after rook d1. That is how narrow the margins are for anyone looking at Sese and saying, it's minus 16, it's minus 20. It doesn't matter. You're still one move away from screwing it up. And what is the clincher here? King b6, bishop b7. Bishop d6 allows the check on c6 and you potentially lose the game.
Yeah, that actually, wait a second, that does lose because,
wow.
Oh my goodness, you take the bishop.
Oh. Allowing the sack. Look at those margins. Rook c5, king c5, e7, rook b8 stops the pawn.
And it's actually quite important in some of these positions that black has this a-pawn, because without it, there actually will be plenty of opportunity for white to hold, but not with that a-pawn. The g-pawn goes forward. Black can consider pushing that pawn on a5 up the board, but Danya, I would be so focused on those passers that White has, and I think it's time to try to stop them before they get to the 7th rank.
And there are scenarios where Black sacrifices the rook for one of the passers, leaves the other one intact, and promotes one of his pawns. I say one of his pawns because Fabi might go hunting for the second passer. It's intuitive to play a4. I think that pawn's too slow. I think he needs another passer, and that is what it will take to overwhelm White's defenses. But White's pawns are going to be on the 6th rank, both of them, Robert. This is terrifying.
Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, a4 could be a huge mistake from Fabiano because of pawn to g6, and the bishop can't sit on 2 diagonals at once. The black rook struggles to get to the g file. So your move, I think, rook to b2, going after the h2 pawn. And Fabi, he retreats his bishop to e7, and look at how quickly Pragg responded. King g6 slaps the clock. Now Pragg is over a minute, and Fabi's dipping below 3. That king is trying to get into f7 at the right moment, Danya.
King f7 is maybe not an immediate threat because g5 will hang, but Pragg is trying to hide his king, make Fabi find a move. What is White's response to a4? That's my big question. Rook b2, the engine indicates is the most accurate move for the 2nd time in a row, but my intuitive response would be a4.
I guess a4, White will try to bring the rook all the way up to c8 and hope that you blunder with a3 to try to give you a check and pick up your rook. And even that still might not be a big enough blunder because the a-pawn is hard to stop. So yeah, Danya, a4 looks good. I think that Fabiano, he's well known for his precision and calculation. He is going to use all of his remaining time as best as he feels fit and then make a move because, you know, you push a pawn at the wrong time and suddenly the win could turn into a draw.
You go after the wrong pawn and the win could turn into a draw. Rook b5 doesn't relinquish the win, but it makes it much harder because after rook g1, you're not able to take that pawn off the board, and White's already threatening king f7 with e7 to follow. I mean, you're still in the zone where you need to be precise. At this point, there's a couple of moves that seal the deal. I think Fabi's got this, but he's up to 90 seconds. Down to 90 seconds, I should say. Is he up to the task?
And the players do rebuild their time. When they make a move, they gain 30 seconds. That's important to note because otherwise this would just be a bullet scramble. And yeah, I can't imagine what they're going through either. They've been playing for nearly 6 hours, so much on the line for Fabiano. And for Pragg, I mean, he has been trying to defend pretty much since move 15, Danya. And that is exhausting.
And done an incredible job of it, sacrificing the exchange. At one point, it looked like he might even be on the cusp of stabilizing the position with a victory as Fabi delivers once again with a4. He joins Nepo and Hikaru, who are half a point off of Gukesh and will contend potentially for first place tomorrow. Hikaru faces Gukesh, but all of that still in the future. a4 on the board, Robert. King f7, you just take on g5, and you called it. Worst comes to worst, you can give the bishop up for White's remaining passer.
But even that at least doesn't always look clear because Black's remaining pawns are rook pawns. And we know that in pawn up rook endgame, sometimes having the outermost pawn can be a bad thing, but not when the white king is so out of place and the black king will just press forward, help that pawn go to the other side. So everything from Fabiano is clinical right now. For Pragg, Danya feels like a couple more moves, just try to create a few threats, but the A pawn actually is easier to push than both of the E and G pawns.
You can feel it. He's down to 15 seconds. Rook g1 is maybe the last-ditch hope, trying to protect the pawn, prepare king f7. He's up to c8. That rook, what is it trying to do? Where is it trying to go?
I think E8. if you push the A pawn, you blunder your rook, right? There's rook b8 check, takes this rook on b3. Now, I was saying that the A pawn is still so far past, but that actually isn't that clear because there'll be king f7 ideas and things of that nature. So you have to be really careful here. If you're Fabiano, down to a minute himself, he was much criticized in the past for his what people perceived as his lack of skills in blitz and rapid, but he has improved mightily since that World Championship match. He is actually renowned for his results, even in those time patrols, and he plays the calm rook e3, Danya, going right after one of White's pawns because the king on g6 is stuck to the second.
It's like watching a craftsman at work. If anyone has seen the movie, Jiro Dreams of Sushi, like a chef who's been doing the same thing for 50 years. The precision, the craftsmanship. He doesn't allow a single chance, doesn't leave anything up to a coincidental tactic. And at this point, I think it might be time for A3, cashing in your chips. The bishop, how poetic is it? It gives itself up for the greater good just to see a new queen appear on the board and a point appear on the cross table. At this point, all roads lead to Toronto. A3 is the road chosen by Fabi, and it is the fastest road to victory. It's over. We can call it.
Yeah, we can. This has been great from Fabi. It hasn't been perfect, but who cares about perfection if you are getting that necessary victory? The rook does stop the pawn from pushing any further. That's the good news for Pragg. He's also giving up his e6 pawn with check, Danya, but he just wants to get his king up to f7 and then push his g pawn. So still clever tries from Pragg.
But it feels like they're falling by the wayside. You can actually take on e6, go back to e2, and yes, I called it too early. It's not over yet. And Pragg taking offense, saying, I'm not taking that bishop. I'm still in this thing. Look at the body language. I promised I wouldn't talk about it, but look at it now, under a minute. Would anybody dispute that Fabi is still nervous, that he doesn't think that this is guaranteed?
I think that Fabi will admit it himself. He is very open in his interviews. I don't even know if he'll do an interview because they've been playing for so long. He'll need to eat dinner and get ready for the last round. But right now, all he's focused on is this position. Can he grab the e6 pawn? He doesn't seem certain about it. And instead, he brings his king back to b7. Danya, that's a classy move from an exceptional player.
One after the other, and his idea could be to take on e6 and play rook a6, but oh, there's an incredible win there, Robert. I don't know if I have time to show it, but in the end, the bishop can sacrifice itself to drag the white king onto the checking zone of the a pawn so that the pawn promotes with check, just as white's pawn is about to do the same. But it's not even forced. You could take on e6 and go back to e2. Let's see what Fabi chooses.
Well, Pragg, he was about to grab his rook. He needs to move it to safety. Rook a4, to my eyes, looks like the most natural move. But Pragg, who is now down to just about 15 seconds, he hasn't chosen his move. But the way he's shaking his head down, he doesn't have much belief in his chances anymore.
No. And I called it a few moves ago, and it's just because with a minute on his clock, Fabi's got this under control. This calculation is forced. He's not going to go this far and give it all away with a blunder at the last second. That's not what champions do. And rook takes e6, rook a6, Robert. Will we actually see this incredible line appear on the board? Will Fabi entrust his calculation one last time?
He will, and especially if the white king goes to f7, because you wouldn't have to give up your bishop. The white king, he takes the pawn. This is actually going to be a picturesque finish if Pragg plays it out, because the white promotion will be in the same diagonal as the white king, and you could force a queen trade and then win the game from there. This is a long story. We'll focus on the moves, but here we go. King f7, and if he plays rook a6, Danya, Fabi will have a smile on his face. He'll be mighty relieved, and there it is.
And the hammer, it comes down. White's rook. Its life comes to an end, and so does White's resistance. After the trade, if White takes the bishop, Black makes the queen first. If White pushes the pawn, Black has a choice of wins. You could even let White promote. That's what you're saying, Robert. And then force the queen trade. And even though the pawn's the wrong color, White's king way too far away from the correct square. There's the menu of options.
And we'll see which Fabi chooses from.
Bishop f6.
Yeah, bishop f6 is a nice move. And look at Fabi. He grabs the queen off the side of the board, pushes his pawn. We will see simultaneous promotion and then a check, forcing the queens off the board. Fabiano has this under control. And for Pragg, it's just a matter of will he play it out? He does. We have queens, but after queen a2 check, that should be all that Pragg wrote because, well, I guess, there is just nothing there. The handshakes are in, and Danya, that means that Fabiano Caruana, he has resuscitated his chances in this Candidates. He was eliminated with a draw, but he wins this game. He is tied with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, just a half point back of Gukesh. The determination from Caruana, Danya, it didn't start even in this round, but the fact that he was able to beat a player of Praggnan's caliber with the black pieces, are you kidding?
Absolutely unbelievable. To have one endgame display of Gukesh's caliber is insane. To have two in the same round of the Candidates, Are you serious? Fabiano Caruana on 50% after round 9, drawing Nijata Basov, losing that game to Hikaru Nakamura, giving that dejected interview with only a couple rounds to build the comeback. He beats Firouzja. Then he draws Gukesh. He beats Vidit in a clinical positional display, and a victory with black against Pragg to set him up for a white game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. If he wins that game and the cards fall correctly, Hikaru beats Gukesh, he has a chance to tie for first, and that is all that he can ask for given his start. Robert, I'm speechless. I'm out of breath. I don't know what to say. Take it away.
Well, the players must be out of breath as well, and we still see photographers hard at work, and we're in line for a photo finish. So do not go anywhere, everybody. When Donnie and I return, we're going to break down what we just saw, which was a ton, and then what's to come tomorrow, where the leader and his closest rivals, they're all going to square off. That is Gukesh. That is the player in first. We'll be right back, everyone, to break down all the action.
So bad. That was my initial idea. I was looking at rook b1 even instead of castle. But more or less same, yeah? You go queen e7.
Yeah, probably same. I mean, it's safer to play f6 after, instead of bishop d6, yeah? f6, knight d6, trade and trade queens, and should be...
Leave to f forward.
Yeah, I can't play in this situation. Like, I have to do something. But it looked very risky what I was doing.
Yeah. But f4 you're gonna take the pawn, right?
Yeah, take.
e5.
Wait, f4 also. So also f6 is moved. Knight f3, ef.
Yeah,
at g6, queen
h3,
h3,
ef, e5.
Yeah, e5, f.
But you have to take bishop e5.
Bishop e5, yeah. Take f5.
Yeah, take bishop f4, knight d7. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
First I went for castle because I thought I have like rook e1. Yeah, rook f1, short castle, queen g3, and get the pawn. Okay, look.
Which moment? Rook f1?
Knight d7, rook f1.
Ah, yeah.
Castle queen g3. I thought I'm getting the pawn. If I get the pawn, maybe I thought.
That should be equal, more or less. And put the king on h7.
No, but the problem is queen g3, ef, ef.
Ah. Yeah. But my knight's on d7, no?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Rook e7?
fg?
Rook d7?
Gh, yeah? No, you're right. You have extra pawn, no?
Ah, yeah. Yeah, but probably, I mean, you can do it. I don't think you're worse there. But I think rook b1 you're better. So
yeah, and this queen h3 was already. But even then, I don't think it should be so bad. I don't know if I should give up the exchange. Maybe I can play like some knight b3, bishop b3, and try to hold like that. But
I thought it should be, because then I'll just play knight f4 at some moment.
Yeah,
if you take on f4, you just get crushed.
But
this knight on b3 looks like you lose it. I was trying not to take the exchange, but I couldn't figure out how. Like, okay, I can play.
Yeah, you have to take the exchange, I think.
Probably. I mean, it was tempting to play knight f4 and some g3, but knight f4, queen d1, I guess, or I can g3 and knight f5. Yeah, this is probably
yes,
right.
Always.
Knight f5, gf2, king f2, rook g2, king.
No, wait. Yeah, queen d1, g3.
Yeah, I think knight f5. So otherwise, I don't know if you can hold it.
What's wait? Knight f4. I can go queen.
F5? I could play before maybe. Like I could play knight f4, queen d1.
Rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8 like this. Because you're never going to take on f4. So knight e3, g3, knight f5, gf2, king f2. I didn't see how to. Also, could get very double-edged.
Yeah.
I felt like you have some drawing chances later. I mean, it's once your knight's on c4.
No,
but
bishop b2, c3 is just like an
yeah, bishop b2 is.
I panicked because I wanted king e2, then I saw bishop g3. And
yeah, bishop g3 is true.
But instead of bishop b2, maybe I could have started with...
Like, you can...
Yeah, I can go into some endgame, some rook endgame. Somehow.
How?
Maybe bishop d2.
With the king on... Where are my rooks? c6, b5? And
c6 and b7.
c6, b7, bishop d2. If I was going to take. Your king's on f3, right?
f3, yeah.
And I was going to play like rook b5, I think.
But then knight c4?
Or rook...
An extraordinarily long day in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, but we wouldn't have it any other way. We had action, we had liftoff, we saw Gukesh show the world that he is not too young and he is ready. Danya, he got the win in this round, while Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura, his co-leaders, they drew against one another. And so Fabiano, he joins that pack. He makes it a trio who are chasing Gukesh heading to the final round.
I'm experiencing a feeling, Robert, that I don't think I've ever quite experienced before. I feel like we just watched history get made for 6 hours. We watched some of the most incredible displays of resilience, technique, and just overall level that we've ever seen. And the best part, this is all a setup. This sets us up for what will be an absolutely epic day tomorrow. Just look at those standings. Look at that pack of wolves. Nepomniachtchi, he's won 2 candidates in a row. Hikaru Nakamura, where did he come from? A bad start, incredible verve to be where he is. And Fabiano Caruana, the hero of the day along with Gukesh, who trailed Gukesh by half a point. And the pairings could not possibly be better.
And everybody should take a screenshot of this right here, because it's the first time that Jan Nepomniachtchi has played in the candidates and not at least shared first place. So Gukesh, he's been able to separate himself from the players right behind him by just a half point. But Danya, as we all know by now, the pairings for tomorrow, they could not have been scripted any better, because our leaders, well, look at this. Hikaru Nakamura, a half point behind. He gets to play Gukesh. I'll throw it right to you, Danya. Take it away. What is Hikaru going to do to play for a win that is mandatory?
Well, first of all, I just love the elegance of these pairings. Hikaru Nakamura must win. The fact that in the candidates, only one thing matters. Forget about rating. Forget about the prize. Forget about everything other than that qualification to the World Championship. I'm not expecting Hikaru to do anything crazy, and that's kind of the thought that I'll limit myself to, Robert. We'll flesh things out tomorrow. Hikaru might play a normal opening. To play for a win sometimes means to play what you're most comfortable with. The players are under no illusions that they're going to win the game out of the opening. And the job for Hikaru Nakamura, and for both Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who faces him with black, is to just get a position, get a middle game with a spark, and play what you're comfortable with. Don't try to deviate and artificially produce chances. Let me tell you one thing. For the players, they need to get a lot of sleep. The seconds, the parents, cousins, brothers, siblings, friends, supporters, fans, the whole country of India, they are not getting a lot of sleep tonight, because there's going to be some strategizing and late night firehouse chatting going on as key decisions are made, and potentially as more chess history will be written on this fateful Sunday tomorrow.
And the many Indian fans likely awake right now, they'll look at that pairing between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They hope that those 13 draws become 14, because these players have only defeated the other a single time in each player's direction. So Danya, Fabiano has the white pieces. He may need to go all in, but that could open the door for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who to this point in the tournament has not lost a single game.
And you made an amazing point, which is that Fabiano Nepomniachtchi cannot be a happier camper in the grand scheme of things, because now we know Fabiano Caruana, he must win the game, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he must win the game. There's this implicit gentleman's agreement. They ruin each other's performances. They commit mutual harakiri with a draw. So the implicit agreement is, unless a draw is physically forced, unless there are no other moves, then one of them will have to deviate. But that may cause, Robert, this game of chicken. Who will actually be the one to take the bigger risk, to take upon themselves this incredibly difficult job of finding something to fight for if the game moves in the direction of a balanced position? Tomorrow will be unmissable, no matter where you are, at work, in bed, In your car, please drive safe. With friends, alone, on a plane, on the moon, you cannot miss the final round of the candidates tomorrow.
If you're gonna miss it, you better be on the moon, because otherwise you have no excuse. The final round is tomorrow. That's classical chess. If we have a tie, we will see tiebreaks on Monday, April 22nd. Same time, same place. And you mentioned it, Danya, that Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces, Fabian with white, they have to go for it. And that is, in some ways, bad news for Hikaru Nakamura, because if he wants to beat Gukesh and win this whole thing, he will look down to Fabi and Jan to make a draw. So Fabi, he needs to have a flashback, revisit his play from Madrid 2022. He didn't ultimately get the win, but Danya, as we recall that game, he did have the upper hand by catching Jan in a surprise in the opening.
Yeah, I mean, the baggage of their previous encounters, it might not be as significant, but tomorrow, every additional bit of psychological pressure is multiplied hundredfold. The pressure on the players today was unimaginable. Tomorrow, it's accentuated even further. The cruelty of a tournament like the Candidates is that all of your individual achievements, all of your efforts fighting back from lost positions, incredible endgame technique, time scrambles, all of that is forgotten unless you can deliver that final cherry on top, that final performance in the home stretch. And there's nobody hungrier than the players trailing Gukesh. So, man, oh man, are we going to spin a story not only on the board, but how the players prepare. Does Gukesh have that last bit of gas left in his 17-year-old tank?
And what is the psychology like, Gukesh? A draw might be good enough for all the other three. Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabian Caruana, they need to win, and there is no other option. But you have no other option than to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place. It is the 14th and final round of the 2024 FIDE Candidates. Hey, we've had fun thus far. Don't leave us. Come join us tomorrow, because a winner may be decided. Our next World Championship challenger, will it be Gukesh? Hey, he's in the driver's seat, he's in first place, or will it be one of the other three? We can only find out tomorrow. See you then, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Bye.